Japan, USA, Oman, West Indies, Antigua, and many more from all across the globe. Our chief guest, Honorable Shri Bhavar Singh Bhati, Minister Higher Education of Government of India, Rajasthan. Guest of honor, Professor Rajiv Jain, Honorable Vice Chancellor of University of Rajasthan. Honorable Organizing Chair, Professor Manish Bayani. Chairperson, Dr. Rajiv Bayani. Director, Professor Sanjay Bayani. Principal, Dr. Neha Pandey. Dean Administration, Dr. Dhyan Singh Gotwal. Conference Convener, Dr. Tarun K. Kumawat. HR Head, Ms. Renu Tandon. All the HODs, respected teachers, and most cherished dear participants. A holistic perspective of Industry Academia Alliance collaboration in the new normal in the post-COVID era, leading to change and think about things differently. The Biani Group, in collaboration with the partner institutes in Japan, which are Japan Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, Japan, Saitama University, Faculty of System Science and Technology, Akita Prefectural University, Kyushu University, Well Group, Kyoto University, Ishii Food Incorporation, expresses its commitment to achieving the new normal goals in India by means of organizing BICON 2020. To search for this victory, we commence this session on an auspicious note according to the Indian tradition. In this tradition, we bow down humbly before Lord Ganesha, who is known as Lord of Knowledge, to seek his blessings. I now request all the dignitaries to light the lamp and symbolically inaugurate this ceremony. I request our Honorable Chairman, Sir, Director, Sir, Dean, Principal, and Conference Convener for a lamp lighting ceremony.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
I would like to invite our organizing chair, Professor Manish Biani, the torchbearer, Director of Research and Development in Biani Group of Colleges and Associate Professor at Japan Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. Professor Manish Biani has worked for inventing several scientific international patents and developing new bio-nanotechnologies. Professor Manish Biani has been in Japan from past 20 years and is contributing to the development of friendly ties between India and Japan, which has been also recognized in 2017 by a commendation from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan. He states that education is the passport to future and it belongs to those who prepare for it today. So now I request Dr. Manish Biani to give a welcome address and an opening remark to set the sparks flying for this international conference BICON 2020.
Namaskar. Good morning. Oh, hi, Ujayamas. I guess I'm audible. So it's my privilege and my I feel proud to start this the series of this our event. So first, I would like to give my all the thanks to the chief guest, Bhatti Saab, and also our honorable vice chancellor of University of Rajasthan, Professor Rajiv Ji Jain. Thank you very much for your time and for joining this important event. Then I thanks all the invited guests, speakers from India, Japan, and this time many countries joined, including USA, West Indies, Antigua, Oman, and all the members of Biani team, ladies and gentlemen. Uh, it is my great pleasure to open this 15th anniversary of this important event, India-Japan conference. We call this BICON. So I should abbreviate. B belongs to Biani, and I belongs to international and also interdisciplinary. So we call it Biani Interdisciplinary Conference. And this time we are going to celebrate BICON 2020. So I welcome all the participants for over the world and especially India and Japan to join this important event. Some important facts that I think it's a very good time to share with all of you while we are enjoying this anniversary. The number one, I think this is the only beacon that we could able to establish a very friendly and sustainable relationship between India and Japan. As this year we are going to have celebrate 15th time in a straight route as we started in 2006. So I congratulate all the Bihani team members and all our key partner institutes in Japan to jointly celebrating this event from last 15 years. Thank you very much. Domo arigato gozaimasu. The second point, this is only beacon that we could able to host the personal visit of more than 120 professors and 65 students from Japan to our campus in Biani College in last 15 years. So I think the Beacon is the great platform to achieve this great number. So thank you very much for all the professors and students who visited from Japan in last 15 years. The third point, I think this is only Beacon that we could able to send our total 72 students to Japan under several exchange program. And most importantly, 13 students are awarded the prestigious Japanese government and private scholarships to pursue the master and doctoral course in Japan. And our these star students, actually the star girls students who are originally from small town or villages in Rajasthan, have now grown up to feed the world, not just feed a family, but to feed the world as the independent women scientists. I really feel proud to see all these young girls who are now well established. Some are placed in the US, some are placed in Europe, and many are in well established in Japan. So I feel proud to see that how the transformation can occur while our this India-Japan relationship. The fourth point, I think, this is only the beacon that we could able to develop our relationship with many industry in Japan. Some belongs to the healthcare sector like Well Group and some belongs to the food industry like Ise Food. And with this achievement, we are now ready to provide a job career in Japan. Actually, together with our partner industry in India and Japan, we designed a new program that we called Training to Career Program. In this program, what we aim to provide first day job offer, usually a new student when enter in our college for enrollment in UG or PG courses. But we think that at the first time, we should try to match, find, and offer a job opportunity to our newly enrolled student at the time when they are coming enter in our institute. So what we agreed to first make a joint agreement between four key partners. The number one is the industry in Japan, then industry in India, then university in Japan, and Biani College. So these four partners work together to develop something new, that how we can enroll the new students and how we can assure to give them a job. So with these programs, we have started already working on the healthcare sector and the food industries. And this we call the on-job training program for 3 to 6 years. So after this candidate can directly start a job career in the related partner industry. So the student no need to worry about the job. They just need to enroll this institute and then they secure the job within the 5 to 6 years. So I thank all the partners in Japan and in India for joining the hand to launching these new programs. The fourth reason, I think this is the only beacon that we could able to establish our own startups in the both the country. The number one is the Biani Bio Solution in Jaipur, and the second is the BioSeed Corporation in Japan. So these two new startups are launched because of only these two good relationship between India and Japan. And I'm very happy to say that both the startups is seriously engaged in finding a solution for present challenges in India. I would like to highlight three challenges here, that how these two startups are working to find a best solution for these challenges. The number one, I think many of you are aware, very recent news, a very recent mystery disease actually with seizures and epilepsy symptoms broke out early this month in one of the town that we call Iliru in the southern part of India, Andhra Pradesh. The first case was reported on December 5, and the next day, around few hundreds more people were admitted. And the blood reports and experts says that all were diagnosed with heavy metal contamination, that is the lead. So there was a lead poisoning in those areas. And I guess the source might be the good and the ground drinking water, which is contaminated with the heavy metal. So people are not aware actually. So what is wrong that we are not able to check the contamination level of water in such a way what we do at home by thermometer or to measuring the body temperature. So one of our idea in this by India Japan relationship that we could able to develop a small portable device that we call the DEPSER. And I think I would like to show you here that this small device, this small device and these small chips can help to detect the lead contamination in our ground or in our tap water. So if people are aware about such technology, I think we can avoid such disaster in our society. And second, now we have in the COVID era, so how we can develop a new sanitizer which is more friendly to our environment, to our body. So our team is working to develop a water-based sanitizer, and that we call the HOCl water. So using this water-based sanitizer, we can help our society to to stop the spreading the infection and to avoid the such disaster or such endemics. So this is our new second launch of this product that we are launching this water-based sanitizer, which can kill the bacteria and virus in just few seconds. So this is our another new entrepreneurship development that we could able to come with a solution. The third, our startup in the especially in the bioseed in Japan is now working to develop a robot. Actually, a robot, a small robot like a oven size. That robot can be placed anywhere in any supermarket or in any amusement park or in any airport, and this robot can help you to detect coronavirus in just 15 minutes. So our team in Japan is now developing this robot where you just need to spit your sputum, your saliva, and within 15 or 20 minutes you will get to know whether you have the corona infection or not. So such type of development can only happens once we have the good relationship between these two countries, where India have the human resources and Japan have the technology part. So both can be bridged and can develop something together. So these are the few examples that our both the startups are working in between both the country, and now we could able to achieve some uh, few smart solutions to deal such smart viruses in our company. So this year we decided the very hot topic of this year, that is the new normal. I think this is the key word that we learned in this year, because almost it's 1 year to have faced this pandemic. And with this new term, this new normal terms, we could able to learn many things. So what is the new here and what is the normal here? So here the new means something that we never thought earlier. So that is the new, and normal means something that we must demand in the future. So if we can access those things, we can make we can use this new word and we can make the new future in our society. So as we all know that we entered in this pandemic, and now we must need to coexist with the coronavirus. So what is necessary to keep our society functioning, and how we can halt this spread of this infection without sacrificing our economy? And here I would like to highlight two important key points. The first is the importance of interdisciplinary perspective. I think in the academic society, like what we belong to, we should seek to acquire a broad range of knowledge that goes beyond our own personal society. And this is one of the very first bases that why we started this BICON in 2006, that how we can work and learn the interdisciplinary environment. As you can see in this event, our 7 colleges are working: College of Science, College of IT, College of Nursing, College of Education, College of Social Science, College of Law. So all are working together to understand each other and to feel the interdisciplinary environment. The second point is that trustworthy information and effective communication is, I think, very important. It is a new normal now, that how we can believe the trustworthy information, and we should have effective communication between each other. So the many challenges that arose due to the spread of COVID-19 have given us a valuable hint actually that we need actually. And one of these need is trustworthy informations, which can be failed as unfounded or fake information can be amplified by people using social media. So we have to be very careful while passing the information to other people. So we need to develop the skill to discern truth from lies by ourselves. And this brings back us to my first point, that the importance of interdisciplinary perspective is very important. So we must need to learn in an environment where we can learn many things. So with this concern, it is my great joy to see that we, with this platform of BICON, we would be able to establish interdisciplinary education environment in Jaipur, in India. And I consider that Asian nation, especially India, must be one of the important key to solve the global issues, because India has a great number of people, and we are very friendly to establish collaboration with other nations all over the world, including Japan. So in recent, actually, Japan has learned many global environment problems, and we, with our collaborative work, we found some good solutions by such potential collaboration with Asian nations. And I expect that this conference will be fruitful not only for the international knowledge exchange, but also for coming for a common understanding on our sustainable future. So I want to thank all the people running and supporting this conference, and I wish this Beacon 2020 and upcoming series with Piani Group will keep contributing a long-term collaboration between India and Japan. So let me now close by wishing you all, our invited speakers, and all the participants a delightful and stimulating knowledge sharing in the next 3 days under this umbrella of Beacon 2020. So with this, I want to start this event, and I hope this in these 3 days we are going to have a very wonderful information sharing and knowledge sharing, and to learn this new normal term and how we can enter in the next era of pandemic. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words. I'm sure each and everyone was mesmerized to every word you spoke so beautifully. Now, I consider it a great honor to welcome our conference convener, Dr. Tarun K. Kumawat, research scientist at Biani Solutions Biosolutions Private Limited and coordinator of research and development in Biani Group of Colleges, to give an introduction about the 3 day conference on the new normal.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, I am delighted to say that BICON 2020 virtual conference is being organized at Biani Group of Colleges, Jaipur, India, with all its glory. We welcome you to our online virtual conference titled The New Normal. The objective of the conference is to gather leading academicians, industrialists, scientists, and research scholars to share their knowledge and new ideas as well as to discuss current developments in their respective field during COVID-19 pandemic and the new normal strategies. In addition, the conference also offers opportunities for academicians and industry experts to interact with local and international participants. This year, we are celebrating the 15th anniversary of Indo-Japan Fest at Biani Group of Colleges. Since the first conference in 2006, it has become an annual feature of our institution and has continued to grow. The institution is leaving no stone unturned in increasing the spirit of research and innovations and strengthening the bilateral academic and industrial relationship between India and Japan. Every year, this event receives increasing number of participants from both the countries and all over the world. And we continue to evolve, adapt, and develop new collaborative programs between various institutions in India and Japan. Biani Group of Colleges is organizing this mega event in collaboration with our partner institute from Japan, Japan Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, Akita Prefectural University, Saitama University, Kyushu University, Kyoto University, Well Group, and Ise Foods, Japan. The theme of the BICON 2020 is the new normal. Industry and academia alliance in the post COVID 19 era, guided by different departments including science, commerce and management, information technology, social science, nursing, and law based on multidisciplinary to interdisciplinary approach. This is initiative to introduce and promote role of multidisciplinary alliance to develop new normal at the post COVID-19 among nations and identify the challenges hindering the same. We are also welcoming Well Group and EC Foods as the placement partner for Technical Internship Training Program DITP. BICON 2020 has decided to call for abstract of the paper to be published in conference e-proceedings with ISBN numbers. There are 34 invited talks, 12 from international, 12 and 22 from national in BICON 2020. We would also like to thank the Technical Program Committee and the reviewers for their excellent work in reviewing the abstracts as well as their valuable input and advice. We would also like to express our sincere thanks to all the dedicated PyCon 2020 team members for their active role and support in all aspects of this conference. Finally, we want to express our sincere thanks to all invited speakers and all those who have joined us from India, Japan, USA, West Indies, Oman, and many more countries for taking out time from their busy schedule to participate in this conference. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing with us this detailed information about this valuable international conference. Now, I would like to invite our honorable guest professor Rajiv Jain. I feel glad to assert that presently Professor Rajiv Jain is sharing his services as a vice chancellor in University of Rajasthan. Professor Sir Rajiv Jain, can you please unmute yourself? We can't hear you.
Now,
Yes, sir, we can.
excellence is not being the best, it is doing our best. A very good morning to all of you. Professor Sanjay Biyani, Director Academics, Biyani Group of Colleges, Dr. Manish Biyani, Research Director, Dr. Rajiv Biyani, Chairman, Dr. Neeta Maheshwari, Senior Principal, Dr. Neha Pandey, Principal, Biyani Girls College, Professor Takafumi Saki, Satima, University, Japan, Dr. Gyan Singh Gotwal, Vice Principal, Dr. Tarun K. Kumawat, R&D Coordinator and the Organizing Committee of BICON 2000 to 2020. It is a moment of great pleasure and honor for me to be a part of the 15th Indian Japan Bilateral Conference organized by Biyani Girls College and partner institutes, Japan Advanced Institutes of Science and Technology, Akita University, Satima University, Kyoto University, Well Group, and ISC Food, Japan, from 17 to 19 December 2020. The conference is designed to celebrate ongoing bilateral academic and further strengthening Indo-Japan relationship. The theme of the conference, the new normal, is evidently effect for the present scenario where scientists, industrialists, academicians, researchers will share their knowledge and experience to propel the global entrepreneurship ecosystem and discourse on the new normal strategies discovered and practiced during the COVID-19 pandemic. Well said by Sir Albert Einstein, intellectual growth should commence at the birth and cease only at death. At the University of Rajasthan, we are emphasizing increasing industry academia collaboration to bring out academic research to market and realize the true potential of academic achievements. In this direction, University Innovation Cluster, Biotechnology, and the recently established RUSA supported entrepreneurship and career hub are striving towards encouraging startups and providing hand holding support to bidding enterprise. The USIC has established several industrial collaboration and utilized the expertise of industrial mentors to guide the innovator research in the direction of market success. On the other hand, ECH is developing an incubator facility to provide incubation support comprising of office space, instrumentation, funding, and mentorship. In the present situation of social distancing, both ECH and UIC are imparting awareness among the students, researchers, and the startups by hosting online talks, idea and business competitions, essay competition, etc. to keep the spirit of innovation and entrepreneurship burning. In this new normal, a mix of online education, tele-mentorship, and limited physical interaction will be the way of academic science will work in the feasible future. And we all must be more than ready to embrace this new normal to guide our student and researcher in achieving their career goals and milestone. We have entered an era in which everyone concerns and contribution to the well-being of others for now and in the future. I have no doubt that these concerns are the promises on which the theme and sub-theme of this conference are anchored. I am quite confident that the 3 day intense brainstorming session will provide insight on the new opportunities discovered during COVID 19 in the field of science, nursing, and pharmacy, social science, law and education, and post-lockdown industrial R&D and academic innovation, along with the challenges faced for digitalized education, post-lockdown revolution in the entrepreneurship, the role of traditional medicine and healthcare delivery system to combat COVID-19 will be quite informative for the participants. I wish all the participants the best for their future endeavor and hope that they all benefit from interaction and deliberation during this bilateral virtual conference. Thank you very much for inviting me on this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the words of wisdom that has radiated the source of energy within us. Now, I would like to introduce you all to our Honorable Professor Takafumi Sakai, President of Graduate School of Science and Engineering in Saitama University, Japan, for presidential address.
Hello, my name is Masayuki Nishiguchi. I am a professor of the Department of Information and Computer Science, Akita Prefectural University, Japan. I am a head of International Exchange Office in the Faculty of Engineering. I would like to offer my sincere congratulations for opening the BICON 2020 conference. Although the conference is a virtual conference due to the COVID-19 situations, I believe this will be of a precious opportunity for everybody to exchange the new ideas and the new research results. Biani Group of Colleges and our university have an academic exchange agreement since 2012. Our students and faculty members came to Biani College, and the Biani College students and faculty members visited our university several times since 2012. We hope we can soon reopen the real exchange with the people after overcoming the COVID-19 crisis. Until then, for a while, we would like to continue our interaction and information exchange over the internet to strengthen the mutual understanding. I hope you all enjoy the BICON 2020 conference and have a fruitful discussion. Thank you for your attention.
Arigato gozaimasu, Sensei, Professor Takashi Koichi Sayato, from the depth of our hearts for the words of wisdom. Thank you so much, sir. Now, a leader is one who lights the path of the impossible and takes those who follow it to the great heights. As we move towards the conclusion of the inaugural ceremony, I cordially invite our respected principal, Dr. Neha Pandey, for the vote of thanks.
Namaskar, konnichiwa. A very good morning to one and all who's listening to this conference, who's attending this conference in the virtual mode. I'm indeed very happy and honored to convey my vote of thanks to all those who are part of this conference today. My first gratitude is towards Professor Rajiv Jain sir, who has been very kind enough to join us for this international conference and inaugurate it. But a very important aspect of education is the outcome of education. Just giving a degree does not fulfill the idea of education. So when the students are doing some research and that idea becomes a product, and that is where Dr. Manish Biani has played a very pivotal role by bringing out many, many products which are useful to the society, be it a sanitizer which is alcohol free, or be it a test for detecting swine flu within a minute, or be it a project based on water where the students, where the society can get absolutely healthy drinking water. So we are very happy that Manish Biani sir has taken a lead role in this. And this particular association between India and Japan has been very well recognized by the government of Japan also. I remember in 2017, the Biani group of colleges was conferred with commendation award by Ministry of Japan for developing beneficial mutual interest ties between India and Japan. And this has been the great efforts by Dr. Manish Biani sir, who's been working for last 20 years to give out the great education to the students and the outcome of education where all of us can flourish together. And another very important part is that sir also mentioned technical internship training program. You teach the students, and if they are placeable, they can go for higher training to Japan, come back to India, give services to their own country. And that's the beauty of technical internship training program, where again Manish Biani sir has taken a lead role, and the team is working very hard so that the students are becoming placeable, our country can progress by learning new technologies from Japan, and the students can apply those technologies in India. And when we come to the conference, the idea is to exchange the latest innovations being done all across the globe. And I'm indeed very happy and very honored that we have the speakers from all across the globe this time. We have, more than 5 speakers from Japan. We have speakers from USA, West Indies, and Oman, and many other countries. So my, gratitude goes to, first of all, when the seed of organizing this conference virtually was grown, it was Professor, our chairman, Dr. Rajiv Biani sir, who said, yes, we must go on and do this. So thank you so much, sir, for giving us the strength, the ideas, and always full-fledged support. Then Professor Sanjay Biani sir, who's been the lead role in academics, because no institution can flourish if the academics is not strong. And that is where sir plays a very, very important and lead role. And his motive has always been to teach the students along with the full-fledged personality development, because you cannot become a good human being if you're not good at heart. And that is where sir's idea, sir's motivation really touches upon the lives of the students and their parents also. So thank you so much, sir, for your leading role in academics. And I'm also thankful to all my department heads, all the conveners for the conference, all those who are directly and indirectly involved in this conference in making it a great success. So I, wholeheartedly address and show my gratitude to all of you, my technical support team, because this international conference will become successful, only if the tech support is good. So I'm really thankful to all those who have been directly and indirectly involved in it. And thank you so much. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable words. Now, coming to the conclusion of inaugural session, I would like to thank our guest of honor, Professor Rajiv Jain, for their presence and blessings bestowed upon us. Thank you, sir. Now, before moving ahead, I would like to introduce you to the Biani Biosolutions and an Indian company. It is an Indian company founded by Professor Manish Biani in 2015, and BioSeeds Corporation, a venture business laboratory from Japan Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, founded in Ishikawa, Japan in April 2018, with Professor Manish Biani as representative director and president. During this pandemic, Biani Research Group invented Rose Aqua alcohol free hand sanitizer. This sanitizer is based on Japanese functional water technology. And apart from this, there are other inventions like Depser technology that has Depser TVC and Depser M. Currently, the research team is working on the water filtration and health care technology. Now, to commence with the invited talks of BICON 2020, let's start with the first technical session, that is special interest session on COVID-19 pandemic. We have Professor Gigi Saleh, Dr. Shekhar Verma, Dr. Vaibhav Bhargava, and Ms. Radhika Biani to enlighten us on this technical session. With immense pleasure, I would like to assert that Professor Gigi Saleh is here with us, and she is here for our first invited talk. Ma'am is an associate professor nursing in New York Institute of Technology, New York. Title of Professor Gigi Saleh talk is Next Generation Florences with Fortitude, Analysis of Post-COVID Nursing Profession. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, India. And since we all are from different countries, I'm not aware of the time zone. Greetings from United States. This is for me. It's around 10, almost 10:20 here, and yes, thank you so much for this wonderful invitation. And the COVID, we all have been exposed to this, and I would like to really talk about it. And if I would like to pull up my slide. Hope I can share it. Let me know if my slide, if you can see the slides. Am I clear with the slides, and can you all see the slides?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Thank you. Thank you. So let me put it in. Okay. All right. So I would like to talk about the next generation of Florence. I mean, the nursing profession sort of started with the Florence Nightingale. You know, nurse started ever since the humanity started, as we all know. Nurse concept is starting from nurturing people, serving people, just a feminine role of house, right? Every household. And the female nursing profession symbolizes female freedom. That's what I counted. And we all know it grown up, it went beyond. Whenever the legacy of nursing, if we look at it, I like to bring Florence to it, Florence Nightingale here, because legacy of nursing always had a turning point whenever something wrong going on in the world. When our world is in distress, when our world needed something, that's when a nurse arose. Today's nursing profession, who is the trainer, the founder, Florence Nightingale, is a legacy even for her. Her emerging into this today's nursing profession itself came based on the Caribbean War and all these cholera outbreak. If you think about the history and think about how she was, anytime whenever there's a health crisis, during war, many soldiers were wounded and there was a need of help. People were dying, wounded, infected wound, and typhoid, cholera, all those outbreaks that we had. That's when nursing was able to take a bold step to change the humanity, change the service. And so that's our nursing legacy. So this COVID season or this season, it is my honor to discuss that about the nursing, because again, we are in a era of pandemic where nursing has got high priority back again. There was time, I would say, between Florence and now, there was a time that nursing was totally forgotten. put aside as a secondary profession, that uh, nothing has been addressed, always an orderly or someone who follow the doctor's order, or someone who's set aside. It was not never being addressed properly. It was a profession that is for lower socioeconomic people, and just servicing like a second level, kind of a blue collar mindset, I would say. And from there, the nursing lately, the it came down. The COVID made that's what my main talk. The COVID from the Florence Nightingale itself is known as the lady with a lamp. She went to patients with a little lamp and checked and did carried out her responsibilities. So be there with the patient when they are in need. And in here in COVID, where we have to do social distancing, guess what? Nursing excels there too. Now we have the new norm that instead of physically being there with a light, the nurse, the you can see in the picture, the nurse, the patient is pressing the call light. The light is right there, symbolic of nurses, Florence Nightingale's light. The first patient you can see pressing the call light and talking, "I need help," and that is right on on the nurse. Right, it's on the nurse. If you can see my slide, the nurse is carrying the the badge, the smart badge. The picture shows one of the company called Vasera. I'm not here to talk about the company or anything. I just happen to notice that it's the company. So it's a smart badge that the nurse is able to communicate right away. She's checking on with the social distancing. She's carrying out the same responsibility, same role that Florence Nightingale did it years ago. She's carrying the same legacy, maintaining it. So throughout the profession, and we being a touchy profession who's considered touch as a therapeutic, where we need now in an era where we need layers of gloves. So the touch therapy is alienated now, but still the foundation principles, the nursing that we give care for the sick and well, right? Emotional, physical, mental, all aspects and need to follow. So we got to look at that journey, that sacrificial caring attitude of the nurse. We need to look at that journey, and that's what I would like to talk today. So I already talked about the previous, pre-COVID nurse, pre-COVID, right before until we get this pre-COVID. From the orderly, the nursing profession came up, right? Came up to a place where people really want to join because good money, better, better professional dignity and knowledge, and also it shifted from a female profession to a multi-gender profession. And also, like, you can anyone would join because of good money, good status. And females, the nursing itself, like, who, if you're a nurse, you are the breadwinner of the family, whether you're male or female, because you are the one who's getting the maximum earning potential. And especially people can explore the world, travel and go to any part of the world with no additional further extra education other than the licensure requirements of each country and each state. You don't need any extra professional knowledge to go to the nursing. All these scopes of nursing made nursing as a number one profession. And in United States, I would say this is the most trusted profession. Nursing has been the most trusted profession of the country for past 10 years or more. And United States nurses strive to maintain that. And that is the biggest fear now with the COVID, that because nurses are the most trusted profession in the United States, is COVID going to break up that? Is it gonna, of course, the society is supporting us, applauding us, and thank you everyone who are non-nurses out there for the support you were giving to our profession, and helping us. All the applauds globally, there were a lot of applauds and a lot of support that we gave. But did the nurse really took that as of course it helped us, encouraged us. Were we good? No, we all nurses were afraid, just like anybody. When the COVID came out, the whole world was in fear. was in fear. Just like that, the nurses also fear. Nurses had the triple amount of fear. Of course, we are a gentle profession, evolved from feminine concept, so that feminine gentleness is there, so fear was there, double, triple, way more than any other profession. We have to admit that it's there. We were afraid, and but we had to man up. The profession who had a feminine ambience, I would say engineering, medicine also got a male ambience. So, I mean, I apologize for gender uh, differentiating. You know, I'm not discriminating the profession by calling any gender, but I'm saying the ambience because it started by a female and that kind of ambience. So we are the most fearful people because we have the direct nurses had the direct in-person contact, direct touchy contact with all these COVID patients where the world don't know what kind of precaution. First, we thought it is contact precaution. Then we thought it's droplet precaution. And we don't know. And in between, we thought, okay, it's airborne. So we were not sure what kind of precaution, what other precautions to make to prevent from getting sick. And we're thrown out there and the whole world is cheering us. But we have to face a mask. The nurses were forced to put the mask on of boldness. So the fortitude, the gut feeling, okay, whatever it might be, I gotta do it and I will do it and I will be successful. That was given to nurses by the society all the time, right from the Florence Nightingale. That was given to her because in Florence Nightingale time, the same thing happened. The world didn't know what to do, and she had to man up, and she had to come up and wear that mask, the mask of fortitude. And once again, we nurses are wearing the mask of fortitude. Now it's moving forward after the COVID. It's no longer a mask of fortitude. It is the real fortitude in the face of nurses, right? We are wearing the N95 mask, but the real face of nurses became the face of the fortitude. That's what the COVID gave nurses. It's the because we learned how to do it. We learned from our mistakes, right? We we this COVID not allowing us to work well with the patient, and emotional intelligence is another aspect that is it's built in nurses but not officially practiced, not officially trained in many countries. Some countries do train it. United States train a little bit, but on top of everything, we build up the skills of emotional intelligence. Even though when you're far away from the patient, we're not able to touch the patient, but we still build up the patient satisfaction. The touch therapy is gone, but now still maintaining the same care. It has affected a lot. Nursing practice, you cannot talk to your patient. You got to talk with two layers of mask, the N95 mask and the surgical mask on top of it. That's what the nurses are wearing here. And on top of that, we're wearing goggles and the face shield and all these layers of gloves and all these layers of PPE that we have. And all these makes touching us really hard. And the patient, talking to the patient is difficult, identifying their need is difficult. And so it's limited. The resources, they don't have anything available. And the patient itself is a new thing that we notice in our practice, especially the hospital that I'm affiliated with, for clinical practice, our academic partnership hospitals, we notice that in ICUs, within minutes after turning, of course, these patients have ARDS, acute respiratory distress syndrome, as part of COVID. And we got to prone the patient, put the patient frequently in prone position. Those of you know, American population is obese.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am, but you're running out of the time and we
Oh,
have to
sorry.
conclude the session because the other speakers are also waiting.
Sure.
It's
Thank
a
you.
very time oriented session, ma'am. I'm
Sure.
really sorry. Please conclude the session. Thank
Sure.
you.
Thank you. All right. So it is a difficult time for us to handle it. And the nursing, we decided a lot of innovations. Infection control has got the biggest thing came up, and also nursing education has got a brand new thing came up, like complete and the tele nursing. As I said, the smart badge. That's now the nurses are really ready to go and talk to the patients with this all this right there electronically. A lot of tele nursing and tele ICUs came to the thing. So profession has got a bigger advancement. And thank you so much for my time, your time, to giving me this time. And I might apologize for a little delay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an informative session on the profession of nursing. Truly, every nurse was a COVID warrior. Now, with my immense pleasure, I would like to introduce our next invited speaker, Professor Kiyoshi Yasukawa, with us for our next invited talk. Professor Kiyoshi Yasukawa is a professor at Graduate School of Agriculture, Kyoto University, Japan, in the Laboratory of Enzyme Chemistry. Professor Yasukawa has numerous publications in various international peer-reviewed journals like Journal of Biochemistry, Protein Engineering, Design and Bioscience, Biotechnology, and Biochemistry. First, I would like to invite Professor Manish Bayani to give us an introduction of Professor Kiyoshi Yasukawa. Please welcome Professor Manish Bayani. Professor Manish Bayani, can you please unmute yourself? Thank you.
Okay. First, I would like to thanks to Dr. Zizi for giving such informative. I think it will be very important if we can work together with Biani Group of Colleges and your institute in New York, that how we can develop the new program in nursing areas, and let's give a proper training. Like emotional intelligence is very important keyword. So if we can work together, I will be very happy. So I will definitely like to touch with you by emails through next. Okay, thank you so much again. And next, I think it's a very important talk from Japan, Professor Kiyoshi Yasukawa. Actually, I am very closely working with Professor Yasukawa from last 6 years. And here I want to highlight the importance of the work of Professor Yasukawa. Actually, you all know that now the COVID-19 test is going by RT-PCR, that is the real-time PCR. And this PCR technology takes an instrument that we call the temperature gradient machine, where we need to increase or decrease the temperature to amplify the signals of DNA and RNA. So actually, this technology cannot be utilized anywhere because it need a very sophisticated instrument. So what Professor Yasukawa and our team is developing a new technology where we don't need such instrument. Even we can use our room temperature like 30 degree or 37 degree centigrade, where we can amplify the signals and can easily check out whether we have such virus infection or not. So recently, actually, we are very closely working and we are very close to develop a technology that can be used anywhere, anytime, and we can detect coronavirus and even other viruses in just a period of 15 minutes. So that will be amazing for the world actually to realize this technology. And Professor Yaskawa is actually a protein engineer and he's very senior scientist. He's in one of the most prestigious university, Kyoto University, and belonging to very important teamwork. So I really glad to that everyone can closely hear what the work is going on by his technology that we call the RNA amplification technology. And with this, I would like to welcome Professor Kyoshi Asukawa. Please.
Biani Sensei, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kiyoshi Asukawa of Kyoto University. The title of my talk is Alteration of Enzymes and the Application in Rapid Nucleic Acid Amplification to Combat the Virus Pandemic. As you all know, nucleic acid tests consist of 3 steps: nucleic acid extraction from the specimen, amplification of a target sequence by enzymes, and detection of amplified nucleic acid by certain method. What do you think which is the most important? The answer is they are all important. But today, I focus on enzymes. Since the discovery of PCR, various enzymes have been developed and used in nucleic acid amplification. I'd like to talk about two topics. The first is thermostabilization of reverse transcriptase. DNA polymerase can be divided into two: DNA-dependent DNA polymerase and RNA-dependent DNA polymerase. Generally, DNA-dependent DNA polymerase is called simply DNA polymerase. RNA-dependent DNA polymerase is called reverse transcriptase. This is the history of these two enzymes. DNA polymerase was identified in 1950s and reverse transcriptase was identified in 1970s. The most important difference between the two enzymes are thermostable DNA polymerase was identified and is used in industry, while thermostable reverse transcriptase was not identified. Reverse transcriptase has three activities. As the name suggests, it has reverse transcription activity. It also has DNA-dependent DNA polymerase activity. RNA activity is the activity to degrade RNA-DNA duplex. This H indicates H of heteroduplex. In cDNA synthesis, an elevated reaction temperature is highly desirable because it reduces secondary structure of template RNA. However, reverse transcriptase is not thermostable. T50 is defined the temperature reducing initial activity by 50% in 10-minute incubation. The T50 of MMLVRT is only 44 centigrade, MVRT 47 centigrade. Considering RNA is stable up to 65 centigrade Celsius, improvement in thermostability of reverse transcriptase is an important subject. There have been a lot of papers published on stabilization of enzymes by protein engineering. According to the summary of characterization of about 700 lysozyme variant and 100 thermolysin variants, a lot of amino acid residues on molecular surface are involved in stability. Protein stability might increase by combining stabilizing mutations if identified. This slide shows stabilization of reverse transcriptase by template primer. Temperature reducing initial activity by 50% in the 10-minute incubation increased in the presence of template primer. So we hypothesize that some stability of RT will increase if it strongly binds with a TP. Template primer is a complex of long RNA and short DNA. RNA and DNA have phosphate moiety, so they are negatively charged. This slide shows the strategy to increase the stability of MMLVRT by cytoreactive mutagenesis. We hypothesize that MMLVRT stability increases by introducing positive charge into MMLVRT at positions that have been implicated in the interaction with TP. This slide shows the 12 residues to be mutated. Each of 12 residues was replaced with uncharged residue alanine or positively charged residues lysine or arginine. This slide shows 36 variants we constructed. One of the 12 residues was replaced with alanine, lysine, or arginine. The slide shows some stable variant D524A, which we constructed as a positive control. ASP524 is located in the RNA domain and is critical for RNA activity. D524A lacks the RNA activity, and it is well known that D524A has higher stability than the wild-type enzyme. This slide shows experimental procedures. MMLV-RT was expressed in E. coli and purified from the cells. Activity was determined by the incorporation of DTP to TP. As for some stability, RT was summarily treated at various temperatures, followed by activity measurement at 37 centigrade. This slide shows the activities of MMLV-RT variants. Unfortunately, some variants lost activity, but most variants retained the activity. Their specific activities were in the range of 40 to 122% of that of wild-type enzyme. This slide shows some stabilities of MMLV-RT variants. The experimental condition is shown here. The relative activities of the colored 6 variant were higher than the positive control D524A. We next combined the stabilizing mutations and then created a triple and quadruple variant. The triple and quadruple variants were expressed in E. coli and purified. This slide shows thermal stability in activation of MLV-RT variant. The horizontal line indicates the incubation time, and the vertical line indicates the natural logarithm of relative activity. When RT was incubated at 42 centigrade, the relative activity of WT and D524A rapidly decreased, but MM3 and MM4 were almost stable. This indicates the thermal stabilities of MM3 and MM4 are higher than WT and D524A. This slide shows the cDNA synthesis by MLV-RT variants. The highest temperature at which cDNA synthesis occurred was 42 centigrade for RT, 56 centigrade for D524A, but 60 for MM3 and MM4. So cDNA synthesis can be carried out at higher temperatures using MM3 and MM4. The second topic is creation of the liver transcriptase activity in some stable DNA polymerase. RT-PCR is widely used, including the detection of SARS-CoV-19. In RT-PCR, first cDNA synthesis followed by PCR. There are 2 RT-PCRs, 1-step and 2-step. In 1-step RT-PCR, liver transcription is carried out in one tube, and the successive PCR is carried out in the same tube. In 2-step RT-PCR, these 2 reactions are carried out separately in different tubes. Considering contamination risks, 1-step RT-PCR is preferable, but optimization of 1-step RT-PCR is more difficult than that of 2-step RT-PCR. So we try to create the liver transcription activity in some stable DNA polymerase. As you know, RNA has OH at 2' of ribose, but DNA does not have it. There might be a strict hindrance between certain residues of DNA polymerase and OH of RNA. If such hindrance is removed by protein engineering of DNA polymerase, it might recognize RNA. This is a family A DNA polymerase variant with RT activity, K4 L39029A, from a hyperthermophilic bacteria, Thermotoga petrophila K4. The enzyme was developed by Dr. Fujiwara of Kwansei Gaku University in Japan. This is a model structure of T4 pole using Krenner fragment as a template. 9 residues marked in green are involved in the distinction of RNA and DNA. This figure shows the straight hindrance of the side chain of leucine 329 and 2-hydroxyl group of ribose. It suggests the hindrance can be removed by the mutation of the leucine into alanine. As expected, the mutation conferred RT activity. cDNA synthesis can be carried out in one tube by using this variant enzyme. This slide shows the 16 tuple DNA variant of family B DNA polymerase from Pseudococcus kodakarensis KOD DNA polymerase with RT activity RTX. This enzyme was generated by Dr. Elfson in Texas University. They introduced random mutation in KOD DNA polymerase gene by error from PCR and expressed the mutated gene in E. coli cells. They divide each E. coli in each immersion, and immersion PCR was carried out using the mutated gene as a primer, long RNA as a template, and the variant KOD DNA polymerase as RT. In this system, only DNA polymerase with RT activity can survive. By repeating this cycle, KOD DNA polymerase with RT activity was generated. This is a profile of real-time RT-PCR. When the cDNA is synthesized more, DNA is amplified more rapidly, resulting in early increase in fluorescence and smaller CT number. We examined the effect of enzyme concentration on the cDNA synthesis. Interestingly, the optimum enzyme concentrations on the cDNA synthesis were quite different between these two enzymes. The same result was obtained with PCR. The optimal enzyme concentrations are much different between the two enzymes. The optimum magnesium chloride and manganese acetate concentrations of these two enzymes were much different between one-step RT-PCR using this enzyme or that using RTX. Okay, I'd like to skip this slide. This slide shows one-step RT-PCR with K4 pole L329A and optimized condition. 100 copies of target RNA was detected. This slide shows one-step RT-PCR with RTX and the optimized condition we established. Again, 100 copies was detected. Okay, let's summarize my presentation. Some stabilities of MMLV-RT was achieved by site-directed mutagenesis. This was now commercialized by Roche Diagnostics. The reverse transcriptase activity was conferred to the thermostable DNA polymerase and enabling one-step RT-PCR with single enzyme. I really hope BICON 2020 will be successful, and I appreciate Dr. Manish Biani, and all persons very much. Thank you.
Arigato gozaimasu, sensei. Thank you so much, sir, for your remarkable words and detailed information on alteration of enzymes and their application in rapid nucleic acid amplification to combat the virus pandemic. Now, with immense pleasure, I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Weber Bhargava. Dr. Bhargava has completed his MBBS from Rajasthan University, MD in Anesthesia from Rajasthan University of Health Sciences, postdoctoral fellowship in critical care medicine, National Board of Examination. Dr. Bhargava also possesses European Diploma in Intensive Care Medicine. Dr. Bhargava is working as a senior consultant in critical care medicine and in charge MICU in Eternal Hospital, Jaipur, Rajasthan, affiliated with Mount Sinai, USA. Dr. Bhargava is member of Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine, Indian Society of Anesthesia, Indian Society for Study of Pain. Dr. Bhargava has also acquired a fellowship in ECMO program jointly organized by the Simulation Society, ECMO Society of India, and International Society of Cardiovascular Ultrasound. Dr. Bhargava is going to deliver his talk on the topic Healthcare Delivery System to Fight Against COVID 19. Let's welcome Dr. Weber Bhargava. Sir, can you please unmute yourself?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Now you're audible.
Yeah, thank you very much for your kind introduction. Um, yeah, thank you, Dr. Biani, for giving me the opportunity to deliver a talk on healthcare delivery system to fight against COVID-19. So when COVID, excuse me, so when COVID started in December in China, everybody was confused how to go ahead with the things. I mean, in India, even people did not know much about COVID-19. So everywhere confusion. And when COVID will come to India, I mean, the people were thinking how to go ahead. And when COVID came to India in March, so the biggest question was, what is COVID-19? How it spreads? How to diagnose, how to treat, where to treat, how to keep yourself safe, what is N95 mask, because people, I mean, the staff, the doctors, I mean, nobody was using N95. It was usually the surgical mask people used to use. How to put on N95? I can't breathe. I mean, with the papers and things are coming, that is was difficult to breathe in N95, and it took time to familiar with N95. What is PPE kit?
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Actually, if you're presenting a PPT, we can't see it. It's not visible.
It's not visible. Hold
Yes,
on,
sir.
please.
Please share the screen. No, your screen is shared, but we can't see the PPT. I think it's not open.
Just a minute. I'm there. Uh, it's showing that I'm sharing the screen.
Yes, sir. Your screen is sharing, but I can't see the PPT. I can only see the name of the file, Healthcare Delivery System to Fight Against. Please click on it.
Just a minute, ma'am. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir. Now it's visible. You can enlarge it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It's
Thank
visible
you.
now.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. It's visible. Thank you.
So when there were so many questions when the COVID came to India, what is PPE kit, how to don and doff PPE kit, when to give what medicine. People were really confused because once the patient came to the hospital, how to differentiate between COVID and non-COVID patient, and the biggest question was how to maintain essential health services, keeping yourself and other patient safe. Before going ahead, let's have a small discussion about COVID-19. COVID-19 is a disease which is caused by SARS-CoV-2 virus. It is the novel COVID coronavirus, and these are the viruses that circulate among animals primarily, but new strain that has not been previously seen in human beings. Now it is visible. It has been transmitted through bat or with some other source. It's still there. The common symptoms of COVID disease are fever, cough, difficulty in breathing, muscle pain, and tiredness. Most common route of transmission is via respiratory droplets with the incubation period of 2 to 14 days. And the touch, once the respiratory droplets, they drop somewhere on the surface, and from there they get transmitted everywhere by the hand transmission. So the most common preventive methods for COVID-19 is avoid contact, that is physical distancing, wash your hands with soap and water or sanitizer, and always put on mask whenever you're outside your home. So stay safe, stay at home, wash your hand, and use mask. So the usage of mask is the most important method of prevention. But everybody was confused which mask to use where. So the guidelines came, and it was suggested that in the healthcare areas, the health workers in working in suspected or confirmed COVID-19 patients, they are supposed to put on mask. The surgical masks are to be used when the aerosol generating procedures are not there. But if aerosol generating procedures are there, like if a patient is coughing, if you are doing suctioning the patient, if you are intubating the patient taking the patient on ventilator, it was suggested for N95 mask or FFP2 mask. Otherwise, healthcare worker, nursing staff, doctors working in non-COVID clinical areas, medical masks are sufficient. And also, it was advised for continuous usage of masks in potentially high transmission risk settings, including triage, practitioner offices, outpatient departments, emergency rooms, blood banks, and transplant units. What was the most difficult challenge when COVID came? Testing. Yes, initially nobody knows how to go ahead with the testing. In the developing country like India, where the cost as well as the availability of resources is a problem, still a problem. Testing is, uh, it was made available gradually, but in the initial phase, it was difficult. So testing and caring for the patient with confirmed and suspected infection, keeping their staff safe. Once a patient with suspected infection comes to the hospital, test is sent for, the sample is sent for the testing, then where to keep the patient. Nobody knows initially. There was severe shortage of testing supplies, long wait of test results. Nowadays, we are getting the test results in 7 to 8 hours, but in the initial phase in March or April, we are getting the results in 24 hours. Shortage or lack of PPE kits and the N95 mask, and we all know how much problematic it was. Higher cost of RT-PCR in country like ours, where $50 to $60 to spend $50 to $60 on a single test. It's difficult. N95, the cost increased. The cost increased very high. PPE kits, the cost was very high. Difficulty in maintaining adequate staff, both specialized providers and support staff. Because people were not trained, they all had fear of infection, getting infected. They had a fear of carrying the infection at their home. Maintaining and expanding institutional capacity, the hospital, especially the private hospital, they were never being built for such kind of pandemic. So it was a difficult call for them to create a separate area to treat the patients. Shortages of material other than PPE, including the patient beds, disinfectant, cleaning supplies, and the ventilators. So what hospital did to mitigate these problems? The government of India, they helped a lot. For the testing, they they increase the centers for RT-PCR testing and making the results available fast. Availability of kits, and the most important, the capping of treatment cost as well as the testing cost that was done. So finally, it came in the reach of the middle class in India, and more testing could be possible. Procurement of equipment. Gradually, hospitals they understood the problem, and they procure the ventilators, PPE kits, N95 masks, goggles, face shields, sanitizers. Nursing staff, doctors, all got training with time for PPE kit donning and doffing, and separate areas they were created for the treatment. Then how could government further help? How did government further help for with the COVID-19? Government showed a pathway how to go ahead with the medical care for COVID as well as non-COVID patients. So those with regular care services, patient with chronic diseases, patient with already had some diseases, they were supposed to be treated at the non-COVID facilities. And the new developing disease and suspected COVID patient, they initially had to contact a helpline, and from there COVID suspicion was detected. If there was no COVID suspicion, then they were transferred to the non-COVID facilities, and if there was any, then dedicated COVID facilities were created as per their condition. So the guidelines came into picture from Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and they stratified the patient on the basis of disease severity for confirmed cases. First, there was a mild disease, then the moderate disease, and the severe disease. So, patient with mild disease, they were supposed to be capped with mild disease, with mild fever, mild upper respiratory infection. They are supposed to be kept at COVID care center. And the patient who required minimum amount of oxygen with saturation maintaining, uh, less than 94, but minimum amount of oxygen was required. They were supposed to be transferred at dedicated COVID health center. And the patient in whom the oxygen requirement further increased and they needed high oxygen support or the ventilator support, they were supposed to be transferred at dedicated COVID health hospital. Along with that, the further treatment guidelines were given, including the anticoagulation, steroids, and remdesivir, and rest of the things. Though the treatment is still under, big question whether the drugs are really benefit, but yet steroids and the anticoagulation part that was given as per the guidelines. Now, we were treating COVID-19 patients, but that doesn't mean that non-COVID patients, they all were gone. So how to distribute essential health services among non-COVID patients? So government gave the guidelines for essential health services delivery during COVID-19 for non-COVID patients. For example, to treat tuberculosis, before this, I will just, give, special thanks to the nursing staff. I mean, finally, therefore, the delivery of essential healthcare services, nursing staff played a big role. For tuberculosis, A&M, our auxiliary nurse, midwife, and ASHA workers, they were selected for dose provider and routine screening at primary healthcare facilities. For emergency services, dedicated 108 ambulance were provided for every district for the management of emergencies. For maternal and child healthcare services and antenatal services to be provided on walk-in basis, and effective follow-up of if high risk pregnancies, and linking the pregnant mothers to approved facility for delivery to be done by ASHA workers. For HIV and AIDS patient, decentralized drug dispensation, online counseling, telemedicine guidance, and the education material through social media apps were made available, along with the 3-month treatment. For chronic diseases like hypertension, diabetes, and COPD, they receive 3-month treatment from ASHA worker and, of course, the follow-up. For dialysis and cancer treatment services, uninterrupted availability of dialysis and cancer treatment were made available. For treatment of care of elderly and disabled patients, ANMs and ASHA workers, they really helped and undertook 2 visits per month during the period of outbreak. For blood disorders like blood disorder, the patient who need repeated blood transfusions, the early request was supposed to be placed for scheduled patient transfusion to avoid waiting, and dedicated non-COVID centers were created. How to distribute, how the limited resources were distributed among COVID and non-COVID patients. So what do you mean by limited resources? That hospital beds, ventilators, oxygen supplies, N95 masks, health workers, and of course the drugs. So for distribution of these limited resources, which were very important in country in a developing countries, where once initially you had only single lane. Okay, you had only single lane which everything was given to all the patient, but now you had two different lanes. One is COVID and one is non-COVID, and your resources are further divided into two parts. So here the picture of telehealth came. The telehealth really helped the patient as well as doctor for delivery of these resources. What do you mean by telehealth? It is the usage of information and communication technologies to support the delivery and management of healthcare services. It minimized the travel and reduced the physical contact, which was very important in COVID era. And concerns of patients with COVID-19, they were addressed, and trials and individuals in quarantine and recently discharged to whom they were provided care. We can understand telehealth in two common forms. One is telemedicine, which is the delivery of clinical services, and the second is remote patient monitoring, which is the usage of electronic devices to report, collect, transmit, and evaluate patient health data outside the healthcare settings. So, how did telehealth help in the COVID era for the delivery of this healthcare services? What were the benefits for the patients? Of course, it was low cost. Patient was sitting at home, keeping stay home, stay safe, low cost, not going outside the home. Very important. Improve access to the care, preventive care. I mean, you not only you have any problem, you talk to your doctor, but also whenever you had any confusion, you how to prevent the problems, how to prevent the COVID. All those things can be discussed with your doctor. Convenience. You are sitting at home. It's very convenient. Slowing the spread of infection, not going out of the infection. That was the message. Stay home, stay safe. Forward triaging. So, what do you mean by forward triaging? Forward triaging is like a patient is at home. He called to the hospital. Hospital is analyzing his condition on this telephone basis, on by means of online apps or something, and then further planning. I mean, before coming to the hospital is planning where to shift the patient directly, so that the contact can be the contact with
Sorry to
other
interrupt
patients.
you, sir, but the time is running out. Can you please conclude the session?
Yes, I'll just finish. So
Thank you.
it is triaging the patient early. So that help the patient as well as the hospital as well as the healthcare facilities a lot. What were the benefits to the healthcare providers with this telehealth? It reduced expenses, less exposure to infection illness, patient satisfaction, treating non-COVID conditions effectively, screening the patient of mild COVID symptoms, and of course the treatment of post-COVID patients. Now much awaited thing, the vaccine which has come, and the government has already has plans for this for the preparation of this vaccination drive. They have prepared some cold chain points, coolers, refrigerators, number of preparation have been done, and all necessary resources for vaccination have been delivered to states. Training modules are finalized for all the officers, for ASHA workers. Physical trainings are being done, and the national state training for trainers workshops are completed. Even the adverse effect following immunization management center have also been planned. But the role of nurses in all these planning is very important, and we are really grateful to our nurses. That I mean, I just salute our nurses to fight against this COVID-19. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Bhargava, thank you for giving us the most required information that is important during this COVID 19 and making us so much aware on the COVID 19 vaccine preparation. I'm sure it is a real beneficial talk to all of us during this pandemic situation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Now, moving ahead with our next invited talk, we have Miss Radhika Bayani. I feel glad to introduce her. Miss Radhika Bayani is a research scholar in Japan Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, Japan. Ms. Radhika's research interest is in virtual reality, Alzheimer's disease, aptamer, in vitro, and in silico selection. Her topic for today's talk is virtual reality for virus X. Please welcome Ms. Radhika Bayani.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for your kind introduction. And it's a very chilly day here, and I'm sitting in my lab. So I will be talking about the virtual reality for virus X. So yeah, I'll share my screen. So, today we have all entered a virtual world. Things and events around us are getting virtual, and we all are also right now virtually connected to each other. We all must have also felt it that after the emergence of new coronavirus, we have all entered way deeper into this virtually real world. And I think thanks to Corona, because it is because of it that it has helped us to evolve faster. Well, this is the new normal, and this is also today's theme. So, we must be prepared to face any smart virus X, just like the SARS-CoV-2 that may appear anytime and anywhere from now. And we actually never know how many more pandemics may knock our doors in the near future. So, what we need to do is to accept this new normal, but not let it dominate our lives. So, what I wish to highlight is how should we prepare ourselves before we meet any virus X? So, I have this idea that when everything around us is getting more emphasis on becoming virtual and can take place just by a click on the computers, just like the Google search engine, that can instantly give us any piece of information by a click on the computer. So why cannot maybe like why cannot we get any solution for the virus X just with the help of computers? In fact, till now, we have suffered from many virus diseases like the influenza and the COVID 19, and finding a solution using the wetware technologies, which I mean is using the conventional laboratory methods, is typically requiring a time period of years. And this time can single handedly play a pivotal role in converting a virus into endemic and then soon into a pandemic. So we should not just simply sit and wait for the virus X. So just imagine one fine day you come to know of a certain virus that is appearing in some corner of the world, and you are ready to come up with a solution for it maybe in just a few days. So this is what exactly I'm working on. My I'm trying to utilize the power of AI, which is artificial intelligence, IoT, Internet of Things, and supercomputers to establish a dry system and identify a super smart solution to control the smart virus X. Here, we are specifically interested in biomedicinal compounds which are made up of DNA, RNA, or peptides and are called as aptamers and can be used as antivirus agents. At present, aptamers are screened in a wet laboratory from a pool of millions of billions of candidates, and then a hit molecule is evaluated for its specificity, selectivity, and function to control the targeted protein of virus. Typically, a wet laboratory takes years of time in doing this, and I have also been working from 2 years to find an aptamer molecule in my wet laboratory for the Alzheimer's disease. Now, the goal is to transform this time period from years to days by a cooperative integration of knowledge between the wet and the dry laboratory. We can use the power of the virtual real solution to perform the aptamer screening in computers for virus X. So, what we can do is, based on the molecular information that we acquire in the lab, we can develop a database, and then this can be processed to simulate the possible interactions with virus X. So, once you know the binding details, like where exactly is the aptamer binding to the target and how many building blocks are involved in the interaction, we can then optimize a hit candidate virtually using the power of directed evolution to convert the hit candidate into a fit candidate for the virus X. So this will gradually help you to build a virtual platform to conduct the dry experiments independently, instantly, anywhere, and anytime. And also to utilize the power of computers to smartly find a solution for virus X. Or maybe in other words, I can say what we do in labs, what we are doing in labs today can be maybe done by computers in the coming years. So I strongly believe that predicting the future can be just next to the click of artificial intelligence. And I believe we all have already made our way into entering into this virtual world. And now let's enter more deeper. So with this, I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the informative talk. Thank you. And thanks a lot for the informative talk regarding your research on virtual reality for Virus X. You are truly a role model for many of the youngsters. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I feel really proud to say this that more than 1,000 viewers are watching this conference live through Facebook and YouTube. With this, let me take this opportunity to introduce achievements of Biani Group of Colleges. In Biani Group of Colleges, we have study-based material website gurukpo.com, its app Guru KPO Plus, and its newspaper Biani Times, founded by Professor Sanjay Biani. GuruKPO.com comprises of study material and educational videos that are available free of cost from class 10th to university level. Guru KPO Plus is an e-learning app. The app offers comprehensive learning programs related to commerce, science, IT, humanities, law, fashion, nursing, etc., along with training in soft skills. This app also offers free live classes by the best educators. Biani Group of Colleges is also providing facilities for overall development. We have Biani TV and community radio station Radio Selfie 90.8 FM to nurture the students. The institution is also publishing Biani Times newspaper every month. Biani TV has its own features with many documentaries, series of Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Sanjay Ki Nazar Se, and The Counselor Show. Now we are moving towards our next technical session, that is Industry Academia collaboration between India and Japan. We have Dr. M. Gupta, Dr. Shekhar Verma, Dr. Sudhir Vyas, Dr. Fumiko Yokota, and Mr. Jonia Harada as our invited speakers on this session. Let's start this session by introducing Dr. M. Gupta. Dr. Gupta is presently working as Associate Professor in Pharmaceutics and Chairman of Assessment Committee of School of Pharmacy, Faculty of Medical Sciences, the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine, Trinidad and Tobago. Topic for Dr. M. Gupta is a synchronous assessment technique to fulfill the learning outcomes of health sciences course and fill gap between industry and academia.
Good morning, friends. I'm Dr. M. Gupta from School of Pharmacy, Faculty of Medical Science, Tobago. I would like to welcome in my lecture. First, I would like to thank Biani Colleges of Jaipur, entire management of Biani College, the convener of this conference, Dr. Kumawat, and as well as a special thank to Mr. Charanjit Singh, who is in charge of the School of Pharmacy and Biani College. So friends, I will discuss about how we can assess the students in this pandemic conditions, and based on that how we can fulfill the gap between the industry academia and how we can attain the learning outcomes. So everybody know in the present COVID-19 conditions, everything of teaching and learning of assessment, traditional methods has been changed. The reason is we cannot invite, we cannot call, a student cannot come in the physical classroom space. That is a traditional classroom, traditional teaching method. And because of that now, throughout the globe, almost everywhere, teaching institution has shifted their mode of teaching and learning assessment through the online platform. Like I'm giving a lecture to the online mode. Why? Because they cannot invite a student in a physical classroom. But what is a big challenge for this? How we can assess the student in an asynchronous mode? You can teach a student theoretical concept. What about the practical aspect? How you can assess the student or the laboratory exam and clinical examination in a health sciences courses, like for a pharmacy, how you can assess the student product, whether the product is good or not. You can teach them online, but how you will assess their product? Maybe they are going to prepare emulsion, suspension, or tablet. How you will assess? This is a big challenge. So what is the meaning of the assessment basically? Every time we talk about the assessment, even a student know, even as well as the teacher is very well known about assessment is an integral aspect of the teaching and learning. Definitely after completion course, student had to sit in the examination. Why? Because the teacher want to assess them whether they attain the learning outcome of the course or not. So this is the cumulative activity, teaching to the assessment. Another thing is assessment act as a catalyst. Based on the performance of assessment, student can self-evaluate where is a weak point, how he or she can improve his and her performance in the future. For example, in year one, a student got maybe 60% marks, so they can realize where is the problem, where is the weakness, and even teacher can advise them. So this is also act as a catalyst. Another important part of assessment is it must be valid, must be reliable, cost effective, acceptable, impactful. If all these parameters is going to fulfill in assessment, you can say, okay, go ahead. That is a good assessment method. What is a big difference between the synchronous and asynchronous assessment method? Synchronous assessment means like before the COVID-19, we used to invite a student and there's an exam center and the student is giving the exam in a time-bounded manner. So synchronous means the real time bounded, like a 3-hour exam paper. But asynchronous is a flexible time. You are setting the exam paper like a today 17th of December. You are setting the exam paper, due date is a 19th December. They can submit within a 48 hours. Another benefit, or you can say what is the difference between, is a less time available for the student in a synchronous, maybe 3 hours and 2 hours, 1 hour. But in case of asynchronous, they are having a more time. They can respond within a 48 hours, maybe 24 hours, maybe 72 hours as per the exam paper setting. Exam at one locations, like at one particular exam center or exam particular college. But in case of asynchronous exam, student can attend the exam paper whether sitting in the India or maybe UK or US and Japan, anywhere. They can open the university portal, access the exam paper, submit the exam paper. So during COVID-19, social distancing has become a new normal. It's a new normal now. And it is difficult to conduct the synchronous exam face to face. We cannot invite a student in a physical classroom. Then what is the solution? Then solution is a asynchronous mode of assessment. Definitely, if you want to invite a student this time in a physical classroom, definitely you have to provide a more space. That is a complex process that require a significant infrastructure development and investment. So that is not possible right now and immediately. So then what is the solution? The solution is that you can conduct the exam in an asynchronous environment. Definitely, this asynchronous environment is having the benefit and challenges. What are the benefit? From the student point of view, they can assess the exam paper anywhere. They can submit exam paper in a more time. So definitely flexibility for the students. For the as a teacher, you can prepare exam paper that is open-ended questions for more critical thinking. You should not give the exam paper directly, like for example, as a pharmacy person, no need to ask them what are the different method tablet. Just ask them as a pharmacist, as a pharmaceutical scientist, how you will prepare a liquid dosage form for the 15-year-old patient. So student has to think about the particular preparation. Definitely, student will give the answer based on the theoretical knowledge, but you can evaluate the critical thinking power of the student. And you have to prepare a question paper with the proper difficulty that is based on the item analysis. On what is item analysis, then I'll discuss you and I'll let you know in the next slides. But what are the challenges for the asynchronous assessment? First in challenges is you can say, okay, student can make the copy for the other student. There's chance of the plagiarism. They can access all the information from the Google or anywhere. No, you have to prepare exam paper with the proper difficulty. Another big challenge is information technology. You cannot say every student in a class is having the proper system, computer, proper internet, high speed internet, software. No, there is a big challenge. You have to think about this one. So this is another challenge. So how you can develop the asynchronous assessment method or asynchronous assessment techniques and tool? This is not a simple step. There's a lot of steps are available, is required. First is the planning. You have to plan as per your learning outcome, what you want to assess the student. Whether you want to assess the student knowledge or the skill and competency or attitude, then you have to design and develop. Then you have to analyze your exam paper, that is an item analysis. In next slide, I'll let you know. And based on the item analysis, you have to implement. But listen, you have to implement on the pilot plant scale up, not a final scale up. Means like you want to prepare exam paper for the final exam. First, implement your exam paper that same, not same type of question, but pattern is the same in your midterm exam or in an internal exam. If everything is okay, then you can implement. That is we call it evaluation, and then you can again implement for the final examination. So now see, this is the one of the picture actually. That is an important part of this presentation. Every time industry people used to talk that they are saying, okay, students are having the knowledge, but they are not having a good quality, means they are not having a good skills. They are not having attitude to do the work. How we can fulfill as an academia, what we can do and what the regulatory authorities and government can do. Yes, you can see in this picture, there's a double arrow between the academia and industry. Whenever any course is going to design, we have to also include the industry as a stakeholders. If you want our student after completion of course is robust and good, then definitely we had to provide up to date knowledge as per the global need. Otherwise they will not be sustained in the global market. And this is the big challenge. This is a big gap. We are designing the course and giving the course to student. After completion of course, we are asking the student, they don't know, or sometimes they are lacking the skills. Why? Because they are not learning actually other than knowledge and skill and attitude. So whenever we are going to design a course, maybe regulatory authorities, they have to include the industry as a stakeholder and ask the industry what type of skill you want. For example, in the health sciences, like in pharmaceutical sciences, we are teaching the tablet, but whether we are teaching the new technology of tablet? No. Even some of the course, some of the topic we are teaching them, some of the outdated drugs. So up to date knowledge, actually the day to day what is going to happening in the world, we have to incorporate in the courses. So based on the feedback of the industry, academia, people should incorporate all these feedback, and then design the course based on the, or you can say design the course that they can give the feedback to the regulatory authority, like for example Pharmacy Council of India, or Government of India, AST, whatever. Now again, on the base, when the course is designed, we have to decide, we have to design the learning outcome. And learning outcome you cannot design and decide abruptly. No, there are three important components of any course or any subject or any component. That is a knowledge, skill, and attitude. You will see in your subject or in your chapters or in your contents, some of the content is providing knowledge, but some of the content they are providing the skill and attitude. For example, we are teaching the pharmaceutical tablet or capsule or injection or emulsion or suspension. We, based on the theoretical knowledge, to know what is the meaning of emulsion and what is the meaning of suspension, what is the meaning of tablet. But we have to explain them in a laboratory, and they have to prepare by themselves so they can learn the skills. What about the attitude? In the laboratory, they will learn how to work in a team. As a pharmacist, they have to learn, they have to sit in pharmacy, how to deal with the patients. That is attitude. So perfect pharmacist or perfect healthcare professional is that person should have the knowledge, skill, and attitude. If the person is getting all, then you can say perfect professional. So learning outcome should be designed on this. So the validation assessment method should be done on the trial basis. As I told earlier, you cannot implement abruptly. No, first you have to do this one or trial basis. If it is okay, then you can approve for the final implementation. And evaluation should be conducted based on the item analysis. What is item analysis? The item analysis, for example, your exam paper is having the multiple choice questions. If any of the question is attempted correctly by all the students, means the question is very poor question. Why? If everybody is going to attempt, then how you will differentiate among the excellent, good, and poor student? Same thing, if any question is not attempted correctly by any of the student, again question is a poor question. How you will differentiate? So based on the item analysis, based on the statistical analysis of your question paper, you can implement for an exam. That is the item analysis. What are the different tools that you can use in present COVID-19 condition, or is in that is a new normal condition? How you can assess? That is a asynchronous assessment. You can use open-ended questions. You can use the problem-based question. You can use the virtual OSCE for the health sciences. What is OSCE? That is objective structure clinical examination. For the pharmacy, that is OSPE, objective structure pharmaceutical examination, and oral examination also. You can see here the different modalities: short answer questions, open-ended question, oral examination, script, concordance test, virtual OSCE, problem-based. You can see if like you are giving only short answer question, you can assess the student knowledge only. But if you are asking the problem-based questions, you can assess the student knowledge, student skill, student competence, and attitude. And other than, you can see criteria for the good assessment. Problem-based question is reliable, it is a valid, it is a cost-effective, and having the educational impact as well as acceptability. So present condition, you can implement this one. So in conclusion, what I would like to say, that in present new normal condition, face-to-face interaction with a student in a physical classroom is not possible. Or if you're inviting, is need a big investment. So in interim, what you can do to evaluate a student, we can use a asynchronous environment assessment by using the different tools and techniques. Thank you all for giving me opportunity to discuss with you all. Thank you so much. If you have any question, you can ask me, you can send me.
Thank you so much, sir, for the informational session regarding your research on asynchronous techniques and its assessment, its development. Thank you. Now, with immense pleasure, I would like to invite Dr. Fumihiko Yokota with us. Dr. Yokota is a lecturer in Kyushu University Institute of Decision Science for Sustainable Society. Dr. Yokota title of talk is Results from Portable Health Clinic at Saras and Lotus Dairy. Please welcome Dr. Fumihiko Yokota.
Thank you very much. My name is Fumihiko Yokota. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, thank you very much. Nice to meeting you. And first, I would like to thank Dr. Manish Biani, who invited me for this online BICONs 2020. And I also want to thank Chairman and Dr. Sanjay Biani and Neha-san and all my friends in Biani group of college. I would like to present about results from portable health clinic project we are collaborating with. We conducted at the Salas Daily and Lotus Daily in 2018 to 2020. So I'd like to specifically talk about the body measurement indicator, how it's associated with the hypertension in Saras Daily, Lotus Daily factory workers. Okay, thank you very much. I will present in 10 to 15 minutes. First, thanks to your collaboration with Kyushu University, I have visited 14 times in Jaipur since 2016, and I was planning to visit this year as well, but unfortunately, due to the situation, I was not able to visit. But hopefully, I hope to be able to visit next year, and as soon as situation improves. And my prayer for all people in Biani College, Jaipur, who are suffering from COVID-19. And I really pray for the improvement and the situation recovers, and we can jointly collaborate again on the field level. So as many of you knows, our joint collaborative project is called the Portable Health Clinic. And the coordinator for this project on the local level, in the community level, is Dr. Rashuri Nagar. I would like to acknowledge her leadership and her effort to lead all the team members, and Dr. Manish Biani as well, for the strong and kind leadership to continue this project. And this portable health clinic is a remote healthcare, health checkup service and online telemedicine service who can make it possible remote accessing remote rural area. And this portable health clinic can measure more than 12 items: height, weight, hip, waist, body temperature, blood oxygen, which is important for COVID-19, and blood pressure, blood glucose, important for the non-communicable disease such as diabetes and hypertension, and others. And I would like to show the video to introduce our this portable health clinic. So please just wait a moment. I would like to share screen. Okay. Can anybody see this website? This is a portable health clinic website. And this website is showing.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, so this is a portable health clinic website, and this is translated in 9 different languages, including Hindi. And this, I would like to show a video about portable health clinic in the Hindi language. Please, I hope you can hear.
Yes, sir, it's audible.
Okay. So I hope, please let me know if you can hear the.
As a land of 57,000 square miles of Bangladesh, with more than 160 million
This
population,
portable health clinic was
suffering
developed
from
in
various health
Bangladesh,
problems.
originally
Because of
Bangladesh, but
geographical
we are
location,
conducting in a
low
different
and
country.
financial crisis, the problems become acute. Lack of consciousness, late diagnosis, and inadequate medical facilities are making disease incurable for patients. In Bangladesh, we have only 5.8 doctors for every 10,000 people, whereas the minimum requirement is 12 doctors. Due to the absence of qualified doctors in rural areas, patients often take unsafe medical service, and this makes the situation more complicated. On the other hand, people cannot afford good medical care from urban hospitals because of financial problems. To overcome the doctor shortage and inadequate medical facilities in the rural areas, Portable Health Clinic (BHC) is a revolutionary invention. This is a joint initiative of Kyushu University, Japan, and Grameen Communications, Bangladesh, to ensure the universal health coverage (UHC). This will bring the healthcare service to the doorsteps of the unreached communities of the developing countries in an affordable and sustainable way. And yes, it's a smart portable box like a briefcase, which is directly connected to a server system and remote doctors in call center. BHC enables physical checkup using automated medical equipment and transfer the vital data directly to the call center doctors for their reference. To take BHC service, one should register online first. The registration is verified by a barcode. BHC measures BMI, blood pressure, body temperature, diabetes, hemoglobin, urine tests, etc. Based on the test results, BSc triage system classifies subjects in 4 categories: green, yellow, orange, and red. Green. If the test result is green, it means the subject is healthy and safe. Yellow means one or more results of the test are not good but not in danger. Orange indicates the subject is in risky condition who needs doctor's consultancy. Red indicates that the subject is a serious patient and should see doctor immediately. Orange and red category subjects are to be connected with a call center doctors through video conference. Doctors verify the problems and symptoms and deliver the required medical consultancy with prescription.
Um, Sorry, it will. This is a longer version. There's a shorter version. This is only 2 minutes. So sorry, I would like to show this one. Maybe just 1 minute more. It will.
Subjects are to be connected with a call center doctors through video conference. BFC has been primarily developed for providing basic healthcare services, with a special focus on non-communicable diseases (NCDs), what is the main cause of deaths. However, there are many patients who need other types of secondary or tertiary level of treatment. To address these demands, BSc has gradually added new modules like telepathology, tele-eye care, and maternal and child health care. Recently,
So we recently added the component for the COVID-19. So I would like to discuss this later.
COVID-19 module has been added to tackle this pandemic. Bangladesh BSc has been replicated in many developing countries including Cambodia, India, Indonesia, Liberia, Malaysia, Pakistan, and Thailand. The global healthcare team of Kyushu University has been continuously working with the partners in other countries for further development and expansion of the SC system with the mission of fulfillment of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs.
Okay, thank you very much for listening. So I hope you a little bit understand about our portable health system. So if you can imagine this portable health box in your house, and you can check your temperature, body temperatures, your blood pressures, your blood oxygen levels, and other devices such as uh, eye check and your lung capacity check and your hearing check and your ultrasound check. And this is a device, a virtual reality machine, which can diagnose the depression based on your eye movement or facial movement and your brain nerves, and you can treat by depression can be treated by the virtual reality image. And so we can customize this PHC system to suitable for the community in India and in the COVID-19 situations. So we are thinking that each household will have this box and self check. And if you find any issues, then you don't have to go to the hospital or clinic physically. You can just call them by a mobile phone or tablet. That's what we are trying to start this new PHC project. Okay, so however, before the COVID-19, we implemented in a phase. So this is what we did at the Salas Daily. So this is the PHC team. So the issue now is obesity in India. This graph shows the difference of the obesity level. In upper is urban, and then the below is rural. And as you can see, the obesity and overweight showing the red color or orange color is much higher in urban area than rural area. And from 1999 to 2014, the obesity is increasing in India, partially due to the food habit. So our research is looking at how this body shape, body mass index, or waist to hip ratio, or waist to height ratio, or waist circumference will associate it with diabetes or hypertension. But which one is most associated with? So this is a result from the Lotus Daily. In the Lotus Daily, the BMI more than 25 considered as overweight or obesity was 31% among the 161 Lotus employees. So one out of three is obese based on the BMI, and the BMI is 30 is 2.5%. And waist circumference, more than 90 centimeter was 46%. And waist for height ratio and the waist for hip ratio, there are high 67% were considered as obese according to the waist to for hip ratio. So what we are trying to analyze this data is BMI, waist to height ratio, and waist to hip ratio, and simply the waist circumference. Which indicator is the most significantly associated with hypertension after adjusting for age and sex and site, the rural and the urban difference. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
Arigato gozaimasu, sensei. Thank you, Dr. Fumiko Yokyota, for enlightening us on portable health clinic and its benefits. Now, I'm glad to introduce our next invited speaker, Dr. Sudhir Vyas. Dr. Vyas worked as a SR in cardiology and medicine. Currently, Dr. Vyas is a CEO of Criticonics Outsourcing ICU, HDU, ER of hospitals and medical colleges. Dr. Vyas is among us with his session on New Era of Business in Post COVID 19. Welcome, Dr. Vyas.
Namaste ji. My name is Dr. Sudhir Vyas. I am the CEO of Criticonics Khandaka Hospital now, a multi-super specialty. A new era in post-COVID-19 pandemic टाइमिंग के बाद में जो भी एक न्यू एरा बिजनेस का आएगा वो एक सिंपल कॉन्सेप्ट पे है जिसे पिछले 6 महीने से हम लोग फॉलो कर रहे हैं नॉट ओनली मेडिकल्स नॉट ओनली हॉस्पिटल्स इवन टेक्नो सेवी एंड जनरल पब्लिक भी एंड दिस इज वर्क फ्रॉम होम very soon our Criticonics is going to launch an application after unfortunate demises of my younger brother, Dr. Manish Vyas, post-COVID syndrome, 24th of November. We decided to launch an application, just like a post-COVID era के बाद भी जो new business era आएगा उसके लिए work from home, digital revolution के रूप में रहेगा सब कुछ जिसमें मोबाइल एप्लीकेशंस रहेंगे कंप्यूटर एप्लीकेशंस रहेंगे सोशल मीडिया से लेके इंटरनेट मार्केटिंग और बेसिक वर्चुअल हॉस्पिटल असिस्टेंट के रूप में हम लोग उसे लॉन्च करेंगे द ऐप नेम इज मनीष व्यास तो ऐप नेम भी मनीष के नाम से रहेगा ताकि सिंपली सारे लोग उसे सोच सकें वर्क फ्रॉम होम वन पॉसिबल फॉर ए डॉक्टर ही कैन वर्क फ्रॉम होम one possible for a hospital industry or any other industry that they can work from home only. Even a teaching, because there are no practical from work from home. Even in a business, any type of shopkeeping or magazine keeping, they can't work from home. Just like in the hospital and clinics, they can't work from home. Because these works are not a computer job basically. That's why work from home concept can be failure. न्यू एरा जो बिजनेस का पोस्ट कोविड 19 पैंडेमिक के बाद रहेगा वो डिजिटल होगा ज्यादातर ताकि सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग कंटामिनेशन सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग रखते हुए कंटामिनेशन से बचा जा सके इन्फेक्शन से बचा जा सके क्योंकि पोस्ट कोविड के साथ साथ अभी कई और नई बीमारियां आने की संभावना भी है वी हैव टू फेस न्यू डिजीजेज आल्सो तो वर्चुअल हॉस्पिटल कॉन्सेप्ट मैं प्रीवियसली वो डॉक्टर जो जापान से थे योकोतो जी उनका प्रेजेंटेशन देख रहा था उस प्रेजेंटेशन के अंदर सबसे अच्छी बात उनका पीएससी कॉन्सेप्ट लगा जिसे हमारे यहाँ पब्लिक हेल्थ केयर कॉन्सेप्ट भी कहा जा सकता है कि एक बॉक्स के अंदर उनके डिजिटली सारी चीजें कंडक्ट हैं जैसे एक बॉक्स से वो टेम्परेचर से लेके जस्ट लाइक दीज मशीन लंग फंक्शन टेस्ट से लेके सारी चीजें परफॉर्म कर सकते हैं जिनमें एक ग्लूकोमीटर हो एक थर्मामीटर हो आपके दूसरे इक्विपमेंट्स हों वर्चुअली साइकेट्री कंसल्टेशन उसमें और साइकेट्री काउंसलिंग उसमें पॉसिबल है तो this is a box clinic also digital तो न्यू बिजनेस एरा जो आपका रहेगा पोस्ट कोविड-19, अब मान के चले वो डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म पे मोर देन 50% रहने वाला है, तो उससे सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग मेंटेन होगा। कर लो दुनिया मुट्ठी में के रूप में हर एक के पास में मोबाइल है, वो चाहे एंड्रॉयड बेसिस हो, चाहे वो आईफोन का एप्पल बेसिस हो। इन दो प्लेटफॉर्म को छोड़ के तीसरा प्लेटफॉर्म सिर्फ नेट के ब्राउजर का रहता है। तो हर आदमी के पास कंप्यूटर या लैपटॉप होना जरूरी नहीं है, लेकिन सबके पास में इंटरनेट 4G वाला मोबाइल जरूर है। आज बच्चों के हाथ में भी मोबाइल है, चाहे वो 3rd क्लास में है चाहे 5th क्लास में है, उनकी क्लासेस उस मोबाइल से, उन एप्लीकेशन से चल रही है। एक टाइमिंग था जब कुछ कोविड-19 से पहले कह लें, जब सबसे ज्यादा इंजीनियर बनाने वाला हमारा कंट्री इंजीनियर्स को काम नहीं दे पा रहा था। आज वर्क फ्रॉम होम के जरिए कंप्यूटर डिप्लोमा किया हुआ या कंप्यूटर सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियरिंग या हार्डवेयर इंजीनियरिंग करा हुआ बंदा घर से काम कर सकता है। कुछ डॉक्टर्स हमारे भी रहते थे जो क्लिनिक्स पे रन करते थे, तो वहाँ 5 से 10 पेशेंट का ओपीडी उनका रहता था आसपास का। तो कोविड एरा में उनका ओपीडी रिड्यूस हो गया, ओपीडी बंद भी करनी पड़ी, 4 महीने का लॉकडाउन पीरियड रहा। बहुत कुछ हॉस्पिटल्स और डॉक्टर्स ने भी फेस किया है हेल्थ केयर इंडस्ट्री में, स्पेशली आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट हेल्थ केयर इंडस्ट्री। इंडिया की सबसे बड़ी इंडस्ट्री है हेल्थ केयर इंडस्ट्री। एजुकेशन इंडस्ट्री से बड़ी इंडस्ट्री है, क्योंकि 3 चीज ह्यूमन बीइंग की कभी भी खत्म नहीं होगी डिमांड के रूप में। फर्स्ट एजुकेशन, सेकंड हेल्थ, थर्ड फूड। ये 3 इंडस्ट्रीज कभी भी खत्म नहीं हो सकती। ये इंप्रूव होंगी, ये हिल सकती हैं, लेकिन खत्म कभी नहीं हो सकती। यही 3 इंडस्ट्री ऐसी हैं जो आज की डेट में डिजिटल बेसिस ज्यादा होती जा रही है डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म पे। फूड आप देख लीजिए, जोमैटो से लेके स्विगी, उबर वगैरह कई तरह के प्लेटफॉर्म से जो आपको फूड डिलीवरी देते हैं जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ योर चॉइस, बिकॉज द रेस्टोरेंट इन योर हैंड बाय द मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन with different language variants। चाहे वो डोमिनोज हो, चाहे कोई छोटा मोटा रेस्टोरेंट, आपकी गूगल लोकेशन से आपके आसपास के 20-30 रेस्टोरेंट फटाफट ढूंढ के दे देता है, रेट कंपेयर आप कर सकते हैं। आज हमारी हेल्थ केयर इंडस्ट्री के अंदर ये चीज क्लेरिफाई नहीं होती है कि आज एक अपेंडिक्स का ऑपरेशन कराने के लिए अगर कोई कहीं जाता है तो उसे मैं जयपुर का रहने वाला हूं तो मैं जयपुर की बात करता हूँ, बात हम इंडिया की भी कर सकते हैं कि वो किस हॉस्पिटल में जाए जहाँ उसे इकोनॉमी ट्रीटमेंट पैकेज में मिले। किसी हॉस्पिटल में 15,000 का लेप्रोस्कोपी अपेंडिक्स होगा, किसी में 20,000 का होगा, किसी में 50,000 का भी हो सकता है। इफ देयर इज अ ब्रांडेड हॉस्पिटल लाइक, नाम नहीं लूंगा, लग्जरी ब्रांडेड के रेट्स अपने अपने लग्जरी एंड ब्रांड के हिसाब से, लेकिन बंदे को चाहिए इकोनॉमी, तो वो विंडो शॉपिंग हॉस्पिटल दर हॉस्पिटल एंड सर्जन दर सर्जन विंडो शॉपिंग नहीं कर सकता। तो हियर दे आर कि एक वर्चुअल हॉस्पिटल असिस्टेंट उसके हाथ में हो जो उसके एरिया प्लस सिटी के अंदर हॉस्पिटल्स को बता दे कि विच हॉस्पिटल इज इकोनॉमिक एंड what rates they are providing for general ward to ICU, minor procedure to major procedure। सेम इन एजुकेशन, क्लासेस ऑनलाइन है, एग्जाम्स ऑनलाइन है, हर एक स्कूल का अपना ऐप भी बनता जा रहा है। अदरवाइज एक जनरल ऐप के ऊपर बच्चों की क्लासेस हो रही हैं टीचर्स के साथ में। ये न्यू एरा है। कोविड-19 ने हमें एक डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म को प्रमोट करने का मौका दिया है, जिसमें से बाजार, देखिए किसानों वाला मुद्दा चल ही रहा है। किसानों को एक किसान ऐप के रूप में मोदी सरकार ने एक प्लेटफॉर्म दिया है कि वो अपने मंडी में अगर नहीं बेच सकता है अनाज, तो पूरे देश के किसी भी राज्य में जहां उसे वो अपने अनाज की अच्छी कीमत मिलती है वहां बेच सकता है। बट फिर भी प्रोटेस्ट है, हमारे पास टाइम ज्यादा होता है काम करने के लिए कम, प्रोटेस्ट के लिए ज्यादा और दूसरी चीजों के लिए ज्यादा। बस बिजनेस जो अब आगे बढ़ेगा किसी भी चीज में, चाहे वो लैब हो, एक डायग्नोस्टिक लैब, वो भी अपने आप को प्लेटफॉर्म पे नहीं लाएगी तब तक लोग उस लैब के बारे में नहीं जानेंगे। तो लोगों को बिचौलिए रखने पड़ेंगे, मीडिएटर। ढकी छुपी बात नहीं है, खुली बात है। हमारे हर हॉस्पिटल, इंडिया का एक छोटा सा हॉस्पिटल भी है, वो डॉक्टर के बिना चल सकता ऑन कॉल, बट पीआरओ के बगैर नहीं चलता। तो पीआरओ इन योर हैंड, वही डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म। डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म अगर एक पीआरओ की सर्विस को रिमूव करवाता है, एक बिचौलिए मीडिएटर की, जो पेशेंट के बिल को अपने कमीशन के लिए बढ़वा रहा है, उसकी जगह डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म एक पीआरओ की जगह कम से कम 20 आदमियों को काम देता है, कॉल सेंटर से लेके सर्वर रूम से लेके अपडेशन वगैरह हर चीज में। एक पीआरओ अपनी प्रोसेस से अगर जाता है तो 20 आदमी उसकी जगह पे आ रखते हैं। काम जिस तरह से बढ़ेगा डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म पे, उसी तरह से बाजार से बिचौलिए साफ होते हैं। जब बाजार से बिचौलिया साफ होता है तो माल की कीमत पूरी की पूरी मिलती है दुकानदार, और बिचौलिए के कमीशन के रूप में जो दुकानदार को देना था वो किसी को नहीं देना, इसलिए खरीदार को वो माल कम में पड़ता है। ये बिजनेस का न्यू एरा आप कह सकते हैं, जो हमारे समक्ष खड़ा है, हमारे सामने खड़ा है। हमें उसे पकड़कर इम्प्रोवाइज करने की जरूरत है। वी हैव टू इम्प्रोवाइज द न्यू सिस्टम, वो डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म। हमें सबको अपने हॉल में, अपने ऑफिस में, अपने वर्क प्लेस पे बिठाने की जरूरत नहीं है, अब भीड़ करने की जरूरत नहीं है। बिकॉज इन माई ओपिनियन 2022 तक कोरोना का ये कोविड-19 वायरस हमारा पीछा शायद ही छोड़ेगा। एवरीवन नोज कि वैक्सीन इज कमिंग। वैक्सीन एक बिजनेस है, लेकिन उसे डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म पे ज्यादा प्रचार मिल रहा है। हाल फिलहाल आई नहीं है। रेट्स, फैंडिंग, ये सारी डिजिटली है। तो वैक्सीन किस प्लेटफॉर्म पे आएगी, कि माइटोकॉन्ड्रियल आरएनए प्लेटफॉर्म, एमआरएनए प्लेटफॉर्म पे, या आपके एडेनोवायरस प्लेटफॉर्म पे रशियन वैक्सीन की तरह, अभी तक किसी को पता नहीं है। कोल्ड चेन की हम बातें सुनते हैं, वो लोग उस कोल्ड चेन की बातें कर रहे हैं जिन्हें उस कोल्ड चेन की एबीसीडी नहीं पता है, जहां -20 से -80 डिग्री का टेम्परेचर मेंटेन किया जाएगा। तो कोविड-19 हमारा पीछा अभी नहीं छोड़ने वाला है, जस्ट इन माय ओपिनियन। तो बिजनेस का नया एरा आपका डिजिटल होगा, वर्चुअल होगा। आज जो हॉस्पिटल्स, पीआरओ से लेके हर चीज में, इंस्टीट्यूशंस, आपके शॉपिंग, ये सारा जो अभी तक पीआरओज और मार्केटिंग एंड सेल्स रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स के द्वारा चल रहा था, ये बहुत जल्दी डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म पे कन्वर्ट होने वाला है। मुझे अच्छी तरह से याद है, कोविड-19 से जस्ट पहले बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट का फैसला था कि डॉक्टर ने अपने सर दर्द के मरीज को व्हाट्सएप पे और फोन पे दवा बताई। मरीज को फायदा नहीं हुआ, दवा ने शायद कोई रिएक्शन किया हो। कंज्यूमर कोर्ट से केस गया, कंज्यूमर कोर्ट से वो आगे गया हाई कोर्ट तक, और डॉक्टर के खिलाफ 20 लाख रुपए का जुर्माना लगाया गया। ऑनलाइन कंसल्टेशन बिना मरीज को देखे गैर कानूनी है। आज कोविड-19 आते ही वो चीज बदल जाती है। अब फ्री में ऑनलाइन कंसल्टेशंस देने वाले ऐप मौजूद है। तो डिजिटल के लिए तैयार होइए। हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम डिजिटल होने जा रहा है। वेरी सुन वी हैव टू सी इट एंड वी विल सी इट। थैंक्स। जय वंदे मातरम।
Thank you very much, Dr. Vyas, for sharing your research findings and making us aware on increase of digital and virtual platform. Now, with immense pleasure, I would like to invite our new speaker, Dr. Shekhar Verma. Dr. Shekhar Verma is working as a professor and principal at Pandit Dindayal Upadhyay Memorial Health Sciences and Ayush University of Chhattisgarh, Raipur. Dr. Verma is associated with different research and funding agencies. His major research area of interest is novel drug delivery systems and neurotoxicals. Dr. Verma's topic for today's talk is creating Indian pharma a global R&D leader, opportunities and challenges. Please welcome Dr. Shekhar Verma.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, BICON. Uh, you are doing a very wonderful job. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. Really, you are doing very wonderful job during this pandemic time. You this through this virtual conference, this BICON 2020, you are creating one positive impact among the society. There are various experts in various fields, and we all are trying to share some positive thought or positive opportunities during this pandemic outbreak. And in this series, I would like to share some uh, novel opportunities and challenges regarding pharmaceutical R&D sectors. And my theme is creating Indian pharma a global R&D leader, opportunities and challenges. As we know, India is a global largest producer and supplier of the generic drug. And we have seen since last month, we have produced a lot of drug required by various countries for the preventive measurement of the coronavirus outburst. We have produced a lot of chloroquine, hydrochloroquine, and various kind of the antiviral drug, and supplied across the globe in very short span of time. And it is very fortunate for us, and we feel very honored that we are largest producer of generic drug. But when we thought about the R&D, these R&D sector are still we are trying to become a leader. We are not a leader because most of the European countries and the American countries have taken command for the all the pharmaceutical R&D. But if you want to become a global leader in economic forum, you have to be you are concerned for the both generic drug as well as the pharmaceutical R&D. So let us we have discussed some uh, information, some technical part of the R&D sectors in concerns of the basically India. Now, research and development source of economic growth. Why research and development or R&D is required? Basically, the core objective to enter into the R&D sector, not only for the pharmaceutical, but in all the field, it will create the very positive impacts for the growth of the economic of any nation. It not only just generate the revenues for the country, for the nation, but it also uh, creates confidence in how we can improve the economy of any country. There are some important factors underpinning economic growth. Uh, uh, these first three are the very traditional. That's the capital accumulation, including all new investment like land, physical equipment, and human resources. It is one of the most promising sectors which improve the economy of any country. And the second one is the growth in the population and hence eventual growth in the labor force. And the third one is technological progress. These three are the conventional sector where they influence the economic growth of very nation. But one more that is most important, I think, and we felt during this pandemic after March. The recently new growth theories have uh, stressed the importance of the innovation. And we are talking about here innovation. Many studies have investigated the extent of the contribution that innovation continues to have upon
competitiveness and the growth of farms, industries, and the national economics. And here we will discuss about how the pharmaceutical innovation, how the pharmaceutical research and development may influence the economy of the nation. So the primary objective to why these R&D is important, and we have all discussed about the now the intellectual property. Uh, Basically, these slide shows the history about uh, R&D or intellectual property right. Basically, in initial segment after the freedom in 1950s and 60s, the pharmaceutical industry in India produced only low level of active pharmaceutical ingredient. But by the 1980s, India had grown in generic pharmaceutical industry and was manufacturing more prominent APIs. And in the mid 1980s, the industry became globalized. Industry did not arrive until the mid 90s when India signed the World Trade Organization, that is TRIPS agreement. We know as it is TRIPS agreement, that is a trade related aspects of intellectual property rights. In signing that agreement, India agreed to recognize the innovator patents and enforce intellectual property rights in accordance with the WTO guidelines. As a result of signing this agreement, India began its own serious innovative research in pharmaceutical. It means after 1970, that is known as the era of the globalization, when India signed the agreement, the TRIPS agreement. Just we have entered into the R&D in pharmaceutical and R&D sectors. It is some rational about the R&Ds. Now, the requirement, how we can develop the uh, genuine research and development centers, and how we can shape R&D centers for the pharmaceutical. There are a few requirements. I wrote in a nutshell the few points, and we have worked after mid 90s to develop the R&D sectors in India, and we are trying to do best like we have done during the production of the generic drug. The requirements to proper structural and prominent research centers in the pharmaceuticals are the digitized labs to accelerate quality and compliance. GLP is key to R&D life cycle management. Adopt new R&D models to boost innovation through cooperation, a strategy worth exploring, and the R&D outsourcing can drive growth. How India are doing well in the pharma sector. In the pharma, just I will quote a few points, the outlines of this summary. It is basically concerns of the Indian R&D sectors, and these are the explored in the Indian government website also about the high export, the leading pharma producer. And the Indian pharmaceutical supplies were 50% of the global demand of various vaccines, 40% of generic demand in the United States market, and 25% of the all medicine in the UK. But here you can see the highest export we have done in financial year uh, 2019 and 20. And among the fastest growing industry, Indian pharmaceutical expected to grow at a CAGR of 15% in the near future in the medical device market. When we work for the R&D, definitely it will more improve not only the export condition, but that will also help to grow the various health care sectors. because the health case is not related only the medicine or delivery system, but is also related to their injectable devices, their surgical instrument, and many more things. Now the high potential generic market, yes, we heard it, but some robust growth in the biotech industries also. By 2024-25, India's biotech industry is estimated to increase to US dollar 100 billion, and uh, it will create a more impact for the nation of the any economic. Now, what are the advantage of India? Basically, we have a lot of advantage. If we work for the pharmaceuticals research and development, we have cost efficiency, we have economic drivers, we have increasing investment, we have policy support. These factors are our advantage, and based on these factors, we are dealing very well to produce the drug, to become a R&D leader, to working in new molecule, designing a new drug delivery system, correlated with the biotechnology, pharmacovigilance with the pharma sectors. It's very good to see that these advantages are boosting us to become a leader in the R&D sector also. Now, we have the different segments in the Indian pharmaceutical sector. Just I would like to explode in a very nutshell. We have domestic APIs market, we have contract
Thank you so much, Dr. Shekhar Verma, for an enlightening session and providing us legal aspects, policies, and advantages on Indian pharmaceuticals industry. Thank you. Now, I'm glad to introduce our next invited speaker, Mr. Jonia Harda. Mr. Harda is a senior advisor in AC Foods Incorporated Overseas Business Division, Tokyo, Japan. Mr. Harda is among us with his session on SDGC's business model formulation survey in India and possible collaboration with Biani Group of Colleges. Please welcome Mr. Harda.
Hello, everyone can hear me? Do you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting us. Today, I'd like to introduce our project in India. We have two projects in India. One is FDI, foreign direct investment, and then another project is SDGs. And then I have been talking with Biani-san, host of this wonderful session today. And we have been working how Biani College and then ISEFU can work together. So I made a slide. So I want to share the slide with you. Please, one moment. So today's my presentation is SDG Business Model Formulation Survey in India. and possible collaboration with Biani Group of College. And today's agenda, I have 4 remarks today about our company. And then second is our farming technology. And third one is our SDG approaches in India. And then last one is a collaboration with Biani Group of College. Let me start with introduction of our companies. ISEFU, we are founded in 1912 and the establishment is 1971. We have more than 100 years of histories. Our annual sales about 505 million US, 352 million US is earned in Japan, and then the other 153 million is from US. We have about 760 employees, and the production annually we make 4.3 billion eggs, and per day we have about 12 million eggs making every day. For our world ranking, we are number 5 in Japan. We can see number 1 company is the United States, it's called Carmine. And then number 4 is the company from Thailand, CP Group. Maybe they are famous, maybe most of people know that. For the domestic market share in Japan, we have about 11% of share in Japan, and we are number in Japan. And the bottom ones, for branded egg, we call it as a value-added eggs. For the domestic market, we have a 30% share. Next is our farming technology. What's the technology we have? And what's the technology we're gonna bring into India? Our system is called ISE integration system, from like feed making, parent stock, hatching chicks, raising parrots, collecting eggs, selecting, packing, and the shipments. This is a picture of our manufacturer in Ibaraki Prefecture near Tokyo. It's only 100 kilometers away from Tokyo. I create a small video, 3 minutes video, so about our technology. So I'd like to share with you today. Here is a video for 3 minutes.
Eggs by Issei Food have won incredible trust for its freshness and safety in Japan, the United States, and China. This was made possible by the world's highest food safety management standards in Japan, where people traditionally eat eggs raw. Here is where you will find superior egg production technologies and insight. We hope to take the Issei integration system established over 100 years and deliver it to the people of Asia. Now, let's introduce you to this world-class integrated management system that covers everything from feed making, breeding parent stock, and shipment. Feed is the source of life that determines how a chicken grows and how well it lays eggs. At Issei Foods, we have applied our extensive experience and know-how gained through research to create an original feed mix. We also have a check system that inspects every lot. This safe and healthy feed leads to production of safe, delicious, and nutritiously rich eggs. At Issei Foods, we believe that good egg making starts from the careful breeding of the parents of the eggs. We systematically introduce parent stock certified to be bacteria and virus-free and raised healthily in a hygienic coop to protect them from salmonella that causes food poisoning. Automatically controlled computers set the optimum temperature, humidity, and egg turning similar to a brooding hen in order to achieve efficient hatching of healthy chicks. Healthy, bacteria-free chicks are born 21 days after the egg is put into the incubator. Additionally, chicks can be produced systematically thanks to our own parent stock and brooding farm. Chicks are raised consistently from birth to 17 weeks through an Issei proprietary vaccination program to prevent diseases. Healthy pullets are raised with quality feed, clean water, and absolutely no antibiotics. The high-tech egg collection farm, featuring an ideal feeding environment controlled entirely by computers, results in greater volumes of safe and high-quality eggs. An automatic collection device collects eggs without exposing them to human hands, from where they are sent to the GP center connected directly to the farm. At the GP center, eggs are carried in from the farm on a crossbar conveyor, selected, and packed quickly while maintaining freshness through thorough temperature and hygiene control. Dirty eggs, cracked eggs, and blood spot eggs are removed automatically. Furthermore, quality is controlled meticulously through periodic inspection of the outer and inner egg. We also ensure further safety through periodic chicken blood tests, analysis of egg nutritional composition, and farm GP internal bacteria inspection at an independent inspection lab. Eggs packed at the GP center are shipped within 24 hours in a special temperature-controlled vehicle based on a strict schedule. Managing a cool chain consistently at less than 10 degrees Celsius from the GP center to the store ensures that eggs will reach customers fresh. Cool and quick is our secret to goodness. Issei Foods integrated management, spanning from feed creation, brooding, hatching, pullet raising, egg collecting, selection, packaging, to shipment, brings three major merits to our business partners. First, healthy hens are managed and kept by Issei. Chicken health is managed from the parent stock so that chickens can be kept free from antibiotics, from chick to hen. Next, eggs are traceable. Should there be any product trouble, we can track down the cause from the ID number printed on the package and confirm the package date, GP line, the coop that the egg was laid, and the brood that it came from. Finally, efficient production planning. In addition to building a sales plan that aligns with egg collection, Issei management means that there is no risk of chemicals being mixed into the feed, as has been an issue in recent years.
So this is a short summary of our Issei integration system. Let me introduce some of them. The picture we have here is the farming part, so where the chicken is in a cage. Inside of farm we have 12 million chickens in the farm, and within the farm we have 12 poultry houses. So they have a separate 12 houses in there, and each house has 100,000 chickens. So 100,000 times 12 houses, it becomes like 1 million chickens. This is our standard size of the farm in Japan and the US. And then we are thinking to bring the same size of the farm in India as well. And then this part is the packing part. We call as a GP center, grading and a packing center. Our capacity is about 1.4 million to 1.6 million eggs per day. What GP center does is, from the number, we do the wash the egg and then dry the egg and then automatic detection of dirt or cracks. And then we also use a UV sterilizer and then grading, measurement, and then printing on the egg. So we have all the traceability numbers on the eggs. And then we do the packing, and then we do the final inspection before the shipping. That's what we do for the GP center. Next, our SDG approach in India. Our contribution for the SDG goals is number 1, and then number 8, and number 12. Number 1 is, of course, no poverty. And then number 8 is a decent work and economic growth. And then goal 12 is responsible consumption and production. We studied the ratio of agriculture and GDP in India is actually decreasing. 1950s, 50% of GDP was made by agriculture, also all in the rural area. Now, between 2017 and 2018, only 15.5% of GDP made in rural areas. We are thinking for the chapter 2. India government tried to do the doubling the farmers' incomes in 2022 compared to 2015. I think our technology, production cost cutting, production efficiency, high value added value X, and then job creations. We understand that 2018 and then 2019, average egg price of 2018 was 3.62 rupees. Instead of cost is 3.83. Last year, 2019, same things happens. Average egg price was 3.66 rupees, but the cost was 4.09. So actually, retail price is lower than production cost last 2 years, 2018 and 2019. With ESS technology, we can cut the costs by providing the feed recipes, improvement of productivity, also price. We like to make the price higher. Work with a small local poultry farm, we can have a value add production by washing the eggs and then printing the eggs. Also make inspection, knows like zero salmonella or the COVID-19 free eggs. I think those are eggs, hopefully Indian consumer feel it's the add values. So we can sell higher than 3.62 rupee or 6.66 rupee in 2019. Last section is how we can collaborate with BICON group of college. Actually, 2 years ago, October 29th, 2018, Prime Minister Modi visited in Japan. And our companies, our investment plan was authorized as a first FDI project for agriculture fishery category in Japan and India investment promotion project. And Prime Minister Modi and our Prime Minister Abe back then, they are also thinking Japanese craftsmanship and Indian technology come together. I think that's the new way of the computer business. Maybe if Japanese craftsmanship and Indian technology can go together well, maybe we can compete with the European companies or North American companies. So I think we have a good match. We have been talking with Biani-san for last 2 years, how we can work together. Ise Food, especially interested in young talent students at Biani College. We like to make a special agriculture training program for them. Again, we like to do, I think we are good at it with craftsmanship, like production of technology or efficiency. I think Indian people are good at it, IT technology, AI, big data, and then you guys have a good creativity. So I think those two are a good match. So if Biani College students can come to Japan, our company group also has a technical school for agriculture. It's called Koibich College of Agriculture and Nutrition. I think we can make a special program for them. Maybe for 2 years, they can study at Koibich College of Agriculture and Nutrition. And then they can, after they finish our training, they can go back. This is a picture of the Koibich College of Agriculture and Nutrition. Actually, this school has a long history. They are founded in 1945, and then they are only 100 kilometers from north of Tokyo. This college used to be an agriculture school supported by Ministry of Agriculture in Japan, but right now it's shifted as a private school. This is an overview of the map. So they have many places for learning agriculture and nutrition. After the 2 years program, maybe those like BICON college students, they have a choices. We have a business in US, China, and ASEAN country, also India. India, we have a joint venture company called Ise Suzuki Indias. The company is now established in New Delhi. So the students finish the 2 years program. Maybe they have a choices. They can stay in Japan, work with the Ise Food and headquarters. Of course, they can go back to India. And then in ASEAN countries, we have a new project going on like Bangladesh, Myanmar, Thailand, Vietnam, Philippines, all the new and the current project is going on in ASEAN countries. So basically, they have a choices going to ASEAN countries, go back to India, or stay in Japan. That's the option we like to provide them for the BICON College of the students. This is a summary of the Ise Food. We are #1 domestic share company in Japan, and we have more than 1 century of history. And then we really care the food safety. So all the eggs is controlled by the temperature of 15 degrees. And then transportation, we deliver the eggs once egg was produced within the 24 hours. And then this is important. We care the safety of the food. So we have the zero salmonella process. Also, we can guarantee COVID-19 free process as well. And then since we can do all this, we have 3 generations traceability systems. So this is the short presentation of our company and the possible collaboration of the BICON College. Thank you very much.
Arigato gozaimasu. Thank you very much, Mr. Jonia Harada, for sharing your research findings regarding SDG business model formulation survey in India and possible collaboration with Biani Group of Colleges. Now, we are going to start with our next technical session. We have Dr. Pooja Jha, Dr. Madhu Biani, Dr. Prasanna Hunavur, Dr. Vishal Mathur, Dr. Dharmendra Tripathi, Dr. Pramod Kumar, and Mr. Kevin Mafuzumma as invited speakers for our third technical session, that is the new normal in COVID-19 pandemic. With this, I feel honored to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Pooja Jha. Dr. Jha is an assistant professor in Department of Botany in Ramjas College, University of Delhi. Dr. Jha is going to deliver her talk on the topic Role of Medicinal Plants in Boosting Immunity During this Pandemic. Please welcome Dr. Jha. Ma'am, can you please unmute yourself?
Thank you very much. A very good morning to all of you. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. So please let me know if my slides are visible.
Yes, ma'am, they are visible.
Okay. So a very good morning to all of you. I'm Dr. Pooja Jha Methi from Department of Botany, Ramjas College, University of Delhi. And topic of my presentation is role of medicinal plants in boosting immunity during COVID-19 pandemic. So in my first slide, you can easily see so many medicinal plants which are very easily available and which we are using in everyday life. First of all, they are very cheap, and in most of the plant we are using them as spices, and they are very good immunity booster. Okay. Yeah. So now world is suffering from the massive spread of severe acute respiratory syndrome because this virus causes pneumonia-like symptoms, and it is caused by a novel coronavirus, which is COVID-2, and the disease caused by this SARS-CoV-2 is known as COVID-19 because this is COVID virus disease pandemic, and till now we are having more than 72.4 million confirmed cases. This is a huge number, and the mortality rate is quite high. It is 1.61 million deaths till now. And till date, we don't have any foolproof medicines. Yes, there are some antiviral medicines and hydroxychloroquine, but they did not affect on everyone. And mostly the doctors are doing the treatment on symptoms based. Their treatment is symptom based. So vaccines are, yes, vaccines are there, but they may take some time, I think few months to reach the common people. So in this situation, when we don't have any foolproof medicine, when vaccine may take some time, what we common people do, what we Indians can do. First of all, we would first of all till then what we can do, we can try to reduce the spread of COVID-19 infection, and we all know that what are those things which we can do, like social distancing, covering our covering with face mask, covering with face mask can, yes, reduce the spread. And second thing what we can do, that we can reduce the mortality rate. And how we can reduce that? By boosting our immune system. Because when we will see the mortality rate, it is very high in the people with weak immune system. For example, elderly people, children, or those patients which are already having some health problem, like asthma or like heart problem, diabetes, blood pressure. So those patients which are already having some existing problem, pre-existing health problem, their immune system is very weak. And luckily, fortunately, in India, the COVID death rate is much low. And it is very obvious that we are our immune system is better than the immune system of people like in US, UK, or in Europe, because we will discuss that later. That why this is so. Our number is high because we are so many in number. Our population is very high. So let's discuss about the medicinal plant. So there are few good qualities for medicinal plant. First of all, they are of very low cost. They are very easily available. They are having rich availability, available everywhere. Some of the medicinal plant we are consuming every day in the form of spices, and their toxicity is very minimum, very low toxicity, and they provide a very healthy environment to body, and they boost our immunity and immune system without any side effect. And we all are aware that these modern medicines, they are having a huge side effect. Okay, so these medicinal plants, they are having no side effect, and or if there, it's very little. So we can use these medicinal plants either individually or in combination with other medicinal plants. And from where these medicinal plant got its activity, with its bioactive compounds, they are generally secondary metabolites like steroids, alkaloids, diterpenes, impact due to these compounds. And you will be very surprised to know that till now in developing countries, 70 to 80% of the people, they are directly dependent on these medicinal plants or herbal drugs for their primary health care. So that is the situation in developing countries. Yeah, with any new thing yeah, there is we can look onto modern medicine, but just for primary healthcare, like for fever, cough, we are still dependent on these medicinal plants. And India is having very rich history of medicinal plant. We are having Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, Yoga, so many alternate medicine plants. So till now, we are having around 3,000 medicinal plants documented and more than 25,000 formulations, which we are using in our folklore medicines. So I would like to start my presentation with my personal favorite medicinal plant, that is Osmum sanctum. It is popularly known as holy basil or tulsi in India. And this plant, it shows scientifically and experimentally, it shows that if we consume this plant for regularly for 4 months, its extract, then our immune cells like T cell and NK cells, it increases. It increase our immunity. And it is having lot of bioactive compounds like eugenol. It gives its antibacterial, antifungal activity, and epigenine and ursolic acid. These compounds give our Osmum sanctum an antibacterial, antifungal, antiviral. This plant, it is having potential as antibacterial, anti-diabetic, anti-carcinogenic, antiviral, antifungal, anti-inflammatory, cardioprotective and immune system booster. So in this pandemic time, we are really looking forward to those plants which can boost our immunity. So tulsi or basil, holy basil, is generally used to manage pain, diarrhea, cough, and fever, which are a very common symptoms of COVID-19. And this plant is it's clinically proven that it is effective against many deadly viruses like Newcastle disease viruses, vaccinia virus, infectious brucell disease virus, and it is effective on both DNA viruses as well as RNA viruses. And this COVID-19, we all know that it is single-stranded RNA viruses. So we hope that uh, this plant will help our in boosting our immunity. So these days, very much docking series are here. So a recent docking study showed that alkaloid or a photophilic compound, which is a bioactive compound, it is binding with the SARS-CoV receptors. So we know that how these things work. So it's tulsinol and the seven related compounds with dihydrodiyugenol B, they are binding with the SARS-CoV receptors. So we can look really forward for developing medicines from these plants. So we all are aware that this basil, it helps in improving the respiratory parameters and helps in recovering asthma. But the main thing which is really required at this time is boosting the immune system. And Amul company, after the success of golden milk, that means milk along with turmeric, haldi, after that success, Amul introduces tulsi doodh. That means milk amalgamated with basil plant and even the adrak doodh. So now Amul started introducing, and these milks are really good for immunity boosting. As I told you earlier that the tulsi, if anyone, if started, enhances the percentage of immune cells like T cell and natural killer cells. And on in internet, you will find a lot of studies on these medicinal plants. I can tell you these kind of things for at least 10, 12 plants, but that will be of no use because so many data are available on internet. If students are interested on recent advances, then just search on these sites and you will get a lot of paper which is the research work is going on these days, like role of medicinal plants of traditional use in recapturing and devastating COVID-19 situation or herbal immune boosters. So you will find so many plants. Okay. So after reading those publications, I came to know that these plants, which are very easily available in all over the India, they are very good immunity boosters. We can use some plants like ginger and allium sativa, that is garlic in our soap. You can have with honey, and that will definitely help you in getting over this dry cough. And then Piper nigrum, we are having a decoction of kadha. So in that we can use tulsi, these black pepper, these things. So these plants like black pepper, black cumin, giloy, it is a wonder plant. Then our own Azadirachta indica, margosa, neem, which we call clove, garlic, ginger, betel vine, that is pan, turmeric, ashwagandha, and avla, that is Indian gooseberry. They are very good in boosting immunity and they are clinically proven also. Fine. So let's talk about some new inventions which got even patent, and these are Indian inventions. So a Defense Institute of Advanced Technology, that is DIAT, it is located in Pune and it is funded by DRDO, that is Defense Research and Development Organization. It is a part of that, and DIAT is an university. So they develop a nanofiber based biodegradable face mask, and this face mask is a wonder. They applied for patent and patent was granted. So what they did in this mask, that these they make a new nanofiber based face mask, and that face mask is having herbal extract obtained from neem oil, turmeric, tulsi, ajwain, black pepper, gum arabica, clove, sandalwood, and saffron. So these extract, they were used in non-woven nanofibers, and they prepared a three-layered biodegradable mask. So out of these three layers, the outermost layer is hydrophilic. Just a minute. Yeah, I'm audible. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Ma'am,
fine.
it's a request to conclude the session as the time is running.
Okay, fine. So this mask got a patent, and which is a virus neutralizer. So another research is moving in IIT Delhi along with the Japanese collaboration, that is Advanced Industrial Science and Technology Japan, and they showed that two plants, ashwagandha, that is Withania somnifera, and another plant, propolis, their secondary metabolites isolated from them like withanin and cape. So they are binding with the emproprotein, and this emproprotein, they are used by the virus for virus multiplication. And these withanol and cape, they bind with this emproprotein and this one. They just bind it and block that activity. So that's how we can control the virus multiplication. Another in the Max Planck Institute in Germany, along with a US-based company, Artemil Life, and with some scientists in Denmark, they are doing research on Artemisia annua. This artemisinin is helpful in curing malaria. So now they are also found that they are inhibiting the virus replication. And these are some advice which we all know from Ministry of Ayush. That is, we need to drink herbal tea. That is decoction of tulsi, dalchini, kali mirch, adrak, and munakka. And then golden milk will also help. These things we all know. So thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pooja Jha, for enlightening us on medicinal plants, which is undoubtedly a very beneficial information during this pandemic. Now, before moving ahead to our next invited speaker, I would like to inform that Professor Takashi Kisaito is also present with us for the ongoing technical session. Moving forward, I'm glad to introduce our next invited speaker, Dr. Madhu Biani. Dr. Madhu Biani is a faculty of pharmaceutical sciences, Kanzawa University, Japan. Dr. Madhu Biani research interest is on optimal technology and cancer therapeutics. Ma'am is going to talk about her session on optimal as smart drug solution for unreached medicinal medicine challenges. Thank you. Please welcome Dr. Madhu Biani.
Okay, I'm audible. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. I'm Madhu Piani, an assistant professor in WPI Nano LSI, Kanagawa University. So first, I would like to thanks to all the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to present my work in this wonderful conference. So today, I'm going to share my work Today, I'm going to share my work on the aptamers. So topic is the aptamer as a smart drug solution for unreached medical challenges. So before moving to my main topic, I would like to extend my acknowledgement to my city where I'm living, the Kanazawa city. It's a very beautiful city and it has 4 beautiful seasons. Now the winter is going on here and from the last week, the snowfall is going on here. And next, I would like to extend my thanks to the Kanazawa University and the WPI Nano LSI where I'm working and for giving me the wonderful this platform, outstanding research environment, and using the high quality technology like AFM. And finally, I would like to thanks to my supervisor, Miki Nakajima. She is a great scientist, a woman scientist, and I hope I will learn many things from her under her guidance. So here is a brief introduction about the WPI. So WPI is the World Premier International Research Center initiative. And this initiative started in Japan in 2007 by the Japanese government. And the mission of this WPI is to develop the high quality research here, interdisciplinary environment, globalization, and reform the research centers. Now the 13 centers are in Japan now, and Nano LSI is one of them. This is about the Nano LSI. The Nano LSI has given the slogan, they have think that see the small things, see the small and think big. Visualize the small things, we can lead the big discoveries. So this is about the pictures of the Nano LSI, and Nano LSI combine their expertise of BioFM and combining the long research history of the Kanazawa in the cancer research, and they utilizing this expertization. They want to develop the nano endo technology, and that can be used for the analyze or image or to manipulate the biomolecules and discover their mechanism in the disease or life phenomena. Now, here I would like to share the one information that Nano LSI every year organize a bio-SPM summer school, and they call the young researchers and students to participate here, apply this, and they use the high-speed AFM, and they so that they can visualize their samples, and they find out the potential of their research. So, but this year, due to the concerning of the coronavirus, this summer school has cancelled. But I hope so in the next year, we would open this school again, and you can apply for this training program. This is a free of cost charge, and this institute also provides the expenses for the transportation and accommodation up to the 200 Japanese yen. So I hope you will, if you want to more detail about this summer programs, you can visit this website of the Kanazawa University. Now I'm moving to my main topic, Zaptamar as a smart drug solution for the unreached medical challenges. As we all know, so far the antibodies, most of the diagnostic and the therapeutic technology are based relied on the antibodies. But now the aptamer are discovering, and they are taking place the antibodies place because they have many advantages. Because of their size, because of their binding affinity and specificity. So aptamer now enter into the diagnosis and the therapeutics, and many journals are covering the aptamer-based research. Here you can see the aptamers are now using for the biomedical application, analytical application. Now the aptamer also searching for the COVID-19 for the diagnosis and therapeutics. So what is the aptamer? I'm talking about the aptamer, so you want to know more about the aptamers. So aptamer is known as chemical antibodies, and because they have similar properties like the antibodies to recognize the molecules, and aptamers are the short single-stranded oligonucleotides that selectively bind to the specific target, including proteins, peptides, carbohydrates. And this is the basic difference between the aptamers and the antibodies. Aptamers are the single nucleotides, DNA or RNA, where the antibodies are the proteins, and the size of the aptamer are very small, around 20 kilodalton, while the antibodies are big size. And they are generally the aptamers chemically modified, so they show no immunogenicity and no toxicity, while the antibodies suffer with the high immunogenicity. And most of the antibodies are discovered takes long time, several months, and while the aptamers are discovered within weeks. And the production of aptamer is very easy, and they can be chemically synthesized, while the proteins are produced from the animals. And for the aptamer, the storage sample can be stored at any temperature, while the protein should be stored at the 4° or minus 20 degrees. So because of these advantages, aptamer is now progressing in the field of the therapeutics and diagnostics. Now this is the general platform to find out the aptamers. This is we call the SELEX. SELEX is the systemic evolution of ligands by exponential enrichment. By this technology is first introduced in 1990 by Dr. Larry Gold, and this technology involves the main 3 steps of the selections of the aptamers. One is binding to the target, and then partition, and then amplifying the binding molecules, and this process repeated for several rounds. So this is the basic technology to find out the aptamers. And now the aptamer technology has discovered more than 25 years ago, but only the one aptamer-based medicine entered into for the commercialization. But now the advancing in the chemical designing of the aptamers, so many aptamers now we can see enter into the clinical evolution, and we will certain that these aptamers will we will see the many medicines of the aptamer and aptamer-like drugs in the future. And I'm happy to share this these slides here that in India, the Faridabad-based researcher has developed the first aptamer-based SARS-CoV-2 detection assay, and they said that they claim for this kit has a 90% sensitivity and 99% specificity. Now I move to my ongoing research here. That is, my research interest is mainly drug discovery and drug development. And my key area is to screening and evaluation of the aptamers and engineering of the aptamers. I'm currently, we have succeeded to find out the aptamer for the one target, the cathepsin E. And now this aptamer will proceed to the in vivo applications and the clinical evaluation. And now I'm also searching the two aptamer for these cancer-related biomarkers, CYP24A1 and ADA1. So now today I will discuss about uh, the research topic, that is the development of the adenosine deaminase activase dRNA1, or we call ADA1, inhibiting DNA aptamers for the cancer therapeutics. So ADA1 is the endogenous protein that catalyzes the adenosine to inosine in the RNA editing. So first of all, what is the A to I RNA editing? So RNA editing, this is a post-transcriptional process in the mRNA, and it causes the nucleotide sequence change in the transcriptal process, and that change the amino acid sequence, also the protein, create the different kind of the protein. Here is the one kind of the RNA editing, that is called the A to I RNA editing. Here the adenosine change to the G, change to the I inosine, and then inosine is read like a guanosine. So A to I RNA editing is the one of the most common type of the RNA editing that is nearly occurs 90% of all kind of RNA editing in human transcriptome. And there are already A to I binding site have been identified. Millions of the binding A to I sites have been found out in the human genome. And now the many research now finding out that RNA editing is a common phenomena in the cancer development. Now this is about the ADA family. There are 3 members in the family: ADA1, ADA2, and ADA3. They all have the common features. And this is the double, generally this ADA work at the double strand RNA, and they change to the adenosine to inosine. Now this is A to I RNA editing that affect the codon sequence, alter the amino acid splicing, and they also change the stability and they also change the stability of the mRNA, and they change the microRNA specificity also. And there are continuous research is going on, and they find that the ADAR is ADAR has effects in the cancer development. And this is the recent study has found out that ADAR plague, the silencing of the ADAR gene can suppress the proliferation, invasion, and the migration of the cells in the thyroid tumor cells, and also prove by in the in vivo xenograft model mouse also. So now, therefore, we are searching the aptamers that is selectively inhibit the ADA1, and we can develop this aptamer for the as the anti-cancer agent for the treatment of cancer. So this is our technology. This is the normal selects technology. Here we develop the competitive non-selects technology, and this technology can provide the highly selective aptamers. And this is not required the PCR-based amplification, only one round selection. So it's a very time consuming. And this is very, in a very short time, we can find out the aptamers. And this technology, using this technology, we find out the ADAR aptamers pool here. And then we check their binding evolution using the DAPS system. Here is our result. And we found out that ADA1 aptamer pool showing the specificity for the ADA in 1.2 fold greater than the ADA2 proteins. And then we evaluated the different concentration of ADAs, and here we can see the ADA showing the binding affinity with increasing the concentration of the ADA1. And now we establish here the editing assay here, and we choose the
Sorry to interrupt you,
prime.
ma'am, but can we please come to the conclusion as we are running out of
Yeah,
time?
yes, going to be conclude. Okay,
Thank you, ma'am.
so this is our system. We developed this protocol for the evaluation of the ADAR inhibiting aptamers, and this is our result. And we find out the editing site in the mRNA, and we focus on the 5 prime. And here is the result that at 5 you can see we could able to optimize the condition for the ADA1, and we optimize the 100 nanogram of the ADA1 can be used for the further evaluation. And this is our initial result. We use the aptamers, and using the aptamer we could able to inhibit the uh, ADAR activities around 10-fold inhibition. So we are now very happy to find out this that our aptamer is successfully inhibiting the ADA1. So now I conclude here that we successfully applied our in vitro aptamer selection technology to finding out the inhibiting aptamers, and these aptamers could able to inhibit the ADAR DMNase activities by 10-fold. And next we will check the individual aptamers by after NGS sequencing. So now the aptamers, we can see that in the future we will able to see the more increasing the aptamers and aptamer like drugs in the future. So now the next future will be the aptamers. So this is the last. I want to get the message to take home that we can build a new society that we call the Society 5.0. That is a super smart society, and we can use here we can use the internet facility, the AI, 5G network, but this can be possible if we all come together and show our individual talent. So, so this is the now I'm this in close ending this session. Uh, Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing your research findings on Aptamal as smart drug solution for unreached medical challenges. Now, let me take an opportunity to introduce our next invited speaker, Dr. Prasanna Hunawar. Dr. Hunawar is a working in American University of Antigua. Dr. Hunawar has received numerous awards for his research in the field of medical mycology. Dr. Hunawar authored over 22 publications in peer reviewed scientific journals. His topic for today's talk is Basic Medical Research in the New Normal. Please welcome Dr. Hunawar.
Hello everyone, myself Dr. Prasanna Honnawar. I am the assistant professor in the Department of Microbiology and Immunology at the American University of Antigua College of Medicine. Thank you for inviting me to deliver a talk on basic medical research in the new normal. We are the top medical school in Caribbean regions, and we are located in Antigua. You can see the beautiful island. It has 365 beaches, so you can visit each beach every day. This COVID, it has given both opportunity as well as some disadvantage for the science community. So for the basic research, it's more advantages than disadvantages. So first one is the learning to social distance in research. So as you know, academia itself is a isolating experience, routinely pushing individuals into distress and loneliness. The current recommendations to self quarantine and self isolate has enhanced the stress and anxiety level for many people and communities. So our friends in basic research, they regularly complain about being less focused and more tired than they were during regular working days. Such kind of fatigue and loss of concentration are common psychological responses to the fear of our uncertain future. Recently, the Postdoctoral Society of Washington University conducted a pranayama session to help reduce stress and anxiety among its members. The CDC, Center for Disease Control and Prevention, has also shared guidelines on its website to manage mental health stresses during coronavirus outbreak. Such resources are being shared by universities and institutes across the world to help the research community cope with this new unseen mental health hazard. The next thing is aggravating stress in academia. So, this one no one can deny. The stigma surrounding mental health has always been an issue in academia. You all agree with me on this. For some, the situation has worsened during this pandemic. While most of the principal investigators being supportive and understanding of the circumstances, many others are not too patient. Few supervisors, they compel the students to come and continue with research as usual. But for those living with families and being an essential employee is not a choice they can make. So the researcher, he is not comfortable with the idea of exposing his family to the virus just to perform routine lab work. When he expresses his displeasure, the principal investigator, he reacts by saying, or he won't say even, he may show only aggressive behavior towards that student. However, few universities, they have come up with stricter guidelines to prevent employee harassment in this time of like essential research. Another important factor is travel ban on international students. So everyone who is attending this conference, you agree with me on these aspects. So one of the biggest setbacks from the pandemic has been the near total travel ban and cancellation of the majority of scientific meetings and conferences. So this has also impacted travel for on-site job interviews or those who want to meet collaborations in a conference, collaborative partners. Even though many countries are slowly easing the travel restrictions as of now, so recruiting the international postdocs and PhDs may also change after travel restriction when it eases, and it may reduce the global mobility. The idea of networking with future employer at an international conference or symposium seems all the more challenging nowadays. There is a risk of losing diversity and thinking more locally may be the most lasting ramification of this crisis. But most of the universities, they and companies as well, they are already becoming creative in these challenging conditions, such as the conference, BICON conference. So we are handling this in a virtual way. So this is a innovative thinking. So many of them are starting to use the online platform offering many biostats or research methodology courses. Even conferences in this entire year, it was online. Another one more factor, important factor, is the research funding crunch. The pandemic has also been responsible for reduced funding, fewer scholarship, and altogether hiring freezing in many universities. It is it is believed that with the idea that a lower number of PhDs and postdocs joining research labs means a setback to not just the research strength in the short term scenario, but possibly a more significant shift in what kind of research will be funded in the long haul. The collaborations between international labs that tie up between government institutions as well as companies are getting established, bridging the knowledge gaps not only in infectious disease research but also in combining their strengths in several other key research areas as well happening. So, in our new normal, productivity in academia has been adversely affected with universities just beginning to ramp up operations. A silver lining amongst the struggles in the increase in respect and focus on scientific striving hard to come up with an effective vaccine. At a time when numerous countries had reduced funding for research, the pandemic has put basic science back on the table as a guiding force for the survival of the human race. Finally, everything comes to an end on the financial matter. Here, this is the comparison of different countries, how they utilize the funding for research and development. If you see here, I'm not going to talk about other countries as this is an Indo-China conference. So you can see Japan is spending 165 billion US dollar, okay, and their percentage of GDP is 3.2. So per capita expenditure is 1297. Look at that figure. Look at that. Whereas India, the expenditure on R&D is just 66.5. The percent of GDP is 0.9% and expenditure on R&D per capita is 39 thanks to our population. Okay. So it's clearly visible that how much you are investing in research as a country, okay, how you motivate your new generation, younger generation to do research, okay, that is the challenging part. Somewhere I read some scientist, he was mentioning that you give the footballer 1 million euros a month and a biological researcher 1800 euros per month, and you are now looking for a coronavirus treatment, go to Cristiano Ronaldo or Messi and they will get you a cure. This is the frustration of a basic researcher. But in this crucial time, especially pharma R&D is playing a central role in the rapidly evolving COVID-19 pandemic. The industry is working double time to develop tests and treatments for COVID-19 as well as vaccine against SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19. All of us we know as of now. I have been given 10 minutes to complete my talk. So I will finish my talk with this statement, a statement that 3 weeks vaccines are being bringing so much joy to the world. As of now, three vaccines which they have approved, Pfizer, Moderna, and AstraZeneca. You know how a vaccine is made? I will tell you. It starts with one curious girl or a boy being interested in science, like you, like young students like you, learning how protein work, how RNA and DNA works, how antibodies work, how cell culture is such a pain in the neck, but still you stay up late night in the lab surviving on coffee and ramen noodles, Maggie noodles, to push for the to push for what your heart is in. Then you spend thousands of hours crunching the numbers. So just remember, it takes a lot of nerdy, geeky kids just like you to bring you this miracle, the miracle of your freedom. Forget those faceless kids, when you can eventually rip off your mask and hug your grandmas again. So, fund your schools, fund your libraries, fund your scientists. Okay, so with this message, I am going to end my talk. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Hunavar, for an enlightening session and sharing your perspective. Now, moving forward with our next invited speaker, that is Dr. Vishal Mathur. Dr. Mathur is presently giving his services in Sur University College, Oman, in the capacity of assistant professor. His research area belongs to material science, particularly in the field of study in polymer nanocomposites, dilute magnetic semiconductors, energy saving, and antenna designing materials. Dr. Mathur has published many research papers in the journals of international repute. Sir is among us with his session on the new normal teaching and research attributes. Please welcome Dr. Vishal Mathur. Sir, can you please unmute yourself? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for providing me this opportunity. Today, I want to discuss about the new normal in teaching and research attributes. So, this is the brief introduction which already covered by the ma'am. So, thank you. Thank you so much. So, in the new normal, basically we are fighting with this new normal because we all know due to the COVID-19 recently, which has been developed now. So, whole world caught unfairly. The first case was reported in 31st December. In the mid of the March, WHO declared it as a pandemic. The whole world is affected. Every corner of the world is affected, and this is the picture how we can see that WHO declared every corner of the globe is affected by this coronavirus. So as we move forward, we can see that business are not as usual, and many new versions of the new normal are being to be tried. So main thing is that the education is leading in defining the new normal. There is no single solution applicable around the globe. So digital divide is the particular solution. It becomes starkly visible. So most of the approaches are centered around the use of the technology. So in the new normal, we expect that it will resolve the learning crisis, it enhance our digital enrichment, and it will develop more skills among us. So it is basically co-centered with the technology. So new techno normal will witness a great focus on increasing access to affordable quality education, and we need to prepare for more complicated situation. And in the new normal is being to be blended environment, mix online and face-to-face teaching and learning methods. It will include the greater attention to develop strategies to meet the diversities of the learners. So basically, we can say the new normal is totally digital transformation. So e-learning have some distinct advantages. Through the e-learning, the institutions can develop their own online platform. They can customize their content, develop their content. They can train their faculties. They can train their students so that they become a resource person for the sectors. So of course there are some issues, connectivity issues, the cost issue, electricity issue, and access to online platform issue, because some platforms are paid and some are unpaid, and quality content also the another issue, because if we paid and we not get the quality content, then it is just like cheating with us, like that. And of course finally we have to develop the capacity of the teachers, because overall burden is on the teacher. They have to develop the content, they have to maintain the content, they have to modify the content. Every time they have to take a watch on the content, what they are going to deliver and what the student are getting through that. So there are some pros in this criteria that we need the guidance and advice, we need the capacity to building the teachers and responding. We have to prepare the responses according to our country specific need, and the most important, promoting collaboration. So nowadays we are teaching through the online. Of course, we are doing the conference online. So we all aware about the Google Classroom, Google Meet, Zoom, Skype. We can make the group of the student in the WhatsApp. We can solve their problems. Microsoft Team also software also available, and so many software, paid and paid softwares are available for teaching. This is the important thing which I want to discuss, that as I belong to the science background and especially in the physics background, so what I face the problem for the student for the laboratory subjects, because theoretical subjects we can solve, but the laboratory we need a software. So I found on the website there are so many softwares, uh, online contents are available. Through that we can engage our student, and these websites are too much helpful, because in the offline sometimes we get the electricity is not coming, some instrument is not working, or it is not giving the accurate reading. So by using this website one can engage their student easily. I can show you that I can show you that okay, this you can see that on clicking on this, just you will reach to the website, and here we can use the number of circuits, we can use the basic Ohm's law, resistance, capacitor. You can engage your student the number of experiment, we can design the electronic experiments. uh, you can see that transistor, diodes, everything is available in this software. So these are very very simple to use. The student can anytime stop, anytime can record the reading, and easily it is very easy to engage your student, and these are more helpful for understanding the concepts. So there are so many websites we can see in the Amrita University. The student can make their login ID on that, and one of the another the virtual lab, we can see that this is the initiative of the Indian government with the collaboration of the topmost IITs and Ministry of Education. They have established a nodal center in India, in Jaipur, Rajasthan also. So many institutes are the member. They all collaborate, make the collaboration. They are designing the number of experiments so that student cannot suffer by these type of pandemic, and they can continue their study in this way. So so these are the websites. I can share these website with the other teachers also. The another issue is that how we can assess. So all the assessment we can do through the online nowadays. So these are basically AI based assessment. So what we need to redefine our credentials. We should divide the micro credentials so that if the student can transfer from one institute to another institute, and he can easily manage his credential and his degrees. So more flexibility is required. So we can design our assessment to the Moodle and Google form, which, through the presentation we can take through the Zoom recording. The student and teacher can upload their YouTube lectures and presentation. We can easily access through the online. In the Moodle, there is one specific thing that we can identify the student. We can design the number of question papers, and we can examine their knowledge accurately. Even we can design different question, different values for each student. So there is no possibility of the cheating online, because some of the faculties are uh, thinking that the student do the cheating, they can do like that. But if we design a paper like that, by replacing the values, the student can do easily, and they cannot get enough time for do the cheating. Another important thing which is that in the case of the research and considerations, so as I am belong to the science and technology field, so we know that there are two in the science there are two field main. Some people are working on the theoretical field, some people are working in the experimental field. But due to the COVID-19, the most of the labs are closed, and we can say that these labs, the people who are especially in the experimental field, they are unable to do this. So what they can do, if it is necessary, then they can do continue their experiment by taking necessary precautions. And if it is not necessary, then this is the time to sit back and see what you have done in the experimental field, or you can correlate your results with the other theoretical models. You can review papers. If you are a new researchers, then again you can see the papers and you can design your own thought process. Okay, so in this way you can do. So what I did in last 1 year, by sitting at in the lockdown period, so we did on the work on the theoretical model and image analysis. So basically, as ma'am have discussed that my field is polymer nanocomposite, DMSs, energy saving area and antenna design. So this is the paper which we have published recently. So this is based on image analysis of PVC TiO2 nanocomposites. So this is the outline that what we have done. Just a minute. So in this paper, we have proposed that the algorithm based the global threshold value. So what I did, the PVC TiO2 nanocomposites, in the PVC we use the polyvinyl chloride and we mix the TiO2 nanoparticle inside it. So in this way, I did my experimental work on the PVC TiO2 nanocomposites. So I studied the mechanical properties and structurally characterized this material. So we have the same some SAM micrographs, scanning electron microscope images. So we apply use these images through the MATLAB, and these are the SAM images. We apply the morphological opening functions. So we identify morphological opening functions. Then we apply the squash level treatment on these images. And after that, we find that the specimens uh, these are the global threshold values. So there are two values. One is calculated through the software. This is known as global threshold value, and one we can use through the our experimental finding at what depth we want to find the distribution of the nanoparticles. After that, we process with the 8 CCA methods, uh, component connected algorithm. So if we have a single material in our matrix, then we can use 4 CCA method. If we have two different type of species or specimens in our component in sample, then we use the 8 CCA and onward. So for simplicity, we use the 8 CCA method, and luckily we get the distribution curve and distribution of the TiO2 nanoparticles. So this is so much helpful to understand why the particular specimen is good and why the another particular specimen is not showing the good property. So how the TiO2 nanoparticle distributed in the within the PVC matrix. So we can find the how popularity of the TiO2 nanoparticles, how they are distributed. This is on the predefined threshold value, means I tried this software again on the central core level. So these yellow dots, these blue dots shows the distribution of the TiO2 nanoparticles and how the PVC matrix look at the core level. So we can see that this in this picture in the sample number 2, the TiO2 are not effectively distributed. In 4 also they are not effectively distributed. Here in the sample number 6, they are uniformly distributed. But in sample number 8, the TiO2 nanoparticles are clustering. So here the nanofiller or particle to particle interaction increases too much with respect to the particle and polymer matrix interaction. So this sample again goes to the bad category. These are also improving stage, and most of the property is improved in this particular sample. So in this way we will be able to correlate our results. So what I need to say that in the new normal, we want we can continue, we should define our teaching method through the online and offline, both blending method we can use, and we can use our experiments, we can continue our experiment through the online software. These are too much helpful. And in the third, the research category, we can say that we can analyze, we can correlate our results with the experimental finding with the theoretical models, or we can especially work with the theoretical background by developing software or working in that direction. So this is the criteria. So towards the resilience, I can say that the mainstream is blended education and research and innovation for reaching the unreached goal hours, and finally the building the teacher capacity. So I can conclude that the new normal will entail a redefinition of international education and the emergence of innovative models that can increase access and equity, lower cost, and enhance the quality of education for an interconnected and network world. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Vishal Mathur, for the informational session regarding your research on teaching and research aptitudes that can be adapted in the new normal. Moving forward, with due respect, I invite our next speaker, Dr. Dharmendra Tripathi, Associate Professor in Department of Mathematics, National Institute of Technology, Uttarakhand. Dr. Tripathi has recently achieved World Rank 375 and Indian Rank 6 in top 2% researchers or scientists across the world. His topic for today's talk is electroosmosis effects on pumping flow models. Please welcome Dr. Dharmendra Tripathi.
So good afternoon to all of you. Thank you, madam, for giving nice introduction. Can you allow me for sharing the screen? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute. Let me share, then we'll start. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible. You can enlarge it. Yeah,
Yes,
thank
yes,
you,
yes.
sir.
So thank you very much for inviting me and giving this opportunity to interact in this Indo-Japan bilateral conference, BICON 2020. So the topic is for this session is more towards new uh, challenges regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. Uh, so my topic is not much related to COVID-19, but it is related to healthcare because I am the mathematics people, so I can give some models and how we can do the modeling, especially in health, especially for the healthcare. So in this talk, I will be talking about some mathematical models which is related to biological flow. So my talk is much towards how electroosmosis will affect the pumping flow models because in human body as in physiological system, most of the transport phenomena are based on the pumping flow models. So how electroosmosis means electric field will affect this pumping mechanism. So first, we'll a little bit brief about what is the electrokinetic mechanism and what is electroosmosis. So electrokinetic is nothing but it is just a resistance or shearing process between the solid surface or solid fluid surface where solid is charged or fluid is electrolyte solution or both surfaces are charged. So like that, this surface is negatively charged and solution is a electrolyte solution or liquid is electrolyte solution. So how it will affect the fluid phenomena or transport phenomena. So in this electrokinetic mechanism, there are four phenomena, basic phenomena like electroosmosis, steam potential, electrophoresis, sedimentation potential. So when we talk about the flow of the liquid through the charged surface, and when there is a shearing process, then that type of mechanism is known as electroosmosis. And when the potential is generated due to electroosmosis mechanism, that type of potential is a streaming potential. And when we talk about if any charged particle is moving towards the charged surface, then that mechanism is known as electrophoresis. And due to electrophoresis, what type of potential is generated? That is known as sedimentation potential. So these are the four basic mechanism of the electrokinetics. What is electroosmotic flow? So due to electroosmosis mechanism, if we'll study the fluid flow, so that is known as electroosmosis flow. Like in fluid dynamics, we are dealing the pressure driven flow. So pressure driven flow is like hydrodynamic flow, which is in the form of parabolic nature. If you can see, this is the simple fluid flow, and that is due to the pressure driven, and this flow is known as hydrodynamic flow, and it is due to pressure, maximum velocity in the center and minimum velocity at the surfaces. And this type of flow is known as parabolic. But when we apply the electric field, and when we are discussing or dealing the electrolyte solution, like suppose there is an electrolyte solution and the channel is highly negatively charged, and when we apply the external electric field like this, some voltage in this channel, so if we study the fluid behavior in this type of channel, special type of channel where surfaces are charged and solutions are also electrolyte or aqueous solution, so this profile is slightly different as a normal fluid flow behavior. Like this one is the parabolic nature, and this is the trapezoidal, like there is no much fluctuation in this channel. So velocity is moving very in constant manner. So that is the advantage of this electroosmotic flow, because there is no fluctuation. And when we study this type of fluid flow mechanism in the physiological system, so if there is no much fluctuation like this, that center is very maximum velocity and at the surface very slow, so that will represent, as compared to this parabolic nature, this one is a much better uh, profile for the any transport phenomena. So this is the, and these are the basic statement and basic equations for the electrokinetic mechanism. Like everyone who are the basic background is physics, math, so Gauss law of electricity, Gauss law of magnetism, Maxwell, Faraday law, and based on all the basic principle, we can calculate the total force due to this electromagnetic framework. So this is the total calculation which we can calculate or derive in the form of total force, and this total force will act in the transport phenomena. Second thing in electrokinetic is known as electric double layer. So when the surface is negatively charged, and when we flow electrolyte solution on this surface, which electrolyte is having negatively charged as well as positive charge, and the surface is negatively charged. So all the anions will attract on this surface, and very close to this surface, because this surface is negatively charged, and this layer is known as a stern layer. And after that, there is a diffusion of the ions, and that layer is known as a diffusion layer. This is open surface. So this one is a surface, and this is open surface. So there is a diffusion. So this layer is known. And when we talk about, or when we study both layer together, so that is known as a electric double layer. Electric double layer. And when we see the potential distribution along the transverse direction, this size denoting the potential distribution, when we, so it is just like a parabolic nature. Like when we start distribution from the origin, then it is a maximum potential, and when it is across the distribution across the axial transverse direction, then it is slowly decreasing. And at the stern layer, there is an intersection point, and that intersection point at this level, the potential is known as a zeta potential. So this potential is especially known. And so what are the application of this electroosmosis mechanism now in fluid dynamics? This is very new and recent topics, and many peoples are working on the microfluidics, and they are developing many mechanical and biomedical engineers are developing the microfluidics devices for the application, rapid application, and fulfill the recent challenges and demands of the healthcare in the form of microfluidics devices and microfluidics chips. Like I can just give you one example of the microfluidics devices, like when we can compare the on-chip device with the traditional lab. For the traditional lab, for any type of reaction or any type of diagnosis of the samples, we need much volume of the liquid or much volume of the samples, and it will take the time for reaction, and then we can have some output or we can have some analysis. But when we can use same thing or for same purpose microfluidics devices, so it will take a very small or micro level liquids, and when we do the analysis for this type of sample or this type of chemicals, then it will take very few times, and we have very rapid analysis and we have very rapid output. So we can able to give the output, like if we are giving blood sample for any diagnosis, or we are giving the sample for the COVID-19 test. Okay, so if we have such type of microfluidics devices, then we are able to give the output, because nowadays what we are doing, we are giving the sample, and we have their output or their report we are receiving after 1 day, 2 day, or 24 hours, 48 hours, like that. But when we can develop this type of devices, we are able to give report instantly, and that is the advantage. And also we need very few chemical, few volume of the chemical and few sample, so it will also save the money. So economical point of view, and also time point of view, because sometime when patient is going to hospital, and doctors are recommending for some tested, and if report will come very late, and in between doctor is not doing any type of treatment, they are waiting for the, so that is dangerous for the patient, and also for the doctors, what type of diseases are there and what type of treatment we have to do. So this microfluidics chips and microfluidic devices are very important, and many microfluidic chips are being developed by the biomedical peoples, and where the function, suppose lungs is not functioning, and we can use lung on chip devices, so it will help to proper functioning of the lungs also. If suppose some other digestive system is not working properly, then if we can develop some organ on chips, and we can fit externally, so it will help to proper function of digestive system also. So there are so many application of microfluidics, and how this microfluidics or electrokinetic mechanism will affect the pumping mechanism. So what is the pumping mechanism? Pumping means when we apply the external force to pump any type of fluid, like liquids or gases, from one part to another part, that is the pumping mechanism. So if we can talk about only the physiological system, there are so many application in industrial also, so many type of pumps the engineers are developing for the industrial fluid transport phenomena, like if you are transporting the oil from one place to another place, or if you are transporting the water, even in our home also, we are sending the water from ground floor to top floor in the tank, and then such type of things are there, and we are using the pumps. So pumping mechanism is everywhere and applicable to transport the fluid. And if we can talk about only, since time is very less, so I will go fast, very fast. If there is any doubt, we may discuss later also. So there are so many systems in the physiological system, like circulatory system, where blood is flowing, and this is due to the heart pump. So heart pumping is there, and due to this heart pumping, blood is moving in our whole body, like through aorta, arteries, veins, venules, And then there is another major part in our body is digestive system, and when we are eating or swallowing any type of foods or drinking the water, so how this foods or water are moving towards, so that pumping mechanism is known as peristaltic pumping. And then urinary system also, how urine flow, so that is also another type of pumping, and that is peristaltic pumping. Respiratory system, lungs are there, how oxygen is moving in the body and carbon dioxide is coming out, so that is also related to membrane pumping, we'll talk about. And reproductive system, this is also related to peristaltic pumping, how sperm is moving, and how cilia is beating. Cilia beating is there, and due to cilia beating the sperm is moving. So many pumping mechanisms involved to transport, because most of the in physiological system transport phenomena are involved, and for this transport phenomena pumping mechanism is important uh, to know. So for the industrial point of view, the people are working on the pressure driven pumping, and for physiological point of view, peristaltic pumping, membrane pumping, heart pumping. So on this pumping mechanism, our research group, my research student, collaborator, and myself are working on the modeling part. So this is the pressure driven force when there is a piston, and due to this piston, when we use to pump any type of fluid, so we can transport the any type of fluid, whether it is gas or liquid, in from one part to another part of the places. So this one is known as a pressure driven flow. Then we can come to peristaltic pumping, as I told, for digestive system. When yes, I will go and complete this. So this is the peristaltic pumping, how muscles are contracted and relaxed. And due to this muscle contraction and relaxation, pumping mechanism is generated. And due to and based on this natural mechanism, many mechanical people are designing the pumps, peristaltic pumps, which are working in the industrial application. This is the heart pump, how heart is pumping. This is the total complete cycle of the pumping mechanism. And then you can see how membrane is pumping. So this one, and based on this we have designed this models, mathematical model. And here is a cell membrane for respiratory system. And you can see how in the respiratory system, how membrane is contracting and expanding. And due to this contraction and expansion, our oxygen is enters in the body, and carbon dioxide is coming out. So this one is based on all this. We are mathematics people, so we are taking the problems and doing this complete process, and reporting some numerical results and the simulation. So this is first model which we have done for the digestive system, that peristaltic transport flow model. And we have taken this electrolyte solution, and also we have seen the electroosmosis effect. So I will not go much mathematics, because the audience are from many backgrounds. So this is our governing equation. We have used continuity equation, momentum equation, and we have used external total force, which is like electric body force. So these are the complete process of mathematics, which we have done the mathematical derivation for different physical parameter like axial velocity, transverse velocity, pressure gradient, then local wall shear stress, volumetric flow rate, stream function. And then we have done the analysis simulation, how pressure is
Sorry to
distributed.
interrupt you, sir, but we are running out of time.
Yeah, I will conclude very soon. Only 2 minutes just you give, so I can
Okay,
see
thank you, sir.
on the yes. So this is our simulation, and based on this simulation, we can give this simulated result to the biomedical people, and they can prepare the devices. So such type of models we are doing in our group. Many collaboration is with biomedical people, and they are working on developing some microfluidics devices. So as a mathematics people, our role is to provide the simulated work. So you can see if the single bolus is moving, then how the pressure is required. And for different type of electric field, we can apply negative electric field as well as positive electric field. Positive negative electric field means when we apply the electric field in the direction of flow, that is positive. When we apply the electric field opposite to the flow direction, so this is the advantage of this electroosmosis mechanism, that we can control the transport. If we want to enhance the fluid flow, then we can apply the electric field in the direction of flow. And when we have to reduce the fluid flow, then we can also apply the opposite to the flow. So this is the advantage of the electroosmosis. Many analysis we have done for the pressure distribution, shear stress. You can see how shear stress is distributing, and for different type of strain waves and single waves. So this is the peristaltic pumping, means muscle is contracting and relaxing. So you can see that many analyses are there, and flow analysis we have also done for inlet flow. And you can see how the particles, if suppose these particles are can be considered as the virus, and how virus can be moving in the this. So fluid particle virus we can consider as a fluid particle, and we can see how this fluid particle is trapped in the, this pumping mechanism, and how electroosmosis can be see. So such type of analysis we can do it, and we can provide to the biomedical people for developing such type of, you can see how we can control. In earlier there was reverse flow, but in this case there is no reverse flow, and you can see how we can uh, play the value of physical parameter, and we can control this virus or fluid particles. So in this way we can give the systematic analysis for the flow mechanism, or for the transport flow mechanism. And you can see this many analysis we have done, especially for the electroosmosis mechanism. And finally we can conclude that electroosmosis mechanism can play the important role to control any type of biological flow phenomena. And also we can also say that by using the electroosmosis mechanism we can control the spread of the virus, whether virus is coronavirus, or whether virus is related to, HIV or cancer tumor. Okay, any type of particle we can. So many models we have, I just shown you many type of models we have done, and also we have uh, done the analysis for this. So this is basically for the membrane pumping, where we can show the lungs infection, and also how the virus can be infected by the, you know this respiratory system. So this is the second model, and third model is for blood flow. You can see how blood is flow moving in the curve channel, and how electroosmosis mechanism can control the blood flow. So such type of analysis we can do it as a mathematics people, and give the analysis to the health person who are working on the, many drugs, or many type of healthcare instruments. You can see many type of results we can see. So finally I can say that if we as a mathematics people, we can give the numerical simulation and numerical results to the biomedical people, so they can have many ideas in the form of how parameter or how physical mechanism can play, and they can think about the developing many type of healthcare related devices. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Dharmendra Tripathi, for an enlightening session and sharing your perspective on electroosmosis effects on pumping flow models. Now, I request Dr. Pramod Kumar for the next invited talk. Dr. Kumar is working as an assistant professor in Department of Pharmaceutical Analysis, National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Guwahati, Assam. He is a member of various prestigious organizations. His topic for today's talk is data integrity and their role in pharmaceutical analysis, quality control, and quality assurance. Please welcome
Hello, very good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Parmat Kumar. So I'm I'm going to discuss about the data integrity and the recent issues in the pharmaceutical industry aspect. Just 1 minute, I will share the screen. Can I screen the share with only host or with all participants?
Sir, with all the participants.
Okay. Are you able to see my slides?
No, sir, it's not visible. Can you please share it?
Yeah, I have shared already. I have shared. Am I visible?
No, sir, it's not visible. Please try to share it again.
Okay. One minute. I think some issue there with slide sharing. Can I email to host the slides?
I suggest to please check out with the host, and we can go with the next speaker. So, Dr. Pramod, can we go for the third one?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, you can
Thank
email it, and by that time, we will go to the next speaker. Thank you. We will come back to you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you very much.
Moving ahead with our next invited talk, I would like to invite Professor Takashi Saito. Professor Saito is Faculty of Systems Science and Technology in Akita Prefectural University, Japan. Professor Saito's research interest is in cell-based device therapy, neural interface, and biorobotics. His topic for today's talk is Virtual Asparagus Harvesting Robot Competition, Project-Based Learning on Agriculture. Please welcome Professor Takashi Saito.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Takashi Saito. Uh, Today's my lecture is a little bit comical about my research topic because my basically cell engineering researcher. But you may know my research topic is diverse on robotics. So today I will give you a unique lecture about virtual robotics. Please wait a moment. Research. Uh, Now I would like to share my presentation file, but wait a moment. 画面の共有、presentation, basic, whiteboard. No, that's not. Okay, wait a moment. すべてのウィンドウ表示. Yeah, I found it. Can you see my slide?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, let's start. Um, in Akita Prefecture University, um, I'm contributing the project-based learning. Project-based learning is some kind of new method about learning. It requires communication of smooth face-to-face with each student. This is fundamental for the learning. But under COVID-19 pandemic, we should arrange the planned PBL project to online program. It was very hard, but we made it. The two-step online exercise, first part is image analysis, and second part is virtual robot system construction for agriculture engineering. PBL project in Akita Prefecture University is just began 3 years before. The starting project for freshmen is a Snow Pro project. But for advanced program, we choose agricultural engineering because Akita Prefecture is very uniquely known for the field of rice and other pharmaceutical, other agriculture products. So the first trial of the student is automatic asparagus recognition. This is the individual task. We get real asparagus images from the Akita Prefecture Agricultural Experiment Station. The asparagus has two different phases. In the spring, asparagus is relative pale green and small. In the summer situation, the color of asparagus turned to very bright green and grown up. We need some strategy about recognition. And this time, we arranged the old student to master the classical methods for image analysis. This is not AI or deep learning. It might be relative fundamental and practical for mastering the image process for the beginners. So we advise the student what is the difference between asparagus and the rest. The images from the agriculture specialist, we know there are three types of objects. A is asparagus. The color and the conformation and the surface, how can I say, surface outlook. According to the asparagus, the spec type B, ground, and type C, types of greenhouse shows a relative difference for these color and the conformations. So we advise this all student, please check these specs for the key for separation. For the beginners, I chose the National Instruments NI LabVIEW Vision Assistant for the programming tools. This is the script language and easy for understanding. Um, with 3 hours training, all students master the how to process the script. And I gave the student the example code for the distinguish. This is one of the examples. Training image, this is real one, is processed by the sample code. The right, you can see the extracted images. There are some misunderstanding about object number 1 and 3, and not separated each asparagus for object number 7 and 6. So we asked the student, please improve this code, and the evaluating point is precise number of asparagus, root position, and length detection, and recognition of grown asparagus. So this is a result by the student champion, the best code writer. You can see the upper part is the training images. I've already shown to the student for the training, but the lower part is completely new for student. This is the just open for the competition day, but his code completely analyzed this new image samples, asparagus separation, and the quality for analysis is superb. So for the second step, I asked the student, please arrange all these image processing code and robotics control code at one total project. So this group task, virtual asparagus harvesting robot project, is made by 2 teams of 3 students, total 6 students per group. The tool for virtual robotics competition, basically written in LabVIEW robotics. Using this LabVIEW robotics, all students can easily understand the 3D virtual field and try to establish their own robot. And for the competition, they give a presentation about their robot, for example, concept and what the challenging points. This is the sample field. You can see the reach for asparagus. This is top view about the competition area. Each side has yellow carrying out area. All robots have to bring the green asparagus. It is good for eat. Avoiding the red. Red means short, and brown. It is too much grown. And this conformation of asparagus has 2 patterns. One is the trial, preliminary open for students for training, and final one is newly opened for the competition days. The program is mainly 3 parts of program constructed was once. All data is collected by global variants for 2 robots, and from the beginning of the program, field data, for example, asparagus position is supplied. And each group has 2 robotics team about arm, move, image for tasks, and these data transfer to global variants and reveal to these situation physical simulation and drawing system uh, exactly draw a 3D virtual image on the screens. The rule of competition, automated robot only, fixed top view image from greenhouse is a surprise. Any shape of robot is okay, but robotics arm should hold asparagus. Time limit of the competition is 3 minutes, and within this time limit, harvest the asparagus and transport it to them to the carryout area. Point information: good asparagus harvesting, 1 point per stuk. These asparagus transferred to the carryout area, 1 point per each remaining second is given as a bonus. Misharvesting, short or long, means minus 10 points. Grown asparagus mistakenly cut, it means minus 50 points, large penalty. Robots touch the leech, it also gives a penalty point, minus 5. And I gave the student for the sample program. It is contracted by LabVIEW Robotics and Vision. This is field view and robotics control program. Little bit complicated, but our student mastered it. I'll show you the robotics movie about the competition. Wait a moment. Now I switch to the movie file. Some part is still written in Japanese, so please forgive me. So let's start. This is group 1. You can see some chopstick-like robotics hand handle the asparagus. This is group 2. The robot is very nicely modified. The group 3, the robot is very nicely arranged for the some real actual working robot. The arm movement is completely different about the from the sample program. Group 4 arranged the robot for smooth handling for the asparagus. The tip of the manipulator has a rubber coating. It is actually in this simulation program, but it works. The right side of the image, this is the simulated LiDAR. Actual LiDAR sensor is very expensive, but in the virtual world, it is costless. This group tried to apply conveyor belt, but it doesn't work, unfortunately. Group 6, the shape of the robot is, yeah, how can I say, not so different from the my supplied uh, demo program. Group 7, the plan was fine, but the time was limited to actually design such a nice robot. So they have to apply the demo program based simple robot. Group 8, time is limited. They also apply the demo program based simple robot. Next, group 9, this is the superb design, completely new and works very speedy. This is really practical for real environment because the robot is very compact. Group 10. This group also face a hardship about time. So this is the final presentation. Project award gave to group 4, 3, 1, and presentation award given to group 2, 5, 6. Challenging award is for 5 and 3. Okay, that's the movie about the robotic competition. Now I switch to the presentation file. So now my talk is come to close. This is the student impression about the competition. It gives me the confidence to work as a team on specific issue of agriculture and industrial cooperation. I was keenly aware of the importance of leadership and how the way work is divided up can make a difference in teamwork. It's frustrating because if we had more time, we could have made it better, etc. Yeah, I love this comment from student. Now I realize this competition was exactly a meaningful challenge for students. So I have to say, or I dare say, this kind of virtual robot project started accidentally by the COVID-19 pandemic situation, but these new trials we really can be applied for the real partnership with agriculture companies. And next spring, I'll try to realize with my robotics technology in Akita Prefecture. Thank you for my presentation hearing. And if you have some questions, please give me a mail. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Arigato gozaimasu, sensei. for this such
どういたしまして。
wonderful session. Moving ahead, I would like to introduce our next invited speaker, Mr. Kevin Maffo-Jamo. Mr. Kevin is working at Laboratory of Enzyme Chemistry, Food Science and Biotechnology, Graduate School of Agriculture, Kyoto University. Topic of his today's session is comparison of sensitivity and rapidness of PCR recombinase polymerase amplification and RNA specific amplification for detection of rice yellow mottle virus. Please welcome Mr. Kevin.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Today, I'll be presenting on comparison of sensitivity and rapidness of PCR recombinase polymerase amplification and RNA-specific amplification for detection of rice yellow mottle virus. So, rice yellow mottle disease. So, rice yellow mottle disease is a severe disease of rice in Africa, and it was first reported in 1966 in Kenya. It's widely spread in almost all rice-producing regions in Africa, and it's caused by rice yellow mottle virus, which is transmitted by beetles. It's characterized by yellowing and mottling of infected plants. The image here shows a rice field which is infected by rice yellow mottle disease. And here is my country, Kenya. The countries shown in yellow are African countries which are affected by rice yellow mottle virus. This is a beetle, one of the causative agents of rice yellow mottle disease. I'll now take you through rice yellow mottle virus, RYMV. RYMV belongs to Sobemo genus, and it has a single-stranded positive sense RNA genome. It contains 4 open reading frames, that is open ORF1, ORF2, ORF3, and ORF4. So ORF4 encodes a 239 amino acid code protein. The other ORF's functions are indicated in this slide. I'll give you a brief background about RYMV. So rapid and sensitive detection of RYMV in plants is required to control rice yellow mottle disease. For this purpose, visual assessment, serological assay, and enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay were first developed. Then a PCR assay was developed, which is now widely used. One of the drawbacks of PCR assay is that thermocycler is necessary, which is difficult for use in the farm. An isothermal nucleic acid amplification-based system is more preferable to a PCR-based system. So the purpose of this study was to compare sensitivity and rapidness of PCR, recombinase polymerase amplification, and RNA-specific amplification for detection of rice yellow mottle virus. So first, this slide, I'll take you through the sequence of recombinase polymerase amplification, RPA. So RPA specifically amplifies a target DNA sequence at around 37 to 42 degrees centigrade with the recombinase, single-stranded DNA binding protein, and strand displacing DNA polymerase. As shown in this diagram, this is a recombinase which binds with the primers. After binding, they form a nuclear filament which invades a double-stranded DNA. The unwound strand is stabilized by single-strand DNA polymerase, and the strand DNA binding protein. Strand DNA displacing DNA polymerase then elongates the double-stranded DNA from the primers, resulting in a duplicate of DNA duplex, which can now be visualized. In RNA-specific amplification, RNA amplification specifically amplifies a target RNA sequence at around 40 to 43 degrees centigrade with the reverse transcriptase and an RNA polymerase. So as shown in this case, after DNA, we have RNA synthesis. So these multiple copies of RNA are then visualized, either using agarose gel electrophoresis or any other medium that is chosen. I'll now take you through the materials and methods. First, I will start with the PCR. So PCR was performed in a total of 15 microliter reaction and with the R-tag polymerase. So the recycling parameters are shown, and this was performed at 5 to 35 cycles. For RPA was performed used Twist Amp Liquid Basic, this kit from Twist DX Cambridge, in a total volume of 15 microliters. So this reaction was performed at 41 degrees centigrade for 1 to 40 minutes. Next is RNA-specific amplification. So in the case of RNA amplification, the RYMV RNA was mixed with the substrate primer solution and incubated at 65 degrees centigrade for 5 minutes, and then at 41 degrees centigrade for 5 minutes. So this was started by adding an enzyme solution and then followed by 41 degrees centigrade for 1 to 40 minutes. The composition of substrate primer solution and enzyme solution used are shown in this diagram. So the results were visualized on agarose gel electrophoresis by addition of 7 microliter sample and 2 microliter 6 times loading dye and performed run on 2% agarose gel stained with ethidium bromide at 1 microgram per ml. So I'll take you through the structure of RYMV and the target. So as shown in this diagram, we selected a part of ORF2 between 3421 and 3660 nucleotide as a target sequence. Due to that, the divergences of ORF2 and others are lower than other ORFs. So the arrows in this diagram show the part at which the primers bind on this target sequence. So first, I'll take you through the first results where we performed a comparison of primer combinations. So as shown in this diagram, primer combination number 6, this is the case for PCR, and this is for RPA, and this is for RNA-specific amplification. From the visual observation, the intensity is far more than compared to other primers. So primer number 6 gave the best performances, and thus this combination was used for subsequent analysis. The DNS, the amplicon size is shown for respective amplification. Then we performed the effects of initial copy on the amplification. So as shown in this case, this the lane shows here the lane is from lane 1 to lane 11, and initial copy is shown from a maximum of 10 to the power 9 copies to the minimum of 0 copies. So as shown in this diagram, both PCR and RPA were able to amplify up to 1 copy per microliter of DNA, while in RNA-specific amplification, it was able to amplify up to 10 copies per microliter of RNA. So the sensitivities were several copies for PCR and RPA and dozen copies for RNA-specific amplification. Then we also examined the effects of reaction time on the amplification. So as shown in these results, for PCR, the minimum cycles required to generate a visible amplicon were 15 cycles. And for RPA, it was about 5 minutes, and RNA-specific amplification, it was 10 minutes to visibly amplify a target sequence. So the cycle number or reaction time required for amplification were 15 cycles, which is equivalent to 27 minutes for PCR and 5 to 10 minutes for RPA or RNA-specific amplification. Then we also examined the effects of leaf extracts on the amplification. And in this case, we included leaf extracts from Morus australis and Ficus carica, whose respective concentrations are indicated. So as shown in this diagram, there were visible bands in all the reaction conditions, both for RPA and RNA-specific amplification. So So the conclusion is neither Emma australis nor Ficus carica leaf extract inhibited the reaction. In conclusion, we developed a detection system of RYMV DNA or RNA using PCR, RPA, or RNA-specific amplification. The sensitivities were several copies for PCR and RPA and dozen copies for RNA-specific amplification. The cycle number or reaction time required for amplification from 10 to the power 9 copies were 15 cycles, which is equivalent to 27 minutes for PCR and 5 to 10 minutes for RPA or RNA-specific amplification. So these results suggested that isothermal RPA and RNA-specific amplification will be more suitable for rapid detection of RYMV infected rice plants than PCR. So how does this research relate to COVID-19? So because we are looking at the detection methods, and in this case, we are focusing on isothermal methods. So it can also be modified to detect COVID-19 just by getting the appropriate primers and following the same protocol. So thank you very much. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kevin, for sharing
Can
deep knowledge about
can
this
I ask a
wonderful
question?
topic. Yes, sir.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I think Juma-san, this is wonderful work that you have clearly shown the difference or efficiency of RP and RNA versus PCR. So I think this is the virus RNA plus RNA, right? So I think this is you did the RT-PCR and RT-RPA.
Yes, yes, I did RT using AMVT reverse transcript test to
Okay.
synthesize
So
the RNA from the DNA.
so in the both cases, first you did the RT and then did the PCR and RPA, right?
Yes.
Yeah, in case of
Yeah.
RNA, you don't need to do that actually. So I think this is something very wonderful achievement to replace the RT, RPA or PCR, RT, PCR. So wonderful job. Thank you very much. I would like to discuss more further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So before moving ahead, I would like to invite Mr. Dr. Pramod Kumar to complete his talk on data integrity and their role of pharmaceutical analysis, quality control, and quality assurance. Please welcome Dr. Pramod Kumar.
Very good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Pramod Kumar. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much, Maniji and Sanjit to giving the opportunity to speak about the data integrity. So, host can share the slides, please.
Yes, sir. Give us a minute.
Yeah. So I will be discussing about the data integrity. Nowadays, data integrity is a big challenge for the pharmaceutical industries who are working in the formulation, quality control, and quality assurance units. So I will be discussing about what kind of issues they are facing. And before that, I will be discussing about what is raw data, what is metadata, and how these data can be manipulated in the pharmaceutical industries, and how we can prevent from the regulator point of view. So host, please share the slide.
Yes, sir. It's connecting. Please give us a second. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. It is not visible.
We are just resolving it.
Okay.
Sir, is it visible?
Yeah, it is visible.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. So you can go to the third slide directly, slide number 3.
Okay, sir.
So already I discussed the data integrity. We are going to discuss about the data integrity and what is data integrity. It's a data and their integrity, how these data are secured. Go for the next slide. So basically there are three kinds of data. One is raw data, one is final data, one is metadata. So raw data is primarily unstructured or unformatted data where it can be seen in the form of visual images or in kind of the database or in kind of digital data, chromatograms. Whereas final data is a human readable data with some inference. And metadata, it is about data. In the word, you can say there is a terminology in context of the web page and it describes about the page content for the search engine. So that's why final data should be in the metadata format. Metadata in the sense the data may be in the numerical digits. Suppose one watt, 1 liter, 1 mg. So there should be a data in the form of final data. Next slide. Now once data comes, issue comes, what is the quality of data and what is the integrity? Either whoever is doing is right or whoever is doing correct. So integrity is a culture which balances the business goal and the compliance goal. If data is not secure, is not having correct and doing is right and no one is looking, this is somewhat quality and integrity plays a very important role nowadays. That's why it is very important. Now, next slide. So how to define the data integrity? Once you have data, so next slide. So data integrity, you can say it is the assurance of the data, either data is accurate, reliable, complete, intact, or maintained within the original context. So this will define about the data integrity. So ensuring the integrity of the data, protecting original data from the accidental or the intentional modification or falsification is plays a very important role. Next slide. So nowadays, people are worried about the data integrity issue because it involves a lot of errors, maybe quality, instrumentation, documentation, chemists. Sometimes so whoever is working in the quality control laboratories, they will be seeking for job irresponsibility, or they may think that if I will show the wrong data, I may be fired. So to remove that hurdle, they will manipulate the data, but that is not correct. So there are certain myths. Next slide, please. There are certain myths about the data integrity problem. People will think that the data integrity is only the issue of the QC. It is only seen in the quality control, HPLC, GC environment, or it is only the responsibility of person who is doing wrong thing. And only one system is affected. But that is not true. Next slide, please. And it is always the responsibility of the organization to ensure the data integrity. Next slide. So always there will be a trust in the data integrity towards the supplier, regulator, or the manufacturer. If the trust is broken, the regulator will come in the picture to again rebuild that trust by implementing some data integrity or some notices. Next slide. Next. So what are the goals for FDA or CDCO in the data integrity regulation? They will publish some guidelines So recently 21 CFR Part 11 has been published by the FDA and CDC also implemented in that electronic data has come in the picture. And nowadays in electronic data, integration of the peaks or manipulation of the data is very much easy. Next slide. That's why the security of the data is very important. So as per the WHO guidelines, the collected data should be in the Alcoa format. That data should be attributable, that should be legible, contemporaneous, original, and a true copy should be stored for the longer purpose. Next slide, please. So there are some laws. We can say Drug and Cosmetic Act in the led by the CDSCO, followed in the India. There are some GLP and GMP guidelines followed throughout the globe. In which, if we talk about India, CDCO is the regulator with the state government. And CDCO, next slide, please. CDCO has implemented the data integrity guidelines in the GLP schedule that you can see in the slide. Next slide, please. So storage, the raw data, protocol, SOPs, management review, general requirement, equipment, how chemicals, reagents, good housekeeping, maintenance, validation, all these things come in the GLP concern. And this is comes under the rule 74, 78, 150E as per the Cosmetic Act 1940. So all the companies who are producing the pharmaceutical goods or vaccines, they have to follow the GLP and GMP requirement. Next slide. But there is a challenge now with the data integrity system. First challenge is utilization of the hybrid system. Earlier in the 90s, 80s, there was a system with the paper control. So all the data were recorded in the paper system, but now the hybrid system has come. So data is there in paper also, data is there in electronic also. Now, how to resolve the electronic data issue? That's why the data integrity came in the picture. So if you see the slide, there is a two kind of hybrid data system where paper and electronic. So if electronic is there, it can be maintained easily. If both are there, then second challenge of the data integrity, next slide please, computerized system due to the potential of the electronic data manipulation. Nowadays, it is very much easy. I will show you in the some examples. And third challenge is the system interference. Because if you are using the computer system, that computer system should be also validated. That's why it will result in decrease in the human error, but increase the validation burden towards the computer officials. Next. If you see the pharmaceutical scenario throughout the globe, India is the third largest exporter in the world for the pharmaceutical, and it is expected revenue is USD 55 billion by end of this year. And 50 out of these total export value, 53% of the export revenue is generated from the pharmaceutical industry in the current scenario of India. And in India, as of now, total 546 facilities are approved by US FDA, 57 facilities are approved by UK, and 1295 facilities are approved by the WHO GMP, which are running in India. Next slide. Now, what are the hurdles in the managing the compliance? Poor vendor quality, availability due to lesser availability of the skilled manpower, irregular review, lack of the clarity, consistency on the compliance, incorrect timelines for the complete resolution. These are the major hurdles pharmaceutical industries are facing nowadays. Next slide. Now, what regulator wants in the data integrity audit? They need the complete data. They don't want any backdating of the document, fabrication of the data, discarding the data, testing as per the compliance, destroying the raw data. So all these things during the audit, drug regulators from either state government or the central government, they will be looking all these issues during the audit. Next slide. So in the common non-compliance issues with the pharmaceutical industry is laboratory control, failure to show the control, computer system control is not there, quality control operation is there, but there is no SOPs. Next. Investigation system is not there. If some data are out of the trend, nobody is there to look after. Production operations are not controlled. Proper training is not there. That's why people who are doing the manufacture and the processing, they are unable to track the record. Next slide. There are three factors which are affecting to the data integrity. There is no people control, no physical and the engineering control, and there is no business process control. Next. How to overcome this people control? There are three ways: training, process, culture. Failure to train the operators, you will lose the data integrity. Inadequate supervision, untrained manpower, our complicated procedure, overlapping of the reproducible procedures, failure to communicate with the past learnings, and to maintain the risk awareness. Next. Second point is, next slide please, physical and digital control. There is no automatic control. Then business and process control fragmented in the overlapping of the business, lack of the awareness. Yeah, next slide please. Yeah. Next is, we need to understand in the companies or the pharmaceutical industries who are running, what are the level. There are total 4 levels based upon the problem. We need to understand what kind of level we are, planning to fit into the company system. Next slide. Data integrity is now defined with the term of ALCOA. Already we discussed ALCOA means data recorded with the name, who has done, where it was done. It should be recorded with the time. Legible. The data should be readable format. Paper-based data should be in handwriting, or electronic data should be in human readable format. Then data should be the contemporaneous. It should be original, accurate. Data should be recorded at the time when work was done, and data should be recorded in the original sheet or original database. And data should be recorded exactly matches with the data being captured. Next slide. There are some warning letters issued to the pharmaceutical companies, those who have not completed the audit completely. So there is a batch production control observation. You can see that different companies examples are there, why they have given the notices. Next slide. So when USFDA will give the warning, they will give a letter also why you are not able to meet the data integrity. So
Sorry to interrupt you, sir, but we are running out of time. So can we please
two minutes,
the conclusion?
please.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Next slide. Next. These are the example. These are the data integrity breaches in the integrity of the data. Next slide. You can see this is our writing same sample runtime, and they have given they're altering the integration parameter. You can see if you integrate in the HPLC peak 1 and 2 second, and if you integrate lesser, area will come lesser. People can easily manipulate the things. Next slide, please. So you can see if you data integrity is not there, variation will come. You can see the dissolution reports by seeing the chromatograms. Next slide. Recently, you can see in the paper-based also somebody has done work and somebody is reproducing the data. Next. The summary of the data concerned that the batch processing report, training, stability, all these things should be there. Next slide. Samples, quality control, or the next slide. The growth of the microbial raw data should be in proper format. Raw data concerns are there. Documentation concern like pre-porting, post-dating of the records. Next slide. There are some investigation concern like out of the specification, product release in the SPLC assay. Next. In the electronic data, there is a audit trail function. It is disabled during run. So all these things are there. Sharing of the password, unauthorized access. Next slide. Failure to maintain the backup of the electronic data. So what will be the final outcome of the data integrity observation? People will lose the trust. The product recall will be there. 483 sanctions will be imported. The export license will be cancelled. Companies will lose their business. Next slide. So to improve the data integrity, there should be a review system, there should be policies, and there should be an implementation of the 21 CFR Part 11. Next. So there should be a control toward the hybrid system also. Next. So how to overcome with the data integrity challenge? You can have exhausting training in your company. You can give user right administration, user access control. You can have SOPs. You can have a audit trail facility. You can have a validation of the data integrity, backup, recovery, good documentation practice, data integrity matrix, who is doing what, who is doing who, risk management with respect to data integrity, inventory, mapping of the system, maintenance of the SOPs. Next slide. Thank you very much. So we are sitting in the corner of the country, northeast region of the India, where we are. I am working in the National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Guwahati. So everyone, I would like to invite everyone to visit the NIPER campus. We are situated in the Guwahati, city of the Assam. This beautiful block you can see, this is our administrative block. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you can ask, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pramod Kumar, for such wonderful and knowledgeable session. Now, I would like to invite Professor Manish Biani.
Yeah, I think it should be a very tough time because we started 9 o'clock Indian time, and now it is almost 3. In just 5 hours, we could meet total 17 speakers in 6 countries. So I think it was a tough time to listen all of you. I thank you again for all the speakers. Total 11 speakers from Japan, 6 from Japan, the country, and 6 from India. So I think it was a wonderful time. Only the missing part, which I felt, that we could not have the discussion time between the sessions. So I think we should arrange some time to discuss also in this. But I thank you everyone. And but what is important that with this meeting, we made some relations. So we should continue by some email communication, that how we can connect with each other and how we can develop some interdisciplinary work so we can work together in the future. It is not just to make a presentation in this BICON series, but how we can develop and make a sustainable relation for the next future upcoming. So for this, I would like to thank you again, and be in touch with Biani group and Biani members. Thank you very much.
Definitely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, before moving ahead with virtual presentations, let's recall the wonderful memories from BICON International Conference 2019. Can we have the glimpses, please? As discussed earlier, I've told you about the achievements of Biani Group of Colleges. We have our study material website, gurukpo.com. We have an app that is named as Guru KPO Plus. We have Biani Times, where we find newspaper for every month. Then there is a Radio Selfie 90.8 FM, that is a community radio station. All these are the contributions made by Biani Group of Colleges. We have a Biani TV that has its own features with many documentaries, series of Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Sanjay Ki Nazar Se, and The Counselor Show. These are the achievements of Biani Group of Colleges. Now we are going to start with the virtual presentations chaired by Professor Dr. Ashwani Kumar. Professor Ashwani Kumar is Professor in Emeritus, former Head of Department of Botany and Director Life Sciences from University of Rajasthan. He has acquired his He has acquired his Bachelor of Science from Agra University, his Master's from University of Rajasthan, and is being awarded Gold Medal for standing first in order of merit. His PhD was done in 1971 on studies on growth, physiology, and biochemistry of some edible plant tissues in cultural under supervision of Professor H.C. Arya and postdoctoral with Professor Dr. K.H. Neumann, Justus Liebig Universität, Gießen, Germany, with award of Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship. He is a member board of studies and academic council of several universities, advisory committee on biotechnology, government of Rajasthan, medical plant board of state government, member selection committee of Rajasthan and Himachal Public Service Commissions. He has also been awarded fellowships by different societies, including FABP, that is the Fellow Association of Biotechnology and Pharmacology, FBS. FPSI, that is the Fellow of Cytophysical Society. FISMPP, Indian Society of Mycology and Plant Pathology. FMA, Fellow Mendelian Association. Please welcome Professor Ashwani Kumar.
Thank you very much for nice introduction. I have long association with Biani group of colleges. I think over a decade, and I am very much thankful to you for giving me this opportunity to chair this session for the presentations. It is a very moment of proud, and I have seen the performance of your students is always excellent. And today is a special day that we have a collaboration with Japan and India. I had a chance to work in Japan for over 6 months, 2 times, and I know they are working and their sincerity of purpose and devotion to duty. I think we have also the similar pattern of working at Biani. So without losing time, I would like to invite the presenters. For the benefit of presenter, I would like to say that we will divide marks into 4 headings. The matter, 5 marks, slides, 5 marks, presentation, 5 marks, and question answer, 5 marks. So that everybody is aware that how he has to present and how it will be judged. Thank you very much. You can continue now, please.
Thank you, sir. So now is the moment to add a golden feather in the hat of success. The participants will be getting 5 minutes each to showcase their research and discoveries. Now let's start with the oral presentation. I would like to invite our first presenter, Ms. Anjali Pandit.
Thank you, ma'am. I wish everyone a very warm good afternoon. I would like to present my screen. So, December 2019.
Anjali, there is some disturbance coming from your end.
Well, ma'am, I don't have any such disturbance right now.
Try to use the speakers instead of the headphones or try to disconnect your earphones and use the speakers.
I'm using the same. Ma'am, should I rejoin?
Are you using a speaker or a earphone?
It's an earphone.
So just disconnect it and Then let's try if it is still audible or not. Just disconnect your earphones.
Is it now audible?
Yes, audible. It is audible to me.
Okay.
So shall I start, sir?
The first slide.
Okay.
Right. Please go ahead.
December 2019. Although it was an ending of a year, but something new, novel, and threatening happened. Yes, I'm talking about the novel coronavirus. As my presentation title indicates, inculcating nature within to keep corona apart, I'll be talking about how our surrounding nature and its components can help us boost our immunity and prevent us from this deadly virus. It has been a year since the world has had first encounter with the novel virus. It became the global topic of concern and emergency, which led to which alarmed the medical science to have a crucial role. The genome sequencing was completed and documented till January 2020, but there is no promising drug or any vaccine available till now to the public. The treatments available in the health sector are totally based on the type of symptoms shown by the patient, which are similar to that of common cold, which includes fever, headache, runny nose, and dry cough being the most prominent one. Unless a vaccine or a drug is developed, the problem will continue in the society. But as the proverb reads, every problem has in it the seeds to its own solutions. In the same way, the solution to this global problem lies in the structure and the path followed by the virus to invade the human host cell. If we look at the structure of the virus, it has four structural proteins: spike glycoprotein, membrane protein, nucleoprotein, and enveloped small membrane protein, along with a single-stranded genomic RNA. The path followed by the virus to enter the cell has several steps, such as binding with the receptor of the host cell, that is ACE2 receptor, and once it gets inside the cell, it utilizes the machinery of host cell to replicate itself. And after replication, the number increases, and in this manner, the infection increases. And if we focus on the very first step of interaction between the spike glycoprotein and the ACE2 receptor, the ACE2 receptor is downregulated when spike glycoprotein binds to it. And this downregulation leads to excessive production of angiotensin that leads to pulmonary hypertension, acute lung injury, and lung fibrosis. Here, I would like to mention that ACE2 is an angiotensin converting enzyme that converts angiotensin 2 into angiotensin, that is a vasodilator. And due to the excess amount of angiotensin, it leads to pulmonary hypertension, acute lung injury, and further, etc. It has been suggested that increasing the ACE2 levels, such as using angiotensin 2 receptor blocker medications, could be effective to treat COVID-19. In the following slides, I'll be talking about some Indian household remedies that have proved better and effective against the COVID-19 infection. The first one is golden milk. Golden milk is simply the combination of a teaspoonful of haldi, that is turmeric powder, with a combination of hot milk. It has been proved to be an adjuvant against any viral infection. The curcumin, a bioactive compound present in turmeric, influences multiple signaling pathways which has anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, and immune healing properties, and it is identified to block cytokinin release, specifically interleukin 1, 6, and tumor necrosis factor alpha. If we go into the depth, the S-glycoprotein has two subunits, S1 and S2, and curcumin acts in inhibiting both of them. Like the S1 is involved in interaction with the ACE2 receptor of host cell. In presence of curcumin, curcumin binds to the S1 unit and prohibits the interaction with host cell, which results in blocking of the receptor binding domain of spike protein, prevents recognition of target cell and subsequent cellular entry. And it also diminishes the expression of TMP-RSS2, which is a protease that cleaves the S2 subunit and enhances the attachment of ACE. In this manner, the curcumin inhibits both the subunits and the cellular entry. Next we have is the combination of honey and powdered clove, which is suggested in case of cough and throat irritation. In the patients who died due to COVID-19, it was seen that they had low concentration of lymphocyte, and it was suggested that lymphocyte-mediated antiviral activity is poorly effective against COVID-19. But immunity booster, that is combination of honey and crushed cloves, improve the humoral and cell-mediated responses of the body by increasing the proliferation of T-mediated lymphocytes and stimulating phagocytosis and regulating the production of vital pro-inflammatory cytokines. Next we have is the decoction. It is simply the blend of some herbs and spices, traditional spices such as tulsi or basil, cinnamon, black pepper, dry ginger, raisin, jaggery, lemon juice, etc. And in cinnamon, one of the most important component of this decoction has some bioactive compounds which act as a trypsin inhibitor. This trypsin has a role in cleavage and activation of spike protein. And
Thank you very much, Anjali. Your time is up.
Should I end the presentation now?
Yes.
Are there any questions from the audience? Somebody would like to answer question? I have one question. You have said that till now there is no vaccine as yet. So how far this information is correct?
It is like the work is going on, and there are many vaccines that have been developed, and there are trials going on in phases. But there is no adequate vaccine that has been available to the public. It's not like vaccine is not made or is not developed till now. The scientists are involved in it, and there are many vaccines that have been under trial. And there is no vaccine that is available to the public. And since till then, the public has to rely on some remedies like these.
You have suggested a very good blockade of receptor and S1 glycoprotein and use of herbal tea and Indian medicines. But I wonder why these are not globally recognized and used in a wide scale manner by the doctors and in the hospital. What could be explanation?
So like the disease was this infection was aroused suddenly. No one was aware about it. And if we talk about the immune system, individual immunity plays a major role. And these are the things which are involved in boosting the immune system. And it is one of the reason for why Indians are like less prone to such infections and have a great recovery rate. And the doctors, it's not like doctors don't suggest such things. It is used commonly and a part of Ayurvedic medicine, a traditional medicine. Now the world has improved so much that people rely less on traditional medicines and Ayurveda. There are a lot of modern medicine system which has occupied the place. So yes.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Anjali. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Rashi Garg.
Yes, please. Rashi Garg. You can start.
Yes, sir. So is the slides are visible?
Yes, visible, audible. Visible and audible. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rashi Garg, student of BSc Biotech third year. And today I will be talk about COVID-19 in India, but with a very different perspective. We all know what is COVID-19. It is an infectious disease caused by a newly discovered coronavirus. Most people fall sick with COVID-19 and will experience mild to moderate symptoms. And many people were recovered without any special treatment. The first case was reported in Wuhan, China, and subsequently spread worldwide. Nowadays, there is no nation or country left that is not affected due to its impact. It is officially named as Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome Coronavirus 2nd by the International Committee on Taxonomy of Viruses. In India, this virus is spreading at a very high rate. During the initial phase of COVID-19, it took nearly 170 days to hit the first million cases and then only 11 days to reach the next million. In April 2020, the daily cases reported were around 62. But from September 2020, there are more than 87,000 cases per day. Until now, more than 50 million Indians have been tested for COVID 19. But still, India has one of the lowest testing rates in the world. Today, there are more than 98 lakh cases in India. But is it true that India is actually at a high risk? Or there are some other reasons, in addition to the severity of the infection, which are not known to us? If we look at the Worldometer data of COVID 19 taken on 11th December, we can clearly see that the total death rate in India is still very less as compared to other countries. And the total recovery rate is the highest, whereas the total cases are still very less as compared to its population. Now, what are the reasons why the cases are not stopping to increase in India? According to my research, I have found two major reasons for this. The first reason is the fake reports given by the doctors. Oh, I think the slides are not visible. Is the
The
slides
slides are visible, Rashi.
Ma'am, which slides are showing currently?
World meter data of COVID-19, 11th December 2020.
There is some problem. The next slide is not coming. Yeah. So these are the fake reports which are given by doctors to COVID-19 negative patients. These are some reports which I have taken from the top news report companies. Now, why are doctors doing this? As you can see here that in normal days, the average cost of a district hospital per day is around 94 rupees, whereas the private hospital room cost around 2,213. But during COVID-19 crisis, the lowest price isolation bed in a hospital cost around 80,000 for 10 days of treatment. And it can be increased as the treatment days increases. So we can see here that how much amount of money a doctor gets from a single patient. The second reason I have found is the current methods used to detect COVID-19 in India. Although these methods are very good, but still they have some limitations due to which many times they give the false results. If we talk about RT-PCR, the major limitation is that it can only detect the ongoing infection and does not give any information about the history of infection. If we talk about the accuracy rate, then we can see that if we test the patient immediately after infection, then it can give the false result at 100%. On the first day of symptoms, the false negative rate goes to 38% and then it drops to 20%. If anyone is recovered from the virus, then the RT-PCR cannot tell if the person is infected or not. Second is a TrueNAT, that is a rapid antibody test. It is effective, but still it cannot detect any asymptomatic patient. And we all know that an asymptomatic patient does not show any symptoms, but still it is capable of infecting others. Third is a CBNet, that is a cartridge-based nucleic acid amplification test. A very stable electricity supply is required for its normal functioning. The cost of the test is very high due to which it is not available in the rural areas. The instrument needs to be calibrated every time. Now, as a part of conclusion, I would like to suggest some ways to improve the present condition. The government of India should make strict laws to stop these things. The government should spread more awareness among people, among poor people especially. Doctors should use more accurate and cost-effective testing kits. We should stop sharing fake information or misleading people on social media. Thank you for listening my topic.
Thank you, Rashigar. Uh, any question from the audience? Now, I would like to ask you that which method you will prefer, antigen method or RT-PCR method for testing?
RT-PCR.
RT-PCR. And did you mention the CT value? What is CT value?
So where?
CT value, and in measuring RT-PCR, there comes a CT value. What is this CT value?
So wait, I have shown in the slide.
No. I just wanted to ask you CT value. When you measure the RT-PCR, there is always CT value, because in how many cycles virus is detected, and the load depends on the virus present. If the CT value is around 10, 15, it is load is very high, and if it is around more than 25, the load is low, and after 35, everybody will be detected the virus. So we can consider CT value in detecting this. And I wish that you could have said about something about wearing mask and preventive measures. Detection and prevention both are going simultaneously. But you have a nice presentation, and I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rashi. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Priya Chauhan.
Priya Chauhan. Okay.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sharing my video. Ma'am, is my slide is visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, so, okay, ma'am. So first of all, good afternoon to all of you, and thanks for giving this opportunity to express myself. So my name is Priya Chauhan, and my topic is the new normal and the impact of COVID-19 on nurses. So this presentation discusses about what will the new normal look like for nurses after the pandemic and the impact of COVID-19 on nurses or the healthcare delivery system across the globe. So first of all, we start with the introduction. So when the global pandemic struck the country, the healthcare system and the technology brought the country to its knees. Suddenly, healthcare organizations were overwhelmed with the sick patient. The technology which is used to treat and save life was under strain. So what COVID-19 has taught us is that once we have the health crisis under control, there will be a new normal in the healthcare. The question is, what will healthcare look like after COVID-19? So, first of all, we should know what are the challenges which is faced by the nurses during the COVID-19. So, first is providing support to reduce gaps in the critical knowledge. As COVID-19 is a newly identified disease, effective vaccine and treatment are still in development. Thus, in tackling this crisis, nurses faces a risk of infection as well as potential work-related anxiety and the mental health problems. So, it is important to apply the latest knowledge to protect the healthcare professional and the nursing staff who are caring for the patient with the COVID-19. Second is preventing inadequacies in the healthcare system. The rapid spread of COVID-19 has caused challenge worldwide, especially in terms of delivering sufficient PPE to the healthcare system. The disease mainly spread through the respiratory droplets. Insufficient PPE has been associated with the exposure and the illness. Third is policy and the strategies to prevent staffing shortages. Outbreak of the recognized contagious illness such as COVID-19 highlight the risk of safety problems for the healthcare providers and the nurses. Manpower shortages during the infectious disease outbreak may be caused by the uncertainties regarding life-threatening infection sources. Fourth is psychological distress. So nurses which were fighting against the epidemic on the front line, they are under the great physical and the psychological distress. So more important, poor psychological health among the nurses might not only be detrimental to the individual, but it also hinder professional performance and in turn the quality of the nursing patient. So previous studies revealed that 25.1% of the frontline nurses experience psychological distress. So last is effect on the nursing home residents and the family staff and the industries. So nursing home in a particular have experienced a high burden of COVID-19 with as many as 1 in 4 cases stemming from the nursing home residents. So what are the impact of COVID-19 or how COVID-19 has affected health and the social care? So more than 1 lakh people in the UK treated for the COVID-19 in the hospital. Around 9,16,500 emergency department visits England April 2020 down from 2.11 million in January 2020. 10 temporary hospital beds, 7 in England known as NHS side angle. 60% decrease year-on-year fall in the assessment after an urgent cancer referral from a GP in the England in April. So there were 9 by 10 health visitors have seen less than 20% of the contacts face to face. So now we will know what are the state of the pandemic COVID-19 and getting back to work. So day after day, the media presents a staggering array of statistics and the other information related to COVID-19 pandemic. As of April 14, 2020, the United States Centers for the Disease Control CDC reported a total of 6,590 confirmed cases of COVID-19 in the US alone, with a total of 24,582 deaths across the 55 jurisdictions. So in India, after the lifting of the lockdown, there is a surge in case and a new wave of infection. So now we should know what are the technology that may be the part of the new normal. So first is telemedicine. Initially, I thought 2019 was going to be the year of the telehealth. I was only out by 1 year, and it only took a global pandemic to bring forth an almost universal adoption of the tool. So telehealth has multi-purposes and it provides for the full extent of the medical treatment due to the shortage of the physician, especially in the rural area. This allows healthcare workers to make clinical decisions by using various technological tools. Second is chatbots. Chatbots can be used in several different ways, whether the bot directs someone to some piece of content, answer a general question, call a specific number, or tells a person to come to the ER. There will always be a need for the human components, but chatbots could connect people to service rapidly. Third is remote patient monitoring. While previously used after discharge to monitor patient and reduce readmission rates, the technology could be more widely used to reduce in-person visits for checkups and the routine appointments. Fourth is supply chain. Whether the issues were related to the PPE, medical devices, healthcare organization realized huge supply chain issues. What
Priya,
may say
your time is up.
Yes, ma'am. So work from home. Hundreds of millions of people have lived through lockdown. Many have made the abrupt shift to working from the home. The future uncertain. We don't know if ER might return to normal or what kind of curve. So what are the best practices for getting back to work safely and sanely? So we should take inspiration from those winning the war, work with the public health officials, industry leaders, and the community leaders. And the last is invest in tech tools that support digital transformation. So the conclusion is finding ways to get back to normal when the world is struggling with an unusual crisis can be frustrating. But by working with the health expert, local official management, staff, and applying the protocol and the procedure will help to protect the health and protecting from further global crisis. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Priya Chauhan. Are there any questions? Definitely, the nurses are doing challenging job, and I can realize from my own experience. Our daughter in USA is a doctor, and they have to deal every day with hundreds of patients. And
Yes, sir.
this is really challenging job, and I salute the nursing and other people for doing this. And I'm very thankful to giving me this opportunity. I'm glad that Manish Biani was co-host for some time. I'm seeing you a long time, and your presentation was good, but it should be more pinpointed. Most of your slides are having a general thing written. So it should be like this: what are the objective of your talk? Then why you want to give this talk? Why? And how it should be proceeded? And what is your conclusion? And time duration and written matter should be as less as possible, and more depiction should be there, for future.
Okay, sir.
Thank
Okay,
you
sir.
very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Priya. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Ms. Agrima Pandit.
A very good morning to one and all present over here. Today, I am Agrima Bhatt and I am here to share with you the impact of the COVID 19 pandemic and the global response. So, let me just brief you about the COVID 19. It was first found in the Wuhan city of China, and till now, it has reported over 69 millions of cases. First case in India was reported in Kerala on the same day that WHO declared it as an international public health emergency. Since then, COVID cases has been on the rise. And with that, we have been into lockdown since the March 22nd, from the March 22nd. Now, why the lockdown was necessary in India? We have a population of more than 1.34 billion people. Now, to put this number in context, it is 10 times the population of Japan. We have severe shortage of healthcare workers, and our Indian rural healthcare system is also under severe shortfall. But that is not the only reason that we are under such a pandemic. It had a huge impact on India due to the unemployment rate, which was already at a rise from the year 2017 to 2018. Now, 77.1% of the employment in India is non-regular or self-employed, which are with unprotected jobs. It is around 364 to 473 million people which went out of unemployment suddenly under the lockdown period. Now, this number does not seem very large, but if you know the population of the US, which is actually 331 million, then you will realize that many people have been unemployed. This graph shows the peak in the data since the March 22nd with the rise of the unemployment. And the next graph shows the difference between the urban and the rural gap, which, which is not present only in the employment but also in the education sector as well, which is also another reason why our country is suffering so much. Now, education sector. According to UNESCO, 1.58 billion people have been affected, youth have been affected. International students who study abroad in foreign countries have received no international exposure till now, and they have been exposed to very less networking and foreign job markets. Many of them are wondering whether to come back to their home countries or whether to stay and continue their online education. In India alone, we have 320 million students. But that is not the reason why education sector has also been suffering so much. The reason is that only 24% of the Indian households currently hold internet access. And with rural households holding 66% of the population, only 49.9% have 24-hour internet access. And same with the urban household, but comparatively much more with 42% of the internet access. Another reason is the gender disparity. Males are the primary users of the internet, with only 16% of the women having access to internet. So that is another reason why the education sector is suffering so much. Another shocking fact, which is that only 12% of the students have access to smartphones. Now, yes, we know that the unemployment has been there. Now, due to this unemployment, parents are unable to pay the students' fees, which correlates with much more unemployment in the academic institutions. 50% of the staffs, drivers have been laid off due to this. Now, education sector is not the only sector which has been affected. When we are in quarantine or self-isolation, we think about this sector the most, that is the tourism sector. Mexico, Spain, Italy, China, these are some of the countries on which economy depends on their tourism. Fortunately, India is on the lower side of this, but we still have a million people in this sector to think about. Tourism and aviation sector is expected to have 100 to 120 million jobs at risk, and they are expected to receive a loss of 730 billion US dollars. Now you can see the impact there. Many of you must have heard the fact on the internet that the nature is healing, which is a huge misconception because in rural areas and regional tribes, they have been exposed to poaching, illegal hunting, land grabbing, deforestation, etc. With the fall in tourism, it also cuts off their funding for the biodiversity conservation and the protection of the endangered species. Many of the cultural diversity is being threatened as 90% of the museums are being closed and 30% of the chances that they may never reopen. Now let's talk about agriculture for a second. We know that 58% of our livelihood depends on the agriculture and 120 million farmers are currently employed in agriculture. COVID-19 should not have had a huge impact on agriculture, but it did. Why? Because due to the loss of the food supply. and the loss of the perishable crops. Fortunately, dairy industry was the one who maintained stability during this lockdown period. And agriculture seems to be the bright spot in India amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Now let's talk about MSMEs, which is the micro and the small establishments. Due to the lockdown, many of the small establishments have been jobless. People have expected that 8 out of 10 MSMEs believe that there will be negative impact on their businesses. Indian MSMEs for, are responsible for the 40% of the
Agrima, your
exports.
time is up.
Yes, ma'am. And lastly, I would like to conclude that yes, the pandemic has had a major impact in this, but we have also developed many opportunities. Government has launched many education portals and many education offline access programs for the students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. You have presented it nicely, and but you could reduce the amount of matter on your slide and put more on the graphic. You know, that could have been better. And if there are any questions from the audience or my co-host, if there are no questions, thank you very much.
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Agrima. Now, let's start with the e-poster presentation. For that, I would like to invite our first e-poster presenter, Ms. Ria Gianni.
I have to judge that also?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Anybody will be co-judge with me, or you will help me?
Yes, sir. There's a co-judge with you.
Thank you, thank you.
Ria, please continue.
Sir, my slide visible? Is my poster visible?
Yes, visible. Your
Good
name?
afternoon, sir. I'm Ria Gianni, a student of MSc third sem from IIS University.
Yeah, Biyani.
The topic of my the Yes, sir. The topic of my research is use of antiviral herbs for developing drug against coronavirus. Since December 2019, a pneumonia-like virus emerged in Wuhan. The catastrophic turn taken by the novel coronavirus causing an emerging COVID-19 disease with the high prevalence spreading around the world and resulted in a pandemic-like situation affecting millions. Currently, there are no specific drugs available for the treatment of COVID-19, and the vaccines are still in making. And the path to drug discovery is a very long, tedious, and arduous task, and not to mention the overburdening finances it demands. And as of today, the average cost of developing a new drug is around $2.8 million, and still no molecular and new molecular entities are produced either. Molecular docking could be an exemplary tool, as I have mentioned in the poster. Molecular docking is a method which predicts the preferred orientation of one molecule to a second when bound to each other to form a stable complex. It is based on a lock and key principle, just like the key fits into the keyhole of the lock. The same way ligand gets bind into the binding site of the protein. Hence, the aim of molecular docking becomes uh, to achieve an optimized conformation with high binding affinity. And the COVID-19 vaccines, though, get approved as we have seen in the latest news, but it is not going to change the trajectory that we're gonna experience this winter. It is not going to change the need for us all to wear masks and the social distancing. In the limited availability of doses of vaccine and a few symptoms of allergic reactions shown by those who had taken the first shot of the vaccine had therefore led to use of this antiviral herbs as the basis of my research. Several medicinal plants with antiviral properties shown by their plant compounds could be used to dock against the crystal structure that has been crystallized the COVID-19 main protease, that is MPRO. It is a chymotrypsin-like protease. This protease is involved in the processing of viral polyproteins translated from viral RNA. The methodologies required for this is the three main requisites that are Autodoc Vina, the main software. It is used along with Autodoc MTL tool and Pymol visualization tool. The target protein, as I mentioned, AMPRO, and the ligands, that is antiviral herbs, such as these are selected on the basis of exhibiting antiviral properties against some of previously known viruses. Like curcumin, the first one which are selected is a bioactive ingredient of turmeric. Curcumin has been found with antiviral properties against an alpha group of coronavirus that causes disease in pigs. The vitamin A, it is present in leaves of Britannia somnifera plants. It is also known as Indian winter cherry or ashwagandha and has been traditionally used in Ayurvedic medicines. Indian echinacea, the third one, is known as Enterographis panigulata. It is an herb long used in
There is
an
some
ester of
disturbance.
caffeic acid that is.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
There is some disturbance. It's okay now.
Okay, sir. The
Please
last one
continue.
which I selected is rosmarinic acid, an ester of caffeic acid. It occurs in nature as phenolic compounds in a from it has been it has been extracted officially from the rosemary plant and it has therapeutic potentials. That's why it has been used. The methodology of docking required simple steps. That the first step was to retrieve the protein structure from protein data bank and stored in PDB format. The next step included its preparation, like addition of Coleman charges and uh, removal of water molecules. Next, the ligand structure was next all the ligands, that is curcumin, vitamin A and all, they were downloaded one by one and were converted to PDB format in Pymol tool. And next, the pocket site of protein for ligand binding was selected and then the docking program ran. Once the docking got completed, a Word file was created and which this Word file with the Word file with it was completed and it was named as log automatically. This log file consists of 9 poses generated by protein ligand docking. And the first pose was considered as showing highest affinity. These poses can also be visualized in the Pymol tool. The results were the data obtained from the study, which shows that rosmarinic acid has the highest binding affinity with the COVID-19 main protease, followed by the vitamin A, curcumin, and echinacea. Hence, rosmarinic acid and vitamin A are the most recommended compounds found in medicinal plants as potential inhibitors, and these can be explored in future research by the scientists. At last, I would like to conclude it by that AMPRO and coronaviruses are essential for proteolytic maturation of virus. Therefore, it can be targeted to prevent the spread of inhibition. Moreover, the recent news has updated the long-term effects of COVID and also the side effects that has remained in the patients undergoing treatment for COVID. At least those after effects could be prevented by the use of these natural herbs. And these are the references that I have considered. Thank you.
Thank you. And any questions? I would like to ask you from which plant rosmarinic acid is obtained?
Sir, it's Laminaceae family and Rose marinus officinalis. The plant name was like that. The officially, sir, in 1858, firstly it was found from this plant.
Mhm. The
And
botanical name of the plant?
sir,
You know
Rose
what?
marinus officinalis.
Rosmarinus officinalis. Good.
Yes, sir.
I have one suggestion for your
Yes, sir.
poster that if you can give the name of the plant
Yes, sir.
and then the compound and then the other its property, you know. It would be good for a broad spectrum of
Okay,
people
sir.
who want to do research in this. I'm glad to inform that in USA,
Yes, sir.
my daughter, who is doctor, told me that this ashwagandha with aniferin obtained from this is selling
Yes.
$14 per 100 capsule, and curcumin is also selling at a very high
Yes,
rate
sir.
in USA. So somehow in these things, something is hidden, but it is challenge for
Yes, sir.
Indian
Something is there.
scientists to prove it scientifically and make it acceptable around the world. Good success. Thank you.
Yeah.
My
Okay.
co-host
Thank you
would
so
like
much.
to answer, ask any question.
Ria, can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure, sir.
Ria, I think this is something wonderful that are you doing any molecular docking?
Yes, sir. Actually, this is my dissertation topic, so I have performed it personally. These
Oh,
data were
the
mine.
molecular docking. So can you tell me that how this study can be validated?
Yes, sir.
How this, because this is a theoretical study, that computer simulation. So
Yes, sir.
how this
Molecular
study
docking. Yes, sir.
can be validated? Because just based on this information, we cannot use this as a drug. So do you have
Yes,
any
sir. But
idea?
we can, but sir, we can explore it in future. Like we can use it against that virus.
Yes. So what I suggest you, of course, the docking is very important. So if you can validate
Yes, it
this
is just
binding interaction,
initial. This binding is just the initial step. Yes, we can be sure, yeah, that we can use it against coronavirus. It's just a
yeah. So what?
initial step, and after that
Yeah. So
we can use it.
I suggest you to please engage in experimental study also, so you can validate your molecular
Okay, sir.
docking experiment.
Yeah,
So if
okay,
both can match, I
sure,
think
sir.
it will be a wonderful study on this plant. Good luck. Mm.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Manish.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ria. Now I would like to
Yes, sir.
invite Ms. Neerat Kanwani.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, Neeraj Kandwani. Okay, please start.
Is the
Neeraj.
presentation visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Neerat Kanwani from BSc Biotech third year. Today, my presentation topic is the outbreak of the avian coronavirus and its consequences. It's been so long for all of us staying at home and working from home. The coronavirus pandemic has marked the largest lockdown in history till date. So it has become very important for all of us to make sure that we do not get affected by any such X virus in future, and our socio-economic life should go on smoothly. So I would like to start my presentation. The viruses of the family Coronaviridae are omnipresent in nature. That is, they are not only affecting the humans, they have also been affecting another animals too. The coronavirus has its most distinguishing characteristic, that is its genomic size. It has the largest genome of all the RNAs viruses, that is 26.4 to 31.7 kilobases in length, with the GC content ranging from 32% to 43%. So the main coronavirus that affect the avian animals are from group 3. The group 3 coronaviruses include the gamma coronaviruses. The IBV, the infectious bronchitis virus, is the infectious virus that leads the poultry industry to experience the big economic loss. It spreads through aerosols, causing a dramatic decrease in the development of eggs. So what is the main difference between the avian coronavirus and human coronavirus? We need to understand this. So first, I would like to mention here that there are 4 different genera of coronavirus, that is alpha, beta, gamma, and delta. The alpha and beta genera are mainly responsible for causing the diseases in humans, while the gamma coronavirus is mostly responsible for causing the disease in avian animals, the fowls and the chickens. The genome of infectious bronchitis virus consists of 27.6 kilobases single-stranded positive sense RNA molecule with with the ORFs, the IBV, the infectious bronchitis virus, and the coronavirus of chicken, that is Gallus gallus, are one of the significant reasons that are causing the economic loss to our poultry industry. So now we need to understand how are these viruses transmitted. So the wild bird species in some countries and locations are linked to one another by the migratory routes. These migratory routes are responsible to facilitate the indigenous coronavirus to the global wild birds and other population of animals too. The alarming causes of the zoonotic coronavirus spreading vectors may be the high biodiversity, the perching and the migratory nature of the wild birds. And the most important reason here is the special adaptive immune system of the avian animals. And we are all known to the transmission cycle of human coronavirus, that is the close contact with the infected person, and its secretions can cause the coronavirus from one person to the another person. Now we here need to emphasize that are the group 3 coronaviruses related to COVID-19. The coronavirus pandemic ongoing is caused mainly due to the severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2, that is SARS-CoV-2. One special rumor that has spread around the world is the consumption of eggs and chicken is mainly responsible for causing the coronavirus. Here I would like to emphasize that the poultry and poultry goods are not the vectors, they're not the human vectors to transfer the coronavirus. In the India, our country is third largest in producing the eggs and seventh largest country in producing the chicken meat. Around 200 million chickens in Namakal, a place in India which is the largest poultry hub, has left unneeded, and 20 million people were adversely affected because they were dependent on national poultry industry for their work and for their livelihoods. So the first case of IBV was reported in USA, in North Dakota in 1930s. And till then, and from that time to till now, we haven't recovered any virus, any bird that has been affected by coronavirus, that is COVID-19. So there is no such relation between COVID-19 and group 3 coronavirus. So it is clear that IBV, the infectious bronchitis virus worldwide, has become an endemic. So there is a great chances that from the wild birds to poultry and from poultry to wild birds, these coronavirus can get transmitted. So if a avian animal is affected by more than one coronavirus, it will become an excellent environment for the recombinant virus and the new
Neeraj, your
emerging
time is
virus.
up.
Yes, ma'am. The new emerging viruses will be very harmful to humans. So inactivated IBV and lively attenuated vaccinations have also been coming into use. So we shall be very careful and monitor the avian animals so this endemic shall not become the pandemic of the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question from the audience? One comment. This is a competition for the e-poster, and you had made a nice presentation. I agree with you. But as far as poster is concerned, we should say that there is too much of written material and too less of depiction. And in future, I will recommend that you please put more of the illustration. And but your topic was good, and your presentation was also okay. And the future of mankind depends on how these animals will behave together and the interaction of viruses. My co-host, please, your comments, sir.
Yes, Neerath, I think it's a good study that we should learn actually the history of the viruses. So if we compare this coronavirus, I think almost 7 viruses has been emerged in last 20 years of coronavirus. So what is important here that from those emergence or those evolution of virus, can we able to estimate what will be the next virus or what type of virus can be emerged in next
Yes, sir.
few years? So that is also important that based on those studies that I think the first virus is the HCoV229E, which was represent to the common cold, but it is not so harmful. So why this CoV2 becomes so harmful? That we need to study what happened, how this evolved. So based on those study, if we can predict what should be the virus X, so we can better prepare to fight the next pandemic.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Uh,
just
uh, Manish, can I ask you, in UK recently, this week,
uh-huh.
there is a very deadly virus has come into account only last week, and that is
Okay.
fatal. So what changes have become in this COVID virus so that it become more fatal?
Uh-huh. Uh, in my knowledge, I think there is some mutation in some particular gene, some protein part. So I'm not very sure, but the American strain and European strain are different from that mutation.
Right, right.
Around D614G, this is the main mutation that appeared in American and European strain of CoV2. So those mutations can be, I think, one of the reason that we have more deadly virus strain.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Manish, and a pleasure to co-host with you. Next
Yeah,
speaker,
it's
please.
so long time to see you actually. I am very pleased to see you actually.
Yes, yes,
Thank
yes.
you for
Thank
joining.
you. Thank you, Manish. Next speaker is
Thank you. Now I would like to invite our last e-poster presenter, that is Miss Snehal Gupta.
Snail Gupta. Please continue.
Yes, sir.
Please continue.
Yes, sir. I hope my presentation is visible.
Yeah, visible.
Okay. So very good afternoon. I am a student of Department of Biotechnology from IS deemed to be university. So that my topic for the poster is drug repurposing for SARS-CoV-2 using molecular docking. So starting with COVID-19, also which is also known as SARS-CoV-2 or novel beta coronavirus, is a severe viral pneumonia which was first reported on 31st December in 2019 in Wuhan, China. Soon it led to global spread. WHO declared it as pandemic in January 2020. Since there is no specific drug or vaccine for this COVID-19, scientists suggested drug repurposing. And drug repurposing, it is a technique where the already approved drugs undergo chemical evaluation outside the premise of its medical indication. This reduces time, expenses, and failures which are associated with the drug discovery. To repurpose drug, molecular docking technique is used in which the essential interaction between the selected protein and the generated ligands with low energy conformation will be identified. It is based on the lock and key principle. It is for this study, two different sets of the docking studies will be conducted. One set for model SRBD of SARS-CoV-2 and other set for ACE2 from the host cell. So the protein structures will be downloaded from the PDB, that is Protein Data Bank. The ligand, that is the approved drugs, will be collected from the FDA approved libraries. Then the molecular docking will be performed using the Autodock tools like Autodock Vina, followed by which takes help of Autodock MGL and the PyMol tool, PyMol visualization tool. Since I'm then after molecular docking, the dock scoring is done, which tells us which drug is more best fits in the uh, protein pocket. So like a locking key, which a key is particularly fit in a particular law. So that's why in the same way we check which particular drug has more efficacy for the particular protein pocket. Since I'm still working on this project, so these are my expected observations and results. So the key determinant of the host specificity of coronavirus is the surface anchored S protein responsible for recognizing host cell receptor ACE2 through its S1 subunit. Drug molecules targeting the S protein has the potential to cure COVID-19 infection, and it will help in tackling the pandemic. The main aim of drug repurposing would be to uncover new links between drugs and diseases, mostly via common targets. This will be less expensive. It will be more time. It will save more time which was involved in the drug discovery, and it will ultimately benefit the patients and the healthcare system overall. Since currently there are many drugs which are repurposed, like the antiviral drugs remdesivir and the ritonavir are used for treating the COVID-19. The anti-malarial drugs like hydroxychloroquine is used. Recently, a oral drug malnupiravir, which was identified for the influenza, has found to be effective against COVID-19, and within 24 hours studies are in the clinical phase in trial 2 and trial 3. So the virus receptor, with the understanding of the virus receptor recognition mechanism, which is responsible for COVID-19 infection, pathogenesis, and the host range, will provide the direction to develop antiviral therapy to combat and cure this global pandemic. Since there is no particular drug, so the development of new drug will take time, so the drug repurposing will prove to be beneficial. Moreover, WHO has already declared it as a global pandemic. So the new drug will be time consuming. So drug repurposing using molecular docking will help us in further studies which drug can be finally used for the treatment of COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, Snehal.
It was a good presentation. You could have, again, you could have given more of the depiction than compared the written matter. In a poster, written matter should be just only 20%, and 80% should be the depiction. Whatever you have spoken is good for a lecture, but I think you could have more of the matter, and your studies are very good. I am impressed, and I will request my co-host to give his suggestion. Any more question from audience, and the co-host will give his suggestion, please.
Yes, Sneha, I think it's wonderful to see that how you all the students are now engaged to understand this pandemic. At least molecular study you are doing. I think it's very good. Um, yeah, you said about the problems in drug discovery. There are some challenges which expand the time of drug discovery. So, do you have any idea concretely which is the problem milestone which is taking longer time of drug discovery?
So clinical trials take more longer time because there are chances that while clinical trials, some patients get while doing clinical trials, some patients get negative result or some patients get reactions and some may not. And the drug may be approved in phase 2, but it may get halted in phase 3.
Mm. Yeah, clinical trials start when the lead candidate is successful. But in my knowledge, I think the mostly time 92% candidates become failed to enter in the clinical phase. So I think the major problem is the finding a lead candidate, not the clinical stage. So I would like to suggest to please explore more that what are the problem to finding a lead candidate which can improve our drug discovery process, can make more faster that one.
Okay, sir.
But yeah, I appreciate your study. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I would like to inform that we have one more e-poster presenter, that is Mr. Praval Singh Verma. Can we please have Praval?
Okay.
Please
Praval.
unmute yourself. Yeah.
Praval Singh Verma.
Yes, sir. My name is Praval Pratap Singh Verma. I'm working in Central Institute of Medicinal and Aromatic Plants, Bageshwar, Uttarakhand. and my topic is barren land reform and income generation through medicinal and aromatic plant-based industries in hilly region of Uttarakhand. ये उत्तराखंड के बारे में बताऊं तो ये दो पार्ट में बटा हुआ है, गढ़वाल और कुमायूं रीजन। अभी मैं कुमायूं रीजन की बात करूं अगर, तो यहाँ पे जो खेती है वो रेनफेड फार्मिंग हो रही है। इरिगेशन की फैसिलिटी जो है वो बहुत कम किसानों के पास है, वर्षा आधारित खेती होती है यहाँ पे। दूसरा, यहाँ पे एनिमल्स और बंदरों का अटैक होने की वजह से अभी किसान खेती जो है कम कर रहे हैं। और चौथा जो पॉइंट है वो ये है कि यहाँ पे माइग्रेशन लगातार कई सालों से होता चला आ रहा है। एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए लोग दूसरे राज्यों में माइग्रेट हो रहे हैं। तो ये कुछ रीजन है जिसकी वजह से यहाँ पे खेती लगातार किसान छोड़ते चले आ रहे हैं। तो उसका रिजल्ट ये हुआ कि यहाँ पे जो बैरन लैंड है वो काफ़ी अमाउंट में बढ़ती चली जा रही है। तो खेती से तो स्टेट को वो नहीं हो पा रहा है। ड्यूरिंग कोविड माइग्रेट हुए जो लोग थे वो यहाँ वापस आए फिर से, और खेती के लिए इंटरेस्ट उनका बढ़ा। तो बैरन लैंड जो ज़मीन है हमारी यहाँ पे जिस पर खेती नहीं की जा सकती है, तो उसमें खेती करने के लिए मेडिसिनल एंड ऑर्गेनिक प्लांट्स जो हैं आसानी से उगाए जा सकते हैं। रेनफेड फार्मिंग में भी किया जा सकता है इन्हें। बहुत ज़्यादा पानी की आवश्यकता इन पौधों को नहीं होती है। एनिमल्स और बंदरों का जो अटैक इस एरिया में हो रहा है उससे भी कोई इन पौधों को नुकसान नहीं होता है। मिनिमम एग्रीकल्चर प्रैक्टिसेस में इनको ग्रो किया जा सकता है। तो ये जो प्लांट हैं, इसमें जो मेजर प्लांट हैं जो कि इस हिली एरिया में कुमायूं बेल्ट में जो कि ग्रो करे जा सकते हैं, वो लेमन ग्रास है, रोजमेरी है, एलोवेरा है, गुलाब है, इसके अलावा ऑरिगेनो, थाइम और लेमन बाम। ये कुछ प्लांट हैं जो कि इजीली इस एरिया में बैरन लैंड जो है यहाँ पे हो चुकी है उसमें इजीली ग्रो किए जा सकते हैं। और ये अच्छा अपॉर्चुनिटी है स्टेट के पास। और यहाँ पे माइग्रेट होके जो वापस माइग्रेट हुए जो लोग थे जो कि वापस ड्यूरिंग कोविड आए हुए हैं, जो खेती करना चाह रहे हैं एक्चुअली, तो उनके लिए एक बहुत अच्छा मौका है कि इन्हीं मेडिसिनल एंड एरोमेटिक प्लांट बेस्ड इंडस्ट्री को डेवलप करके यहाँ पे इनकम जनरेट कर पाएँ और ज़मीन जो उनकी ख़राब हो चुकी है उसे ठीक कर पाएँ। और माइग्रेशन जो हुआ है लगातार पिछले कई सालों से उसे भी रोका जा सकता है। तो जो मेडिसिनल एंड एरोमेटिक प्लांट बेस्ड इंडस्ट्रीज के रूप में जैसे इन पौधों को यूज़ करके, इनके रॉ मटेरियल को यूज़ करके गुलाब जल बनाया जा सकता है, धूप बत्ती बनाई जा सकती है, अगरबत्ती बनाई जा सकती है। इसके अलावा हर्बल टीज बनाई जा सकती हैं, परफ्यूम्स बनाए जा सकते हैं, और भी बहुत एलोवेरा जैसे एलोवेरा जेल, एलोवेरा जूस, बहुत कुछ है जो कि स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्रीज, छोटे स्केल पे ही यहाँ पे फार्मर का ग्रुप बना के यहाँ पे ये लोग इनकम जनरेट कर सकते हैं। तो यही मेरा ई पोस्टर प्रेजेंटेशन है। थैंक यू।
मैं आपसे पूछना चाह रहा था कि इनकी कोई एग्रोनॉमिक प्रैक्टिसेस डेवलप हो चुकी हैं या
यस सर, ये सारी जो ये जितने भी ये जो प्लांट में बता रहा हूँ, जैसे लेमन ग्रास है, जैसे दमस्क रोज है, इनका एग्रीकल्चरल प्रैक्टिसेस जो भी एग्रो टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट है इस एरिया के लिए हो चुका है, और वैरायटी भी रिलीज हुई है पर्टिकुलर इस एरिया के लिए।
फिर इसमें
बहुत अच्छा
कंस्ट्रेंट क्या है?
अपॉर्चुनिटी है
लोग इसको क्यों नहीं अपना रहे हैं? अभी इसमें क्या कमी रह गई है?
अभी कमी सर ये है कि मैंने बताया यहाँ पे इस एरिया में मेडिसिनल एरोमेटिक प्लांट क्या है सर, प्राइमरी नीड नहीं है, ये सेकेंडरी नीड है सारे के सारे प्लांट। पर अभी जो बैरन लैंड हो चुकी हैं सर, यहाँ पे इजीली वेजिटेबल्स या सीरियल्स क्रॉप ग्रो नहीं हो सकती हैं। ये प्लांट इजीली ग्रो हो जाते हैं बैरन लैंड में, ऊसर जमीन में। इसलिए एक अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी है यहाँ के किसानों के लिए। और अभी जो माइग्रेट हुए लोग जो वापस आ रहे हैं, हमसे कांटेक्ट कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे लोग, और अब प्लांटिंग मटेरियल हमारे सेंटर से लेके भी जा रहे हैं। तो
मैं एक बात और आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि जब हम कल्टीवेशन करते हैं और उसको सेल करने की कोशिश करते हैं, तो जो परचेजर है वो उसके कंटेंट्स को देखता है कि उसमें जो एक्टिव इंग्रेडिएंट का परसेंटेज कितना है, उसके हिसाब से वो खरीदता है। कई दफे प्रोडक्शन हो जाता है लेकिन उसको कोई खरीदने वाला नहीं होता, और सेकेंडली कई दफे प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री नहीं होती। तो जैसे राजस्थान में एलोए वेरा होता है काफी, लेकिन ये इसकी प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री शायद हरियाणा में है, तो यहाँ से बड़े सस्ते में ले जाते हैं, तो फिर वहां से जरा सी क्रीम का 60 रुपए 100 रुपए की क्रीम बना के बेचते हैं। तो क्या उस एरिया में प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री भी डेवलप हो रही है?
प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्रीज अभी तक यहाँ पे हिली एरिया में सर कल्टीवेशन नहीं था, तो यहाँ पे जो खरीदार थे वो यहाँ नहीं पहुँच पा रहे थे, पर अभी की सिचुएशन में यहाँ पे बहुत सारे मतलब ग्रुप बनाए जा रहे हैं गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा और भी बहुत सारे एनजीओ के द्वारा, जो कि और हमारे जो संस्थान है उसके द्वारा भी कल्टीवेशन करवाने के बाद बाईबैक पॉलिसी जो होती है उस पर भी काम किया जा रहा है, जिससे कि वो जो प्लेन्स में बैठे हुए जो खरीदार हैं यहाँ पे लार्ज स्केल में कल्टीवेशन अगर होता है तो यहाँ से वो सीधा यहीं से किसानों का परचेज करेंगे। तो इस तरीके से वर्क यहाँ पे हो रहा है सर। ये है सर। और दूसरा ये है कि जो प्रोसेसिंग को जो बता रहे थे सर आप, यहाँ पे ट्रेनिंग भी प्रोवाइड कराई जा रही है, जिससे कि प्री एंड प्रो हार्वेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी में जो भी किसानों को दिक्कत आती है, मतलब किसान लैक ऑफ नॉलेज के कारण अच्छा रॉ मटेरियल तैयार नहीं कर पाता है, खरीदार अच्छे रेट नहीं देता है, तो उसके लिए है कि जो बेस्ट क्वालिटी मटेरियल है वो कैसे तैयार करे किसान। तो जो कमियां रह जाती हैं किसानों के द्वारा उसे ट्रेनिंग के माध्यम से उसे पूरा किया जाता है, जिससे कि किसान अच्छे से अपना क्वालिटी मटेरियल रॉ मटेरियल तैयार कर पाए, खरीदार को अच्छे रेट पे बेच पाए। उसके लिए वर्क किया जा रहा है।
माय को-होस्ट प्लीज, को-होस्ट आप क्या पूछना चाहेंगे?
Yes, Praval, I appreciate your local interest and
Thank you,
your
sir.
enthusiasm to work for such area. I think, in my views, the problem is the demand. That if society demands all these plants, medicinal plant, then I think we can better find the market.
Yes, true.
So how we can make people aware about the medicinal value of these plants in this age of coronavirus? So that is also, I think, very important part, that how people are aware to consume all this medicinal plant. Do you have any idea to explore this? Hello, I'm audible?
Audible, yes.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah, so maybe he disconnected.
Prabal Pratap Singh Verma, is he connected?
There is a...
Please reply, Pratap Singh.
Yeah, now he's speaking but not coming, I think.
Praval, we can't hear you.
I think that's okay.
Thank you. I would like to inform Professor Ashwani Kumar that the result from the Go Judge is shared with you on WhatsApp. Now, I would like to thank all the participants for sharing your reflective knowledge with us. Biani wishes you all a bright future ahead. So, winners are not people who never fail, but they are people who never quit. With this quote, it is time to recognize the winners for the e-poster presentation and the oral presentation. For this, I would like to request Professor Ashwani Kumar to announce the results of the oral and e-postal presentations. I also request you to share your message for our young participants. Please, sir.
How can I see your results?
Sir, it is being shared on WhatsApp. You can check them on your WhatsApp.
Yes. Can I speak now?
Yes, sir.
Oral presentation. Results for oral presentation are winner Agrima Bhatt and runner-up Priya Chauhan. Congratulations, Agrima Bhatt and Priya Chauhan. E-poster presentation. Winner is Ria Jayani and runner-up Neerath Kandwani. I should say that all the presentations were excellent. Their quality was very good. And I had the pleasure to share with Manish Biani who is great expert in this field. But the presentation were very promising from the young students. And in my opinion, all of them deserve some kind of consolation prize or participation of certificates. And they have done very well. And they are thinking of future. Only thing that we need some great teachers like Manish Biani and group. And it is a great opportunity to interact with Japanese people to further their ideas and to bring them to the light of the day. India has a lot of medicines and a lot of suggestions, but unfortunately our system is not so strong that they can market them well and they can come to the end result. As Manish rightly pointed out, that they come to the lead stage, but clinical trials are not conducted in a way they are demanded. And that is why most of our Ayurvedic and Desi medicines do not get world recognition which they deserve. With these words, I am thankful to Biani group of colleges and particularly Manish Biani and the senior Biani who requested me to join this group. So it was a great pleasure to listen to young budding scientists. And if you ask me, I will give award to all these presenters, but we have our limitations, and that is why I think we have made the best judgment, and hope you will all approve it. Manish ji, what is your opinion? Please say some words.
Yeah, I really appreciate all this young guy. Although the numbers are very few, I expect full of young audience all the day, not the speakers. That is my dream, to include only the young audience in the one of the full day. But I think this is a good time that such virus pandemic comes. I think is the history of our age that we have such pandemic, and it is a good opportunity for all the young brains, young mind, to please engage yourself in scientific research so we can better make the better future. So new normal can become new future. So yeah, please utilize your time and take this pandemic as an opportunity for your career. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you, Manish. And you support some of these young students with your research ideas.
Yeah, actually, many of them are our young research team who are engaged in many key issues like water issue and disease. So they are working with us, and I have a big dream for them. If I can support, I will be very happy to support as many as of them.
Congratulations. Congratulations to your entire team. And I'm thankful to your entire team for supporting this program. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Professor Ashwini Kumar. I think it's a long time to see you. You
Yeah,
reached.
maybe after COVID, we will meet sometime. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Yeah, it's our pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye.
I would like to thank Professor Ashwini Kumar and Professor Manish Biani for their presence and wonderful words. Now, as we have been listening to eminent speakers, all these valuable insights gave us a new perspective. Now, I would like to invite our respected principal ma'am, Dr. Neha Pandey, to give her closing remarks.
A very good evening to one and all. Namaskar, Ashwini Kumar sir.
Namaskar.
Thank you
Namaskar.
so much for judging the presentations and motivating the students. It is indeed a pleasure to have you, because to have a learned and experienced person of your cadre, it's really our honor and privilege
My
actually.
pleasure.
And I've been listening to the presentations going around all day long, and there have been discussions majorly related to science, health sciences, nursing, basic sciences, and how the outcomes can be useful for the society. So we had the presentations from USA. There was a Verghese ma'am who was into the nursing area. Then there have been faculty members and researchers from West Indies, Oman, and many other countries. And we had 17 invited speakers today, and more than 1,000 students who have registered for this conference have been watching us live through YouTube, sir. So that's a big number. Since we cannot accommodate everyone on Zoom, we have only the participants here, who are the speakers majorly, and the presenters who were participating as oral presenter or the presenting the e-posters, but major chunk of our audience is available on YouTube. They have been watching this program all day long over there, and so that's a big
2 minutes.
number. And yes, sir. And for tomorrow, we'll be having the day will be focused for on IT, management, and commerce. So, what how the situation is post pandemic, post COVID pandemic, and what are the challenges, what are the opportunities in IT sector? Because we've seen, as far as the business is concerned, IT sector is really in boom after COVID. So, what are the opportunities for the students who are working in that area, and what are the challenges for other industry students? So, we'll be focusing our talks majorly on those issues tomorrow. And for now, for today, I'm really thankful to each one of you. Thank you so much, Manish sir. You've been really kind enough to chair the session all day long with us, and it's always a pleasure to have you and to work under your guidance, sir. So, with this, we will close with today's conference and see you all tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp. We will start
Uh,
tomorrow morning, sir.
before we off, how about take a picture of this screen? So please
Okay,
ask
sure.
everyone to open their video so we can take a shot.
Priya, Snehal, Neerath, can you just switch on your videos, beta? We'll have a screenshot. And I'll request the IT team to please take a screenshot. Okay, cheese, smile.
I think many are remaining, so let them come.
Do we have anybody waiting in the waiting room, IT support team? If there is somebody waiting in the waiting room, please admit so that we can have a last final photograph.
Dr. Tarun.
Dr. Tarun, Jishu ma'am, please switch on your videos so that we can have a nice photograph. Priya Agrawal, Anjali Pandit, Rashi, please switch on your videos.
Or please call all the team members near